Double 11! Amazing prices! Amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one. hatchet spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill. I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semifinals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill. my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Welcome to Double 11.
MPL Singapore Season 10 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presented by IT, your homegrown bubble tea brand since 2011. Official gaming chair partner DX Racer, the pioneer of the world's first gaming chair. Our partner in esports, Future Living and Singapore Esports Association. Our official playoffs venue partner, the Centrepoint. And our official broadband partner, My Republic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to MPL Singapore Season 10. My name is Suki, and I'll be the host for today, bringing you through the playoffs, right? Today, we are at lovely Singapore Centrepoint. If you'd like to come down, thank you for joining us, everyone online, as well as everyone who is here right now. For those of you who are standing on top, you can please come down and join us here on the floor. Of course, today we have 3 days of absolutely epic Mobile Legends here at Centrepoint. The teams have fought through weeks and weeks to play here today for the opportunity to join the champions in M7 to try and represent Singapore in Jakarta earlier next year. We also have a lot of prizes, we have a lot of events, we have tons of stuff happening here at Centrepoint, so please do drop by if you have the chance to. Of course, we can't get started until we give a bit of a shout out to our sponsors here first. And of course, this is MPL Singapore Season 10, powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presenting partner IT, our official gaming chair partner DX Racer, our official venue partner Centrepoint, of course, our official broadband partner My Republic, as well as our partner in esports Future Living, as well as Singapore Esports Association. Of course, none of this would be possible not for the game, right? So MLBB, which is actually currently nominated for both Esports Game of the Year award as well as Esports Mobile Game of the Year. So please do vote for that if you have the opportunity to. But let's now just hop down into the schedule for today. So of course, for Game 1, we're going to have AZ versus Stallions. AZ, who last year's challengers, and they came in third at the playoffs. Meanwhile, Stallions are going to be this year's challengers, who came in through those qualifier weekends. There's some familiar names we're going to see here from Stallions, but we're going to see who's going to take the prize today for that game. And of course, the second game is going to be Ignite versus Kingdom Esports. Ignite, who first time at their playoffs, as well as for Kingdom Esports, who were 5th in the regular season and re-qualified through challengers. And then the upper bracket semis after that is going to be the winner of AZ versus Stallions going up against Evil, and then the winner of Ignite versus Kingdom Esports going up against Flash. So now that we've seen the schedule for today, I think we all can agree that it is time to jump over to the casters. So we are going to have a good day, I think, today, and we're going to head over straight away to the casters today, who are going to be Abstract and Deadeye. So take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And of course, thank you so much, Suki, for the grand introduction. My name's Abstract. With me here is Deadeye, a live thing, because I'm pretty sure that he will be a lot more lively after a couple of these games today.
Yeah, speaking of which, first time also I see in person Suki.
Yes.
Also Bray. I'm looking forward to that. Remember last season, I saw him, of course, on the backsides. Then now he is going to play later on. I'm looking forward for this game. And actually, we will be looking forward to 4 matches today.
4 matches.
Yes.
So a total of 4 best of 3 games.
Exactly.
You're telling me? Okay, so I would like to believe that because of the the schedule and all, you guys have pretty much saw how the schedule is already. So we have a total of 4 games that's going out. With the very first game that we're going to be seeing today is Absolute Zero going up against one of our challenger teams, which of course is probably one of everyone's hot favorite at this point in time, Team Stallions.
Exactly, man. I'm not sure if we are going to go for that level as a challenger team, but this is a champion caliber team, man.
I mean, that is That is their
Technically,
label, right?
yep.
Technically speaking, that is their label.
Uh-huh.
So right now, the first game that we're gonna watch is gonna be at the top of the playoff bracket, top left, Absolute Zero going up against Team Stallions SG, and then shortly after that, we will go on to the second one, and that is Ignite Gaming going up against Kingdom Esports, which is match 2.
Exactly, and now whoever wins in our first series will be going up against Team Evil, the number 1 spots in our regular seasons. And now on the second series, whoever wins the game between Ignite Gaming and Kingdom Esports will head through and face Flash SG.
Yep. Now, you also gotta have to remember that match 1 and match 2 is not a relegation match. These 2 matches are actually elimination matches. So remember that. Whichever team that loses in these matches, be it Absolute Zero, Team Stallions, Ignite Gaming, or Kingdom Esports, the moment they lose, they are out of the competition. They do not have a second life, as the second life will only come into play from match 3 and match 4 onwards.
OMG, now that you mentioned it, Abstract, the pressure is on here, and we are indeed in the playoffs. Day 1 here in MPL Singapore Season 10. Best of 3, do or die. It is a one chance shot for the teams here to go into the upper brackets and the lower bracket semifinals.
Now, throughout the entire regular seasons, we have seen an obscene amounts of maps that have been played. Flying Clouds, Dangerous Grasses, Broken Walls, and Expanding River. And so far, this is the entire games that have been played, and so far, with Dangerous Grasses as the highest amount of map played, 15, while Expanding Rivers with only 11.
Oh wow, I think I'm expecting, of course, the Flying Cloud has been really effective for most of the teams here. But you know what, I remember on the day 1, it was always Dangerous Grass maps that we have looking so far. And whoever is aggressive on this kind of maps will usually have upper hand, especially during the early to the mid stage of the game.
Now, understandably, when we look at the entire thing, the one thing that I always want to look out for is the zero. And that is AZ. They did not play a single Flying Cloud game.
Yep.
They are the only team that never played the Flying Cloud. They are the only team that literally didn't play anything from the Flying Cloud region in all of their regular seasons. Which is actually kind of funny, considering that if we were to go to Flying Clouds for today's games, we are essentially going to be experiencing something new.
Something new for AZ, for that matter. And
yes.
Let's see. And speaking of which, this is our storyline for today, Abstract. The rise of the challengers. Now, remember, of course, the Absolute Zero previous season, they were also the only team from the challenger qualifiers who reached the playoffs.
Exactly.
Now, same thing that we're witnessing right now for Team Stallions SG. Here in MPL Season 10, this team coming out from challenger qualifiers straight into the playoffs.
Exactly. So we have more or less been able to see the rise of Absolute Zero since the previous seasons during their challenges brackets and all the way through, right? And they managed to find themselves seeded into MPL SG Season 10. That was their time. And this time, we are definitely wanting to look into Stallions, if whether they will follow the same footsteps as Absolute Zero for concurring in the challenger brackets and then moving on to the playoffs and solidifying their position in MPL SG Season 11.
Now we are going to look out this specific player from Absolute Zero, none other than Fate QT, the rising rookie. He was also being a part of Everlasting Love previous season. Now here in Season 10, under the banner of Absolute Zero, he's absolutely stunning on the jungle lane.
Now, understandably, when it comes down to Fate QT, we haven't exactly seen the best of him just yet, right? I've managed to see him quite in a couple of community tournaments, and so far, when it comes down to being in the jungle position, he has been the, I would say, the man of many names. So he's tried a lot, played a lot, with, of course, understandably, Hayabusa being one of his key signature hero.
And I'm looking forward for those assassin picks here later on, especially against Stallions SG as well. Now, Fate QT, the future is bright coming in from this kid, and looking forward if his performance will be the same here against the side of Stallions SG. But remember here, we are now comparing the player themselves, specific players, on how they're performing here in the playoffs. This is it, abstract. It's different from the regular season. And now you mentioned a while ago the pressure of being eliminated here in the series added that kind of pressure to these guys.
The stakes are extremely gonna be high. So I don't know how the teams are gonna be handling with this. How do they feel about this? In fact, I kind of want to hear what Absolute Zero have got to say about the entirety of MPL SG Season 10 in general. We'll listen and hear what Absolute Zero have got to say about themselves, or perhaps the entire tournament itself. And with that said and done, we have Absolute Zero. Vendetta that's gonna be playing on the XP lane. Fate Cutie in jungle. Bougie in the mid lane. Salas as the gold laner. And Nomad the roamer.
Yeah, we have been highlighting Fate QT on his performance here, but do not discount the rest of members of the team of Absolute Zero, especially of course on the EXP lane. Vendetta, always his name pops up, especially when we are talking about EXP. He's one of the very aggressive players, especially on how he controls the lane. Salas, Nomad, and Bougie on the other hand as well. Bougie on the mid lane, don't get me wrong, he's also performing very well here, but however, against Stallions SG later on, this is their greatest challenge yet.
So far, some of these players have managed to put themselves onto I would say a plaque, right? Because they managed to show just how crazy that they are in certain situations. Whenever I think of Vendetta, the only thing I think about is gonna be the Kalia. Literally, the Kalia mastery in the XP lane. Vendetta is going to be scary. And so far, unfortunately though, we haven't seen Vendetta playing the Kalia in the XP lane just yet. So far, we saw that in the previous seasons. I kind of miss that, I'm not gonna lie. So we'll see how that eventually works out for them, right?
Of course, now this is the team that are looking in your screens right now. Pretty chill. I mean, pretty chill, but you know, deep inside, there is going to be a pressure, of course, building up here. And all of the teams expecting, of course, one way forward, and that is going to win rather here in our quarterfinals.
The 5 members are now, of course, relaxing themselves on the DX Racer chair, preparing for the very best and, of course, the most anticipated game. As this is going to be a tough one. I definitely got to say, stakes are high. Everything that they're looking out for, it is going to be a tough game all the way from the start to the end.
Yeah, looking forward here, but now they are going to face, of course, the Stallions SG later on.
Yep, so who is going to be playing in this Team Stallions? That is the question that we have got. So let's just roll the clip and introduce Team Stallions.
Oh man, Team Stallions SG by looking on the faces of these players, you already know that these are having the championship aura right now here. Of course, it's going to be Diablo in the EXP, Bray here on the jungle, Roy in the mid, Renza in the gold, and Lucian QT on the roam. Most of these players here have the championship experience, championship titles as well. And I mentioned a while ago, right? I'm not sure if this is considered as a challenger team here. This is a championship team here. And now I do believe the pressure is also against them here.
Yes, so it will absolutely suck for any of these teams going up against one another, right? To be eliminated from the entirety of MPL SG Season 10. However, it is unforeseen circumstances, right? Someone will have to go.
That's it. That's a reality.
That's the reality.
That's the reality that there is going to be witnessed later on. Again, a best of 3, and only one team will be able to proceed. And just look and pray, man. This is my first time going to casting games here. I'm having a fanboy aura here as well. And here we go, Abstract. Looking forward for these 2 teams.
Honestly, this team needs no other introduction. They have made their names high and strong enough throughout the throughout the years. So, what other introduction that we need is information, statistics. So let's just run this down real quickly and see what we have got.
Yeah, as you can see here, let us go for the Team Stallion side here. As you can see, the stats, kills, assists, KDA. This only shows here that they are having this higher numbers, meaning they are the aggressive team here against the side of Absolute Zero. Even though, of course, the average goal is less because most of their games here, they quite actually finish it very early compared to Absolute Zero. And look at the lineup as well. The hero pool coming in from the side of Diablo is one of the flexible here. I think this is the EXP lane we are going to watch later on the games. Great matchup, Diablo versus Vendetta.
So, of course, when we gotta have to talk about the rookie, right? The rising rookie, Fate Cutie, going up against the veteran rookie.
Exactly.
Okay, veteran rookie is not exactly a name that can kind of work with one another. They're more of an oxymoron.
Yeah.
But here we have, of course, Fate Cutie going up against Bray, right? This jungle matchup is a sight to see. How exactly are these two good players gonna be going up against one another? Because they have a very similar kind of playstyle to a certain extent, right? Because they do have assassins in their belt, they do have tank junglers in their belt as well. Although slightly different in the tank jungler, one with Fredrin and one with Baxia, it just shows that Bray would definitely appreciate a little bit more of that fast-paced invasion style, which also kind of shows us the entire lineup from Team Stallions. They are overall a very aggressive team that can play an invasion style tactic into the opponent's base, literally bringing chaos right to the doorsteps of the enemies.
Yeah, I'd like to double down what you have mentioned, of course, Abstract, the matchup coming in from the veterancy against the rookie here. This is a great storyline as well that we are going to highlight. I think right now, Fate Cutie, we have mentioned, of course, from the start of the game, he is one of the rising stars. Now Bray, I think a redemption story arc for him as well. And now we are going to see which is going to be the map drawn. Is it going to be Flying Cloud? Nope.
Nope. It's going to be Dangerous Grass. So AZ will still not be able to see Flying Cloud for the for the season at the very least. So maybe next time, maybe the next game, because this is the best of 3 after all, right? So even if Stallions manage to take one game, or perhaps even AZ takes one game, they still gotta have to play the second game altogether.
Now we are here in our draft banning phase here. Now this is the Yuzhong ban. Usually right now is kind of frequent for the teams to taking this EXP lane hero, and now Yuzhong, especially on the other international MPLs here, is being also considered as one of the staple picks on the EXP lane. And now here on the other side, though, last ban coming in from the side of Stallions SG, which is they are going to prioritize the EXP here. C-Skill's already been taken down here. Most likely here when it comes to the last ban, it is going to be Alex.
Okay, so this is what we've got thus far, giving AZ the very first pick, and they've decided to pick up a Jusin for themselves. This also means that there is still quite a bit of heroes that is currently available. Yi Sun Shin, one of the important heroes, but I'm not too sure whether that is something that Stallions would explore into yet.
Okay, to be fair, the Yisun Shin right now is one of the, or not the best. There you go. The jungle pick. It is going to be taken in from the side of Stallions SG. Remember, the stats doesn't lie. Stallions SG loves to play it very aggressive, and having this 2 already into their hero pool here in the first phase of our draft can only show damage as well as harassment in the early stages of the game.
So if Yisun Shin currently in the fray for Stallions, that will definitely mean that they have the opportunity to play something like triple marksman, or perhaps even double side lane fighters. Now, looking at the fact that there is a Harif picked together with a Gato Kacha, it is relatively fair to say that they want to play for area denial. And that is something that Stallions would possibly want to explore into. Having a Phoveus into their mix would sound good so that they can really deal with that Harif. Otherwise, they can look in some other directions, such as a Yeve. As long as they try to contest for these kind of area denial strategies, I think that will work out for Stallions. Unless they have some other plans in mind.
Yeah, Eve can be one. However, having a Gattacacha is going to be easily also to counter the Eve here. But
there we go.
This one, okay, they will go into the fact they're going to go for an aggressive counter actually here against the side of Absolute Zero. But Harith, Gattacacha, remember those AoE plus, of course, the Yujin control is in their side here compared to the Stallions SG. I think the part of the Stallions SG with this kind of lineup, they have to be aggressive when it comes to roam.
Do note that the CC has been banned out already, so there won't be a situation where we will see CC going up against the Harif in the gold lane. However, there is still a possibility, though, to see a Phoveus going up against a Harif in the gold lane, because the moment that we reach level 4, that is something that we can see Phoveus really just taking a brick right in the face of Harif.
Do you really think this is a great matchup for the Phoveus and the Harith here on the gold lane? They go for a two-fighter side lane, right?
Yes,
anyway,
that is right.
They have the Yisun Shin already here on the side of Stallions SG. At least control the Harith if they are going to go for the Phoveus here. Anyway, the Assassin has been taken out. We have also the Linux here. If they want to go for a double marksman, but that is very greedy with the light here of Stallions SG. I think Harith is a great matchup. Rather, the Claude is a great matchup also to the Harith here, if I'm to say.
I think that right now they have quite a lot of ways to deny areas already with the Grok and the Yeve. They need a little bit more damage, and generally, I will always say that Phoveus does deal very good damage, but in the meantime, that is not exactly a very Diablo hero, right? So I could definitely see Renza kind of putting himself in that shoes and be like, okay, give me the Phoveus. I'll go into the gold lane to really deal with that. However, the Esmeralda does yell Diablo to me.
Esmeralda is a great pick as well, especially against shield heroes. And now it will actually be great for the Esmeralda. But last year, a Nolan pick, the burst. Now they do have the burst, because looking at this lineup here is more of the DPS damage. Now they have the burst coming in from Nolan. I think this lacks, the burst damage lacks on this draft, which now fills in with this Nolan pick.
So I will say that Stallion's X Factor pick. Would the gold laner even be the X Factor pick? Because at this point in time, the great thing about Nolan is that he excels in the early stages of the phase, or early stages of the game, right?
That's correct.
You're able to move around the map so fast that you would want to be ahead of the game, ahead of the opponent's junglers, and snowball from that point in time. Early game is the name of the game for AZ, and if they do not do that, oh wow!
I didn't expect that pick.
No, not for me as well.
I didn't expect that pick here coming in from Stallions SG.
So it's an Esmeralda Gold.
Well,
it is an Esmeralda Gold.
Well, it is. Diablo Martis. Have you seen Diablo played Martis?
Yes, actually.
EXP?
EXP, yeah. I don't know where he's pulling all these cards from, but if you think about it, having Esmeralda in the goal and going up against a Harif is not too shabby.
Yep.
You're not gonna pose a significant threat to the Harif, but at least you will be able to you'll be able to survive in the lane, just so that you don't feed over to the Harif.
Oh, wow.
So Harif will just be on a very standard curve. You will not grow exponentially. He will just grow gradually based on the timing of the game.
That is correct, but however, having this matchup here, I think the main role coming in from Esmeralda here, Abstract, is just to control this Harith here, progression into the game. But remember, the Nolan pick, they countered here with the Martis. I think the side of Stallions SG, if you want to play it aggressive, we can do it better. We can do it more aggressively here. Remember, that's a Grok. That's a Martis. And we have also a Yisun Shin here. Very snowballing heroes, which only shows here they want to end the game as early as possible. But will they be able to do it though?
I think that the main direction that they have to look out for first is to shut down the Nolan. So invasion tactics coming in from Team Stallions is actually going to be so important, just so that they can slow down the pacing of Nolan. Like I said before, Nolan has got exceptional mobility, especially after taking up the purple buff. You can literally just slide throughout your entire jungle, clear them so fast, and be able to appear in the gold lane and, you know, put a lot of pressure down. So that is also the reason why being a fielding an Esmeralda in the gold lane is also a good idea, just so that you don't feed either the Harif or the Nolan.
Or the Nolan it is, because of course Esmeralda is tanky as hell as well, so she can hold the lane on this side of the map. However, of course, you mentioned, of course, control the Nolan in this sense, but having a Grok on your side, having a Martis on this side, this is very brawly trap coming in from the side of Stylus SG. Now I have some kind of not doubts and questioning myself as well. Is this enough though to control the Nolan? Because you mentioned also mobility wise, it has the advantage here against the side of the Grok, against the side of the Martis as well.
Yeah, so all in all, this for the Nolan, just because of the fact that there's a Nolan, the power spike of the team at AZ is roughly about 7 minutes or so. If the power spike from Nolan actually works out, they should be able to dictate the pace of the game for much longer than we expected, because every single part and every single phase, you have Nolan that reaches his power spike first. And then shortly afterwards, you'll be able to see the... who is that? Okay, so Jusin. We don't have to care too much about Jusin, mostly coming in for the utility. Uranus will start to go a little bit more annoying in the mid stages of the game. Alas, not damagey kind of annoying us, but it's more on the fact that he's able to soak in so much damage, and he will be able to build up an Oracle at the very least at that point in time, and one more defensive item. So soaking and defensive capabilities, no problem. In order to really allow the Harith to go a little bit more crazy later on.
Yeah, the only advantage as well when it comes to a draft coming in from Stylus SG is they have a natural marksman there.
Yes.
That is going to be the Yushin Shin. This is going to be their insurance in the later stage of game. However, on the other side though, it's a little bit tricky, because you need a snowball, of course, time here for the side of the Harith. They mentioned the snowball coming in from Nolan as well. Remember, when it comes to the later stage of game, Nolan's damage is not going to be an impact anymore. So you need those kills, you need those feeds, you need those progression in the early stage of the game. Now, when it comes to control, more pressure is on the Absolute Zero.
Yeah. Now, my problem when it comes down to AZ's lineup is that they are now currently playing dive to dive.
Yes.
So they have a very nice I would say a very nice formation in some sense, right? They have a nice marching formation. They will always have the Harith somewhere in the middle of the formation. You will have got the Gatokacha that is on the mid together as the anchor, right? Because you will want to come in with a secondary follow-up. A follow-up when it comes down to the AOG.
That's correct.
With Uranus being the main initiator. Because you don't really initiate with the Uranus, but you go in, say hi, bye, hi. So there's a lot of staggering involved between the Gatokacha as well as the Uranus. So that is the main idea of their game. But it's not gonna matter too much if the Esmeralda is constantly gonna be in your face. With the Martis that is taking the role of the Gatokacha playing as the anchor, coming in for his execute at any point in time in the game whenever he sees a possibility to do that.
Now I'm trying to imagine how this brawl works here. When it comes to initiation, Absolute Zero has this. I mean, you mentioned already the Harith can do the initiation, even in the Gatokacha, but of course, Gatokacha, usually you use the AOG as a follow-up on this one.
Yes.
There's no hard CC whatsoever we are seeing on the side of Absolute Zero, but when it comes to AoE team fight capabilities, they have this advantage, especially for neutral fights later on. Turtle, they do have so much, of course, kit here into their draft. However, on the other side, surprises, the Martis can burst you down. Also on the other side here, the Yushin Shin, if has the early game items, can also burst you down. And the Grok also is the threat here when it comes to invasion against Absolute Zero.
So with that all said and done, we are going into game with Absolute Zero onto the blue side and Team Stallions SG onto the red side. We're not going to mention too much about on-site situations, and we're not going to really mention too much about positions and such. But we are going on really sharp from Team Stallions as they immediately went in with Bray, picking up the first blood onto Bougie. And this is exactly what we said that they needed to do with early invasions, just so that they will be able to stop, or rather to slow down the growth of Fate Cutie.
Oh man, this is a bad sign already. 2 kills under 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Stallions SG, as expected, numbers doesn't lie. This is one of the aggressive teams right now, and having these 2 kills to their favor, it will really snowball their position against Absolute Zero. And remember, the draft again from Absolute Zero relies also for a snowballing lineup.
And with that all said, with 2 kills already in the bag for Team Stallions this early on, it is not definitely going to help then Nolan at all, with the fact that Nolan actually doesn't have a lot of targets, right? But Rensa comes in from absolute nowhere. This guy is a gold laner, but he's moving like an XP laner.
Insane rotations, and now the fight will broke here once again.
As now, Fate Cutie was looking for the opportunity to get a kill down on Diablo. However, with a Diablo quickly flickering out of the case, he's going to be fine. But unfortunately, he's right in the face of Nomad. As such, Nomad will bring him down, but that is going to be a trade from the side of from Bray. Vendetta flickers himself right out of the way, hoping that he'll be able to stay alive a little while longer. But that's not gonna be the case.
OMG, what sorcerer is this? All members here for the side of Team South SG is on the bottom side of the map, leaving the Harriet alone on the top side. They are going to prioritize here the turtle buff instead, but it will be mitigated by the side of Bougie. But look at this one, 6 kills, doesn't care anymore for the lane here. Instead, the gold plays are still there. Team Stallions here, their rotations are insane.
At this point, we do have Absolute Zero that have got a priority over the turtle. Diablo is definitely going to be coming in, but unfortunately, but never mind. One touch coming in from Lucy Cutie is more than enough to be able to knock a couple of them up to the sky, allowing Diablo picking up a double to get a single dunk, going on for the next dunk of the Nomad, but that would activate Revitalize, allowing Nomad to still stay alive. No more dunks for Diablo though, but he might still be able to pick up a triple for himself, but Nomad's surviving for a long time. Bougie takes up a single kill. Lucy Cutie takes that kill off of Diablo's hands as the fight slowly extends even further and longer. Lucy Cutie a little bit too far in, allowing Fate Cutie to pick up a kill onto a lonesome Lucid Cutie.
Oh man, very aggressive Team Stallions, but they have, of course, overstepped their boundaries. This is still under 4 minutes. The respawn time is too early for the side of Absolute Zero to respond on such team fights. But then again, you can see already here, Team Stallions SG, they want to end it early here, Abstract. They are in for the kills. They are in to control the early stages of the game.
They just need to have more than enough lead and advantage over the Nolan, which I think that they are doing a very good situation right now, right? They're doing a good job. With Nolan currently at 2,400 gold and Bray, the Yi Sun Shin, at 2,200 gold. They are only 200 gold apart. Normally by this point in time, Nolan will want to get at least 3 kills with no death and will at least be about 500 to 700 gold ahead of the opponent's jungler.
But it is not the situation right now here, because Team Stallions SG is dictating the tempo. We are actually expecting, right, Abstract, that Nolan will be very scary, especially on a dangerous grass map. He will go for this pick of plays. But then again, look at Team Stallions SG. They are everywhere here. They want fights. And speaking of which, here in the middle lane as well, will be brewing for one again.
I don't think the Fit Cutie have got a very good entrance, as he doesn't have a lot of entrance. And now we got a flicker coming in from Lucy Cutie. He managed to find Fate Cutie and will slay him down almost immediately. With no junglers for this upcoming turtle fight, the entirety of Team Stallions is all around here. It's 5v4, pushing everyone else away. With that, Mountain Shocker activates. More than enough to see everyone from the side of Absolute Zero. While, of course, Rensa does his absolute best to push away the juice in, while the rest of Team Stallions collapses themselves onto Nomad.
OMG, look at the protection, look at the space being given here. The formation coming into Team Stallions, really difficult for Absolute Zero to penetrate through. And we are having 15 kills total here in 5-minute mark of our game. This is total mayhem outcome we are expecting here. And now Team Stallions SG is just showing here that they can really end the game as early as possible here. Snowball game, and look at the side here rather of the Eve. 307 on the Mage. It's gonna be scary.
We're currently 5 minutes and 40 seconds into the game.
AOG?
Oh, wait, hold on a second. AOG almost catching up Roy, but that's not going to be the case right now. Renza, being as annoying as a little cockroach in the wind, puts himself right in the face of Silas, stealing all of their shields, and he came out with full HP.
And stealing, of course, the blue buff as well.
Oh my God.
Absolute Zero. This is really a bad sign. And now Nomad here trying his best to give the space and then be able to take the blue buff here in the hands of Absolute Zero. And look at this one, man. The progression coming in from the EXP. It is now going to be a first item coming in from Diablo. Oh, this is another team fight here.
They collapses themselves onto Nomad, but Revitalize is going to be fine. But there is going to be the wild charge going on that will stop that fight for a tad little bit. With a quick little push, it disengages the entirety of Absolute Zero, making sure that Diablo stays alive.
Now it is going to be now the space again for Absolute Zero. Match badly needed here. They need, of course, to play it safe for now because they are beginning to respond all of these aggressive plays coming in from Team Stallions SG. All of the lanes here being controlled by Team Stallions SG. Absolute Zero become reactive at this moment in time. Oh, they want some kills as well. Lucian QT out of position though, trying to back away. And now on the other side, Esmeralda all alone.
I don't think that Rinsa will be able to stay alive for much. Never mind. With a flicker and, of course, the Nature's Barrier. They manages to do a quick stop. Fit Cutie attempts to go for the assassination on the Rinsa, but that's an Esmeralda.
Oh, man. Even the burst damage is not enough here to pick off that Esmeralda. It is now the sign that Nolan needs match itemizations still here in the game. Absolute Zero on the verge here on the defense. And now the push coming in from the side of Team South SG. Invasion as well in the blue buff. Oh, this is very important. They managed to steal.
They did. They did.
They managed to do so.
Fit Cutie is nowhere to be seen in his own purple buff. That will mean that the movements of Fit Cutie is gonna be at an all-time low. This also means that Fit Cutie is now in a very difficult spot to be able to apply any form of pressure.
And now Vendetta, we're looking for this EXP laner as well to fight the space, but look at the damage coming in from Bray here on the Eastern Sheen as well. Now all the progression we are now witnessing coming in from Team Stallions is on point. Pressure here on the bottom side as well. And look at the rotations coming in from Team Stallions SG. Prioritize here on the top side.
With a free turret down in the bottom lane with Lucian Cutie with a flicker as well as a wild charge. AOG comes in right to the backside to really deal with Bray. However, he's now finding himself completely pincered out, unable to do too much, while Roy's RWM will cut off the escape route of Absolute Zero. However, they still manage to find themselves in an opportunity to get themselves away, but that is only just going to be a zoning tool to allow Team Stallions to pick up themselves the T2 up in the top lane.
Remember what we have talked about, the draft here, Abstract. Absolute Zero is a snowbally draft here, but so far right now, we are seeing Team Stallion just taking control 100% all the time when it comes to a team fight. We haven't seen Absolute Zero get a kill. They are stuck in 4 kills here under 9-minute mark, and this will still be not enough here for them to pick up anything here against Team Stallions SG.
The lack of damage is not gonna help Absolute Zero get anywhere. Unfortunately, this is the reality of your lineup. It requires that Nolan to really pop off in the early stages. However, because of the fact that Team Stallions knew about that priority and knew about that caveat, they went in so early and they applied so much pressure.
Look at the attention coming in from Esmeralda here. All of the players on the top side, but then again, the rest here, Team Stallions going for the splits on the Lord. No contest whatsoever. They're on points. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Absolute Zero to fend off this siege later on. And look at Renza here, just dancing around, just absorbing all the damage.
Oh, doesn't seem like Buji will be able to do too much right now, but the main thing is they're actually going to be completely choked out. He gets himself with a Crimson Beacon out of there while they lose themselves the T2 turret in the middle. The rest of Team Stallions have managed to stagger and zone themselves away from the Absolute Zero just so that they don't give any needless kills.
No more outer turrets here available for the side of Absolute Zero, while the Lord is now marching through as well, prioritizing the top side of the map. All are ready here beside the Team Stallions. They are eager to kill without the Lord.
Diablo wanted to go for an opening, trying to catch on to Salas. But that's not going to be the case, as even though it was the Zaman's Force that has already been dropped out, that is the Zaman Force that is on cooldown now, with a massive amount of damage that's unavailable for Absolute Zero. I don't think that they will be able to defend this this upcoming launch push, as the AOG lands onto Roy, but that is not going to be on the RWM at all, as that is going to be a 4-man wall charge, more than enough for them to pick up 3 kills in total, leaving just Bougie as well as Salas was the top lane. T3 is taken down. Salas finds to kill down on Lucy Cutie. That's not all. Picks up a double. They should be able to repel this push coming from Team Stallions. However, the middle lane is still inching in closer and closer over to their doorstep.
Oh my goodness, what a beauty on that wall charge. Everyone was in the air on the team fight. Team Stallions here managed to take down 2 inhibitor turrets against the side of Absolute Zero. This is now incredibly difficult for Absolute Zero to come back again. They are snowball a team. How will you be able to climb back here into this game? Look at the accusations that we have right now here. Oh, the analyst, the Nolan rather here. We have seen the Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike, even in the Heptasis here, but the first damage is not enough right now here.
Unfortunately, Nolan is out of the game. He's not going to be too much of a critical hero at this point at 12 minutes with, of course, 8,500 gold difference, right? So the next hero that we gotta have to look out for is the Harith, which have already got the Stallion Scythe, the Feather of Heaven, and the Holy Crystal. It's great that Salas managed to pick up 2 kills in that previous fight. However, none of those kills were bounty kills, so it doesn't help him too much. But speaking of Diablo, he's actually right in the face of No Man. We do have the Nature's Barrier that managed to pull the Vendetta in a off position with Bougie going down. Fake Cutie manages to actually get a kill down on the prey. That's actually pretty darn big. He should get himself with a 1-4-3 trade. Absolute Zero still in a tough spot. However, Salas, he wants to go for an opportunity, but he will drop down the Zaman's Force. This will slow people in the side of Team Stallions, but they don't have any form of crowd control or area denial from this point.
Oh, they want to end?
RWM, pop-up from Roy. He will be able to clear out the entire waves coming in from Absolute Zero, but the rest of Team Stallions, they focus on the core. Takes game 1.
There you go. The heart of the champion, ladies and gentlemen. Team Stallions SG showing us how to be aggressive, how to control the game, and how to win with finesse. That was incredible here against the side of Absolute Zero. Game 1, and now we are witnessing here the beauty, the performance of Team Stallions SG.
In some sense, the lineup from the side of Absolute Zero forced an early game on Team Stallions SG's hands. They need to do something about it, and they pulled the trigger fast. It worked out great. It slowed down slowed down Nolan, and when it comes down to the lineup itself, it also doesn't help Nolan that he actually don't have a priority target. He can go for Yi Sun-shin. However, they don't exactly have a roamer that allows them to open up the maps and find Yi Sun-shin that easily.
Yeah, plus, of course, the Nolan is a little bit tricky. You need that hard control as well. I haven't seen a single target hard control, because, of course, you have a dangerous crash, right? It is one of the advantage of those assassin-y one-shot type of hero, which is Nolan is one.
Yep.
But you need, of course, you mentioned a roamer here. I was looking for Franco as well. It's got hard CC, just trying to go for a pick-off here. But they're looking for a bigger picture here. Remember, the combination of the Harith and the Garakacha is not pretty bad, to be honest. It's pretty good when it comes to 5v5 AoE damage, lots of control, but then again, they have been surprised at how very aggressive Team Stallions is. Damage-wise, again, Brock, you have as well the Yi Sun-shin. Even though it is early game here, packs a punch with the critical damage.
I think one of the other problems when it comes down to AZ's draft is that they are looking for a draft that is able to pivot to 2 different heroes, which unfortunately didn't quite work very well for Nolan. But, we'll talk about that in a short bit as the MVP of the game goes over to Roy, piloting the Yve that managed to get a total of 3 kills, no death, and 13 assists.
Yeah, actually, you called this one abstract the if pick, but I was actually in doubt here because the other side has the Gadokacha. It's going to be easy for the Gadokacha to pick off the Eve on the back lines. But
And
then
cancel
again,
the RWM too.
it can. And now, however, there's a Grok on your face, there's a Martis in your face. It's really difficult. What you have to do is to defend your front line here. And that Gadokacha has no means, of course, to go for forward attack here, but instead protect the core members of the team.
So, of course, we've got the entire emblem sets that you can see from both Absolute Zero and Team Stallions SG's side. We, of course, have been talking quite a bit about how the way, Team Stallions kind of initiate, so on and so forth. But one thing that I actually find pretty darn interesting is the fact that Diablo actually got 7 kills out of that.
Yeah, killing spree as well. And remember here, with his aggressive plays we've seen so far, great combination with Lucian QT as well on their rotations.
Focusing mark.
Man, it is incredibly, man, the damage wise here just surpasses Absolute Zero when it comes to their scaling here. And now Salah's pretty good on his Aerith. He managed to actually control the lane here, but we have seen Renza when it comes to team fight going from one side of the map to the other. He knows the rotation here. They need to be very aggressive, sacrificing his lane, but then again, it's pretty good, and the outcome is pretty good for the side of Team Stallions SG.
As much as I would love to see the Juicin be able to apply quite a bit of pressure in the early game, because she's just waving her lantern right in the face of any possible attackers, right? But it doesn't really quite stop Diablo, Roy, Renza, literally anyone from Team Stallions from rushing right in. We saw exactly that happen. In fact, Bougie is afraid because of how close Team Stallions get into the face of Absolute Zero. Yes, Juicin wants to be close combat in order to really land all of your lanterns, but they're a little bit too close for comfort.
And now this is the stats I am looking forward here to see the damage being dealt here by the side of Team Stallions here. As you can see, it's just damage dealt here from Bray actually is pretty good here, and Roy having the most damage here with his AoE capability. But I'm surprised. I thought Lucian Cutie's of course Grok deals so much, but the Wild Charge actually helps when it comes to a team fight. Those knockups, the incredible team fight that we have witnessed so far. On the other side here, look at the damage dealt coming in from this team. This is pretty much lacking here, especially for the side here of Fate QT. We are expecting, of course, his snowball in the early stage of game, but it doesn't really go into that way. We are expecting him to have so many kills, but instead he was being suppressed here.
All in all, Team Stallions, they have a menacing lineup that really deals with Absolute Zero to allow them to end the game at sub 13 minutes. And that is almost a 10,000 goal lead, alright? Almost. To be specific, 8,000 goal lead. And for an 8,000 goal lead in a 13 minutes game is not too shabby. The fact that they managed to close the game out like that, that's good. That's good indeed. And this is still the game one. And remember, best of 3 series. Absolute Zero still have a chance. However, this is an elimination match, so pressure is there. Game 1 already. Pretty good performance coming in from the side of Team Stallions SG. Will they be able to continue here again? Without that performance, I'll be scared. I'll be scared, man. For AZ, right? Because remember, the stakes are extremely high. This is an elimination match, and they have a single lifeline. The moment that they lose this upcoming game, they are out of this competition, and Stallions, they secure themselves the spot for MPL SG Season 11.
Oh, okay. Not only going into the semifinals, they have the spot already.
Yes,
for the upcoming season.
That also means that our rising challenger from the side of AZ booked their spot from season 9 to 10, only to possibly lose it in season 10 itself.
But they still have a chance.
They still have a chance.
They still have a chance. But then again, this is, as we mentioned a while ago, the biggest challenge yet for Absolute Zero. But then again, when it comes to regular season, Absolute Zero is not too shabby. They're top 3, if I'm not mistaken. Absolute Zero here in the regular season. They're pretty good at this stage. And now, looking forward, they must be able to take down the former champions here. That is going to be Team Stallings SG.
Yeah, honestly, as much as I kind of want to see how they're going to fare, ultimately, they are a team that did whatever that they could, right? They did whatever that they could, but it's really unfortunate to find them in the elimination part of the brackets because of their the point system coming in from the entire regular season itself. If you are high up in the leaderboards, you will go straight in over to match 3 or match 4, where you actually save yourself from a single game.
Oh yeah, and now again we've been talking about the matchup with a super rookie Fate QT against the veteran Bray, legendary himself here on the jungle. It shows only, even though we have seen Bray having this break on
what break?
What break exactly?
What break?
What break? There's still the intensity coming in from this guy. I'm looking forward again on his progression in this current season. He's very consistent in how he controls the jungle lane as well. He's aggressive. His presence actually is there against the side of Absolute Zero. Now we have witnessed him using the Yasin Shin. I'm looking forward if he knows the Comfort Assassins as well. Hayabusa, we haven't seen yet.
Honestly, the thing that I see from Team Stallions is that, yes, they were the Trojan horses of the Challenger qualifiers.
Trojan horse.
But I think that they are onto something a little bit more for the playoffs. I don't think that they are the Trojan horses in some sense. They aren't the dark horses as well.
Yep.
I'll get back to you on that, on what kind of stallions they are.
Yeah, you mentioned it exactly. What kind of horse we are going to pertain for the Team Stallings SG. But imagine, from Challenger to winning the MPL SG Season 10. Oh, that's going to be incredible.
That is quite a story. But let's not get ahead of ourselves yet.
Of course. Still Team Evil. I'm still a fan of
Team Evil. Right, you know? They had a great run.
Yep.
We will, of course, break down more of their storylines as well as, you know, their history once we actually get into their game. Because right now, I think that Evil is actually waiting for the winners of AZ versus Stallions.
Yes, exactly.
So we could be looking at something amazing today.
I'm looking forward for that one. That is going to be our third match later on. So whoever is going to be a winner here in the series. But then again, Team Stallings SG looking pretty good here. And having those aggressive plays again. They're being very consistent from challengers rather into here in the playoffs. Same gameplay, same intensity. And now they are going to take this game.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, with the first game of the best of 3 already concluded, we are gonna be heading and preparing ourselves over to the game 2 very soon. If you are residing in Singapore, we are currently in the Centrepoint. If you want to be part of the action, if you want to be here together watching the entirety of MPL SG Season 10 together, this is where you want to be, right in the Centrepoint. Not only do we have seats for you guys to watch the games, there are still, you know, some other nice elevated positions in the ball as well. And in fact, behind the stage, we also have something like a redemption booth that you guys can participate in too.
Yeah, we have some activities later on here as well. And look at this one. This is the venue that we are witnessing here right now. The players are readying themselves here on our front stage here. And now, man, Team Stallings SG, still, the fan in me is still there, Abstract.
The fan is still in you.
I cannot really suppress here, but now again, one game away. But Absolute Zero again, they are here for the win as well. I'm looking forward, of course, the best of 3 match here, but so far right now, the game 1 has been really one-sided so far. So being aggressive is one of the key strategies here for both teams. You know, the draft coming in from the side of Absolute Zero a while ago, they want to be very snowbally as well. We have seen the Nolan pick. We have seen also the incredible aggressiveness here. But then again, here we go, Abstract, waiting for the teams here to start the game 2.
Now, one thing that I absolutely love having like a roving cam is that we can kind of tell the cameraman to be like, hey, this rig up personal space. Go right in their face. Before the cameraman just literally puts his camera right in your face right now.
No.
Can I have like a close-up view of Deadeye?
No.
Can I have like the roving cam right here just so that I can have a close-up on Deadeye?
No.
Yeah, because you know, a little bit droplets of sweat from his forehead.
That's why I need the IT here. I need some IT to refresh myself. Now there you go. As you can see on the screens, ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Stallions SG. From qualifiers now straight into the playoffs. It is one game away to go for the semifinals match as well. All are chill as well. Oh man, Bray, Diablo here on the front. Pretty chill. The heart of a champion. The aura is there.
It's just another day in MPL SG for them, right?
For them, yep.
Yeah, they have managed to rack up quite a reputation for themselves. They have racked up quite a lot of experience for themselves to the point that playing in this part of the stage where it is supposedly really high stake because that is a representation of your tournament live. They don't seem phased at all, completely unfazed.
You know what, Abstract, looking at these two teams, remember the storyline that we have from challengers to playoffs teams. This is what I like about the format coming in from MPL SG is we have a chance for the challenger teams to be able to compete with the best of the best when it comes to MLBB esports. Now, looking back here, of course, Absolute Zero Season 9, the only team qualified for the only challenger qualifier teams here qualified to play in the playoffs. Same here with the Team Stallions SG. Both are now showing their capability here that it doesn't matter where you come, it matters the performance and how you win the game and to win the title here in MPL SG.
Still no flying clouds for AZ. So AZ is going to have their entire MPL SG journey with no flying clouds, I assume. As we move on over to the drafting stage, once again between AZ and Stallions. With AZ on the first pick, first ban, and Stallions on the second pick, second ban.
Sorry, I'm just reading my IT here, and now on the other side, Team Stallions SG still going to ban out here the CC and the Angelo. I think same thing. This is the same bans that we are seeing here on Team Stallions SG. Also on the side of AZ. Nothing new here.
So, in the previous ban, I think in the previous ban, the Alice was included from Stallion's ban. So, they actually brought forward that Angela for a tad little bit, right? If whether they want to go for a third ban, with the third ban onto Alice, that remains to be a question.
My kids.
Yep, still is going to be that case, right? So, Jusin, Yi Sun Shin, they are both currently available. If they want to go for a Kimi, that can be a situation as well.
So you called it, actually you called this one Abstract after the post-match here announcement that we had. What if they used the Shin instead, and now it is going to be the response coming in from Team Stallions here, still the Grok, and now this time around it is going to be the Lancelot here. Now the Assassin coming in from Team Stallions and looking forward for the performance of Bray here. On the other side, Zushin is still pretty much open. It will be taken here to Gadakacha as well for the side of AZ. Now they do have the marksman here into their hands, so Harad is pretty much open as well. Great to control the gold lane here. Esmeralda also for the side of Team Stallions if they are going to counter this.
Still very area denial kind of play from AZ. Whenever we look at Gadokacha as well as the Jusin, we would like to assume that they want to play area denial, right? So coming in with the Yves, although I am not a very big fan of snap picking on the Yves because we don't have a Harif to really double down on that just yet. Because Gadokacha always have an answer to a Yves because the taunt is likely the only thing that can snap the Yves out of the RWM. Any form of knockups, any form of stun does not snap her out of RWM. It only delays it.
Correct. Actually, that's the one I mentioned a while ago. I'm concerned for the E-Peak when you are up against Garacacha. However, during the performance of Team Stallions SG on the game 1, Eve RWM actually has been used to stop the escape from AZ. We have seen Grok, Lancelot right now here. The other side, I'm not sure if Marcus is going to be used here again, but so far, Khalid is also one to be picked here if they want to be very aggressive as well. The burst damage can be badly needed here. Eve's utility here will be used only to stop the escape here from against the AZ. They want still to be very aggressive here, Abstract.
I think that what AZ needs are bruisers. Because essentially, Yusun Shin is someone that will want to play Snowball as well. It would kind of depend entirely on how they want to play for their emblems. But the side laners can definitely be fighters just so that they can funnel all these kills over to Yusun Shin. However, I think that is putting a lot of hopes and literally putting all their eggs in one basket. So as much as possible, I would still want to believe that AZ wants to play Marksman Gold Lane with the Yusun Shin.
Okay, just to have an insurance, but remember, it's really difficult, especially for a hyper-aggressive team like Team Stallions SG here. If I may, the Ruby is pretty much open here. I think they lack really the crowd control here on the side of AZ. They want to actually control this Lancelot as well. If they want to go for a double fighter here, for me, the Ruby is one. Lunox also is pretty good here if they want to have a double down when it comes to the damage as well.
They needed either a space creator or someone with catch potential, right? So in the previous game, they went for a Uranus for that space creator, but I don't think that they would go for that again. They are definitely lacking in some of the damage in the early phases of the game. So picking up a Granger is also going to be a good idea, so it can actually pivot to either the Yusun Shin or the Granger when it comes down to that bruising. Okay, never mind. That is stolen right over to STS.
Speaking of which, Lucian Curie here, the last, of course,
I guess Bruno.
Bruno?
I still want to see a marksman from the side of AZ. Yeah. Unless, okay, to be fair, STS, it's not an entire necessity for them to play very aggressive. They can kind of scale over to later stages as well. They wouldn't need to double down onto early game fights. So even for AZ, they don't have to go that crazy. I think that they can still go for Irithel.
Win on the other side here. That's the crowd control that we are looking forward here for the side of AZ. Is it an Irithel pick here? Bane? They want to go for Bane? Nope, it's Moskov. Wow, it's been a long time here. I mean, usually we see a Moskov here, but it is going to be a great matchup against a Granger as well. So Team Stallions, crowd control wise, they have the Grok. AoE, they have the RWM. Burst here with Lancelot as well, scaling here with a Granger. So for the EXP, Lapu-Lapu has been taken out here already. Team Stallions, if they want to double down with their heavy aggressiveness in the early serve game, they need some damage dealer here.
I'll say that Moskov is great to cover their bases when it comes down to cross-map plays. It's something that can work out for them.
I was about to say.
Not the Martyrs again.
Well,
not the Martyrs again.
Apparently it is. So there you go. Double down with the damage. Why not? And then we have seen here again the snowball potential coming in from Martis. If he has so many kills, then they can do so with that control. This is a pretty good actually combination I have witnessed so far in the game 1 with a Grok and a Martis combo. With the burst coming in from Martis and the utility control coming in from Grok. Remember, Grok also packs a punch in the early stages of the game.
I don't know about this. Once again, this is a very greedy lineup from Team Stallions, and they don't even have to play that greedily. Against a lineup that wants to play for late stages of the game, technically speaking, yeah, sure. That means that they have less people to really call to arms in the early stages, because early game, in terms of damage dealer, it really only is Guinevere and the Yusun Shin. And I wouldn't even consider Yusun Shin as a force to be reckoned with, because it's still very early.
Yeah, snowbally hero here as well. Unlike of course the draft that we've witnessed in the game 1, that there has Grok, the finishing play can be on the Racing Shin, but here on Absolute Zero, with his the rest of the lineup rather, is it enough though to have the last kill coming in from the side of Fate QT? Still, Team Stallions SG double downs of being aggressive here. Remember, Lancelot also, the Horn Pros, can deal a lot of damage. I do believe the play style from the side of Team Stallions SG will be the same here. Remember how they sacrificed the gold lane just to rotate, just to have a kill? I think this is going to be the same story for the side of Team Stallions.
I think the only difference is that Lancelot is slightly slower in the jungle. So there's not much you can do in at level 1 aside from Thunder Rose. But, you know, I think that there is still a possibility that Absolute Zero can be a little bit faster because Team Stallions, they generally want to focus a lot more onto the mid lane because of the mid lane priority, as we can see right over here. Gucci almost finding himself almost taken down with Roy and losing QT, which they're still very healthy.
Yep, they're going to reset here, but it only shows here that the power when it comes to early stage of the game, it is really an advantage here for the side of Team Stallions SG. Look at Lishan Cutie and non-stop rotation. Same thing that we have witnessed on the game 1. And now Bray, we're going to follow up here as well. They want to control the map here as early as possible. And look at the rotations right now coming in from Team Stallions here. Double down on the bottom.
It does seem as though we are going to be looking at Diablo that reaches level 4 very soon. A lot of these heroes can be bruised down to critical HP to really allow Diablo to go crazy, especially since he's currently playing with the Killing Spree emblem. I will say the same thing for Fate Cutie as well as Bray. So there are quite a few heroes here that want to play on Snowball.
Yep. And speaking of Snowball here, Team Stallions SG managed to take the first neutral objective. Bucci!
I don't think that Bucci is going to get away from all of this.
Oh,
it doesn't even
passing around?
Oh, wait.
Oh.
As I said before, it's not going to help too much when it comes down to the pickoff. The RWM is only going to be paused, and it doesn't even have to Crimson Beacon at that point. Well, in the meantime, up in the top lane, we do have a little bit of a trade-off as Rensa even lost his life over to Fate Cutie. So that is great coming in from Absolute Zero. It enables Fate Cutie with that early game snowball that he wants and also slowing down the farm of Rensa.
Yeah, slowing down, and this is actually a better performance here coming to Absolute Zero, but there is going to be a team fight here.
As now Lucid Cutie goes straight in with the wild charge, sends Bougie up into the sky, and then of course the SOD that lands, but that's not going to do anything for either one of these two teams.
So far right now, Absolute Zero is taking their great time here, just fending off this aggressive play coming in from Team Stallions SG. I think it's better. Now that you do have the natural marksman here on the side of Absolute Zero, this progressiveness that we are witnessing here in the early stage of the game is actually good for Absolute Zero. Unlike for the Game 1 comparison here, it was total destruction here and there. They have become reactive here, and Salas,
very close, not gonna lie, so that's kind of scary, but okay!
Still survives.
Still survives. He's gonna be fine.
He is, and Gucci is there also to give the protection, but look at Team Stallions here. Not gonna leave the area, trying to proceed on the jungle invasion, and look at the gold plates burning as well. Renza, against Salas.
Oh my god, as the SOD lands, never mind, Roy comes into play! As he manages to drop the RWM right on the tip, and of course, with Salas right onto the edge as well.
Oh,
that is a SOD into death right for Salas.
And a great counterplay for the side of Team Stallions SG. It feels like, Nomad!
That's not going to be over. As we do have Nomad, it pops off the Revitalize. He's going to stay alive for a little while longer, but Fate Cutie proxies right into the way, gets a kill down to Rensa, puts himself at jeopardy, and almost putting Nomad in a very tough spot as well.
Okay, despite, of course, that incredible play coming in from Team Stallions SG, remember, Fate Cutie has now 2 kills in a row, and this is very good for the jungler for the side of Absolute Zero. Now, Ashen still on top.
How is Roy still alive after all of that? Well, I'm not too sure, but he did manage to get a pretty good Void Crystal Blast right onto the opponents. And of course, that is going to be the Swift boost that we want. But the amount of damage from Bray is not something that should be scoffed at, because Nomad as a tank is taking quite a bit.
Yep, and I love the attention being given from the side of Team Stallions SG on the top side while they push on the bottom as well. Map control-wise, macro plays here from the side of Team Stallions SG. Absolute Zero, even though they hold their ground here, still when it comes to macro plays, they have been outplayed.
We still got a little bit more to go until the third turtle comes into fray. Absolute Zero currently with 3.3 thousand gold deficit. That is going to be a little bit of a problem. However, Losing Cutie now finds himself taunted down by Nomad, but that's a 4-man wall shot. Puts everyone right into RWM, but Nomad re-engages himself right into the face of Roy. However, he does not have the taunt. As such, is not going to pull Roy out of RWM, thus sacrificing himself.
Oh man, that's the beauty of the real world manipulation there. It's not going to be easy for Absolute Zero to actually respond and reinforce the team fight there. Slows them down, and look at the transition here from Team Stallions going into the mid team fight.
As they loses out the T1 turret in the middle lane, Absolute Zero had to concede that and give Team Stallions the go.
Oh man, still no turrets being destroyed here against the side of Team Stallions SG. Same storyline here from the game one. This is how aggressive Team Stallions is. They're not only controlling those kills, they're controlling the map here. Totally here. Even the minion waves here is being controlled. Oh, the invasion break.
As the better execution did not land, but never mind, because the damage is just a little bit too much for them to handle. Diablo was hoping that he will be able to get the dunk down over to the side of Fake Cutie, only to be pulled back coming in from Bougie. More than enough for Fake Cutie to pick up that kill.
Oh man, that is unfortunate there for Diablo. However, space created. Still, that is going to be a perfect turtle takedown for the side of Team Stallions SG. Early game domination still into their favor. 3-for-3 when it comes to score kills, but look at the gold deficit here. Team Stallions SG economy here is way up, and they are now controlling the bottom side this time around.
Kind of crazy how we're looking at 4,700 gold difference, while Team Stallions, no one has a bounty on their head because they don't have anyone that have consecutive kills.
Yep.
Diablo has one, but Braid doesn't have anything. This is a team that runs on Snowball, and normally the Snowball runs onto kill engines. But that's not the case for Team Stallions because they have played the macro game well enough and far enough to really choke out Absolute Zero with any form of farm. So
exactly.
AZ, they are not farmed up at all. They lost turrets while they didn't pick up any turrets at all. So that is actually kind of a tough one, which actually puts Absolute Zero in a really tough spot even for this upcoming fight, because this is essentially 5v3, but they can't do anything to Team Stallions.
Cannot do anything here, Abstract. They have becoming reactive once again here, and the map is getting smaller here for the side of Absolute Zero, and this is the one of the victory conditions coming in from the hyper-aggressive draft. Team Stallions SG. They go for the kill, they go for the control, they go for aggressiveness here, cutting off the farming capability against Absolute Zero. And everything you go here, if you're on the side of Absolute Zero, there's Team Stallions SG waiting for you, waiting for the prey, waiting for the kill.
6,000 gold for the Lancelot and 6.2 thousand gold for the Granger.
Oh my.
We are definitely looking at quite a bit of these gold that has managed to be funneled over to the right members of Team Stallions SG, which definitely puts the snowball potential in a really good spot. So Renza, more or less, is already pretty crazy, right? I would like to believe, or rather, we're just gonna give the benefit of doubt that Renza has that one kill into the Sky Piercer. The more that Renza picks up kills, the easier it is for Team Stallions to actually end the game.
Yeah, correct. But this time around, I think they are prioritizing the map control, objective takedowns instead of the kills, and it's still gonna be in their favor here. Absolute Zero taking their time to go for the itemizations, but it's just very difficult for them. Team Stallions, pressure is everywhere here. Mid, bots, and now invasion of the jungle as well. How can you farm if you are on the side of Absolute Zero here? And now look at the Moscow on the top side. This is the best that they can do.
Yep, that's a cross-map plays that we want to see out of them, Moskov. You are able to just... Oh! Festive execution lands right onto Salas, stops his teleportation, but it doesn't seem like Salas is going to be going down like a beating dog. In fact, he outplays against Bray in the 1v1 scenario.
Oh man, I love that. If I'm speechless. If I'm gonna be that person who kills Bray, I'll be happy, even though I lost the game, bro.
That is unfortunate. We gotta have to say. However, that's not gonna be too big of a deal, or that's not gonna be too big of a pain for Team Stallions, as they still have got their win condition in the name of Rensa, as they manage to land the Lancenada onto Vendetta once, as they now runs themselves through into the base of Team Stallions.
Oh no, Holy Shield is still there, but the Lord is still standing, going for the push.
The spiraling trident lands onto the
AOG.
T3. The AOG lands, but it's not too much. Roy all the way right in front. What is the kind of aggressive angle from Roy? They managed to block off the escape route coming from Bougie, allowing the Void Blast to land right on top of him. However, Roy himself will go down, credited over to Salas. It's going to be a 2v3 with Lucy Cutie that doesn't have a lot of HP to play around with. As such, Team Stallion, they can re-push in the middle lane and take down that whole defense, but that is very likely the most that they can do.
Oh man, I love the Nature's Barrier there coming in from Lucian Cutie on the top side, but then again, Vendetta trying to hold his ground here.
Oh! Punished for a poke.
Ouch. A big ouch indeed. Bray here on his vengeance, going for the kill, and now 2 inhibitor charts gone once again with that baby Lord. Oh my goodness, Team Stallions SG here, now controlling the game. And this is the first time we are seeing now Absolute Zero taking down turrets here. Now one of the bots, one of the top. But this is still insignificant in how Team Stallions right now controlling the minion waves, controlling the pressure across the map here.
That's the cross-map play that we want to see from Absolute Zero. But however, that doesn't mean that Team Stallions does not have an answer to this, because they do have the Lancelot. Lancelot is someone that can play cross-map, but as we saw previously, it was, of course, a mistake from Bray, thinking that, there is a possibility that he will be able to win against Renza, or rather against Salas. At that point in time, supposedly. But of course, mistakes were made, and there were no creep wave allowing him to bounce around with the puncture. And remember, when it comes down to Lancelot, he gains a lot of damage the more punctures or the more dashes he does. And it increases exponentially. But speaking of exponentially, this is also going to be a point in time where Team Stallions might be able to get a lot more exponential gold because of the fact that Absolute Zero tries to go over aggressive, trying to take the priority of the Lord. As such, losing 2 members, putting Nomad Tank now in the middle lane in a tough spot. The rest of the members from Team Stallions, they are now putting themselves right in the face of the Lord, takes that down. While in the meantime, we have got Salas that pushes down the bottom lane T2.
Yeah, that's the best that they can do here. They made a call there, Abstract. They want to go for that Lord to take the attention of Team Stallions SG so that Salas can go for a split push on the bottom side of the map. Unfortunately, Space created. Unfortunately, of course, Inhibitor is still standing. Look at the damage here.
Nomad!
Ouch again.
Executed right before the Lord prances onto the battlefield. With that, the Lord now is going to be running down the middle lane, pillaging everything of what Absolute Zero is looking out to do. They have to go for the defense, but unfortunately they do not have their frontliners at all anymore. As such, this is going to be Team Stallions trying to look for the entire victory. And now Absolute Zero, they don't have a lot onto their core at all. As such, Absolute Zero exits from the season.
And Team Stallions SG proceed into the next stage of the playoffs. OMG, sweep game against AZ. This time around a 2-2-0. Aggressive play, part of the champion team. And now, unfortunately, for Absolute Zero, their run ends here.
It is a very tough pill to chew. Over to anyone that have been watching Absolute Zero's gameplays, and of course their progress throughout the entire season, even from Season 9 all the way to Season 10. It is unfortunate, but unfortunately, one team has to go in the end of the day. And Absolute Zero, they've done tremendously well throughout the seasons. They managed to secure themselves a spot into MPL SG Season 10. And unfortunately, now they're out of the competition. But that doesn't mean that we are not going to see them again next season, right? They may have lost their seed, but there is still such thing as a challenger qualifiers that they can come back again.
For sure, Abstract, for sure. I mean, Absolute Zero of what they have shown us on the regular season and here at the playoffs as well. doesn't discount them that they are not one of the teams that being looking forward for the next season here. And now, congratulations, of course, to Team Stallions SG, and they will be facing Team Evil later on in our third match of the series. That's the number one team rather for our regular season. That is Team Evil. So that is a big challenge for Team Evil. No. Big challenge for Team Stallions SG rather.
To be fair, looking at track record coming in from Team Stallions SG, it definitely is a problem, right? They are definitely a problem. Oh, Roy, not again! MVP of the game, MVP of the series goes to Roy with 2 Eve games, this time with 5:1:7, with a total kill participation of 86%.
Alright, I have doubts with the Eve, but again, Roy gives me the message that it is very effective indeed here, even though with the enemy having a Garukacha for the pure counter here, doesn't care. Man, incredibly good gameplay here. His RWM really cuts off the reinforcements when it comes to team fights, cuts off here the escape mechanism coming in from Absolute Zero as well. It's just incredibly good synergy for those aggressive heroes like Grok and Martis.
Yep, I gotta have to say, Roy's RWM essentially plays a very important role as the cosmic spacer of the team. Just literally creates a black hole, a void of which, just to ensure that Absolute Zero either gets sucked into the epicenter or just gets completely eliminated out of the fight by no means of entrance.
Man, that guy. And now, here are the stats that we have seen early stages of the game. I do believe Absolute Zero held their ground there. Not too much mistakes here. They want, actually, with this draft, snowball their way into the later stages of the game. But Team Stallions SG here, being aggressive, even though without those kills, they managed to take down early turrets, managed to secure the turtle. As you can see here, all of the neutral objectives is really into their favor. Even invading the area of Absolute Zero here is also a nuisance here for the side of Absolute Zero to scale. It is really difficult to find areas or where or ways for them to snowball into this game.
I think one of course, the main ideas of this game is mid-lane control. As Absolute Zero, they played to the juice-in for both of the games, and unfortunately, both of the games, they lose mid-lane priority because the mid-lane matchup never changed. And that is the same thing for both games. And that is kind of a difficult pill to chew, whereby you hope that the entire game will change, even when you're pulling off the same core system in the middle lane. And generally, lane priority in the middle lane is so important in influencing your side lanes. And I would say that sticking to the guns for Absolute Zero was definitely not the best of the ideas in hoping that it changes the entire course of the game.
Yeah, I see also how they become reactive as the game progresses here against the side of Team Stallions SG, because the rotations are insane also. Not only the mid lane priority, I give credit to the side of Roy, but how cohesive this Team Stallions SG is when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to their aggressive plays, invasion here. If ever Lucian Cutie is in a tight spot, there is Roy on the back lines to go for RWM to save Lucian Cutie's aggressiveness. Or there's also Jablo just suddenly going for the skills here with a follow-up coming from Bray on his Lancelot as well.
And of course, understandably, we are just expecting that Team Stallions, the fact that they managed to get themselves the first win of course, the playoff, is a big deal. It's a very big deal.
Yeah, let us see here the stats as well coming in from the team. And it is going to be Roy still having the highest damage dealt here. That RWM is just too incredible as well. The tight spots here, especially saving the teammate as well when it comes to major team fights as well. RWM is incredibly good as well. And on the other side, Absolute Zero, unfortunately for them here, is not enough with a snowball kind of team.
Oh. We, of course, it's still very difficult for me to say this, but seeing Absolute Zero bow of the tournament, I really appreciate the time and, of course, the effort that they have put into MPL SG thus far. I look forward to seeing Absolute Zero once again for the next season, and of course, coming back stronger. As we move on to the next chapter for Team Stallions SG, what is the kind of story that they are gonna write for us? Are they going to rewrite history of, bring down the Titans? Because this could very likely be a possible thing.
Yeah, let us see the highlights later on of our series here. Abstract, as you can see, Absolute Zero here trying their best also on that second game, but on that first game, as you can see, it just total destruction here. They are into the hands of Team Stallions SG. Whatever Team Stallions SG is doing, just incredible. Good.
Of course, let's throw it right into the highlights of the game between Absolute Zero and Team Stallions SG.
Thank you, Abstract and Did I. And welcome to the stage, Diablo, who is going to be the EXP laner for Team Stallions. So that was a banger of a match. I think the question that I have is picking Martis like a game plan or a solution to what other people are banning against you?
I think I just don't like to play conventional heroes lah. So I just picked the Martis. Because I think this hero is quite strong lah. Just the other teams don't know it yet, and I'll show it to them.
Yeah, maybe showcasing your personal skill, because I think a lot of people have put Martis down as not a very popular laner. So yeah, coming out very surprising off the bat. I think also another thing is, what do you or who do you want to meet in the grand finals? Not now, not tomorrow, but in the grand finals. I assume that's where you got aiming for. Who would you like to meet in the grand finals?
I think Flash. Yeah. Because I've been in Team Flash before, so just want to fight them, yeah.
So a little bit of rivalry there, yeah. So how does it feel now facing up against Flash with, I guess the team that you're playing with now are like your friends, your nakama, your gang, right? And like, how does it feel really to be sort of reunited in this form of your current team?
I think the last time when we played, we lost lah to Flash. So this is our redemption arc. Yeah.
Sure. And last but not least, what do you have to say to your fans overseas, internationally? Like, what do you want a message to send to them?
Just want to say sorry for last season that I wasn't able to play. So this season I will be back stronger lah, and improve myself as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Diablo, and congratulations to advancing to the next round. And we're going to see you in the next game against Evil later today, actually. So yeah, we'll see you once again. Thank you so much. All right. And now, so for our local viewers, just so you know, we are all here at the Centrepoint in Singapore. So do come down here. We have a bunch of prizes. We have so much activities here. There are lots of things to win, even diamonds as well. And for now, we are going to be heading to a short break, and we'll be coming back later with Ignite going up against Kingdom Esports. So see you guys in a bit.
to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCBG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11! Amazing prices, amazing styles! Win big in Mega Draw! Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCBG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
the title of this one, the final ignition. It only shows here this is the final chance as well to reach the highest of the MLBB esports here in Singapore. But then again, you still need the passion to be burning, as you have mentioned, until the finals here. But one step at a time. Again, they are up against Kingdom Esports this time around. But this lineup coming in from IG here, rookies proving themselves here to be one of the best here. I will stand corrected. Actually, Abstract. These are the number 3 on a regular season. Absolute Zero was the 4th one. So now IG Gaming proving themselves also one of the best teams in the regular season here, and looking forward for this fight as well against Kingdom Esports.
Now, we talked about Ignite. We talked about Kingdom. They have literally the king in their lineup. As, of course, Longzi back from the relegation matches, back from the relegation brackets. He have been standing tall in teams that have been held champions in Season 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Longzi single-handedly stayed in teams that have literally gave them champions back to back to back to back. I want to know if whether Longzi is actually the lucky charm. Wherever team that he goes, the team gains the championship trophy.
Yeah, man. Oh, the Lolzy luck indeed. And we thought that was the end of the regular season for Kingdom Esports, but then again, they are now here coming back to life. And this is also one of the matches that Lolzy will prove himself that it isn't only luck. It is the capability of himself as well as the team totally here for the side of Kingdom Esports that they can really push through into the grand finals. But again, one step at a time. They are up against Ignite Gaming this time around in the best of 3 series elimination match.
One by one. That's the thing that we are looking out for. And Kingdom Esports, they have to take one step at a time. And of course, watch their stride. They didn't really have a very good time in the regular seasons per se, but they're not exactly out of the game just yet.
Now, looking forward again for the match here. As you can see, being aggressive is one of the things that can give the advantage for the team. We have seen that one of the first series, Abstract, Stallions SG, their draft was very snowbally. We have seen the Martis, we have seen the Grok, and I do believe Grok will be one of the most contested hero here.
Yeah.
We have seen, of course, Rapidut using this hero. The other side as well coming in from Kingdom Esports. Will it be the same story that we are, the gameplay rather, that we are going to see here in the series as well?
Now, understandably, there will be quite a bit of contested heroes coming in from both teams, and understandably for Kingdom Esports as well as Ignite Gaming. In terms of statistics, you know, there's actually quite a lot that we can talk about.
Yeah.
However, later on in the screens, later we'll talk a little bit more about those individual statistics. But if we are looking exactly and specifically at Rapidut, let me just pull up whatever information that I can. Rapidut.
Yeah, Rapidut has been one of the crazy, highly anticipated roamers since he came into MPL SG on a previous season. He's very aggressive. He was actually known for his sets. He used to play Kufra way back here in Philippines, MPL as well. Now here, making a name for himself in MPL SG. So now having this map changes that can synergize his aggressive roam, it will be beneficial to him here to be showing up against Kingdom Esports.
Yep. So of course, looking at the information between Rapidut and Lolzy, I think that the main thing is we gotta have to remember that Kingdom Esports, they played a lot more games than Ignite. So, you know, information is slightly bloated, right? However, there is some key information, and that is Lolzy is more of the sacrificial lamb of the team, whereby Lolzy have a total accumulated 88 death, whereas compared to Rapidut with a 36 right? And of course, assists for Lonzi is 154 as compared to Rapidut at 105.
Oh, okay. So now that you mentioned it, that is a big, actually, difference between these two here. With that stats that you have mentioned, of course, abstract, it only shows also the gameplay of how these two roamers actually executes when it comes to the game. So have you mentioned, right? Usually, of course, Lonzi going for this map information. On the other side, here Rapidut wants to end the fight in a major team fight, utility control.
Now, I really do want to find out who is playing in which team. We'll introduce the first team. With Ignite Gaming, we have Yuda that is going to be playing on the XP lane, Zack onto the jungle, Blade in middle, Seiji as gold, and Rapidut as the roamer. Together as this five, they will blaze their way over to victory, and so far, the sparks has been flying all the way through the regular seasons. And the question is if whether this spark and this fire will stay ignited all the way to the end of the playoffs.
I do believe here, especially they have the rookies here. You know what happens to rookies playing this kind of level is the intensity, of course, and the hunger to win the games here. And looking forward for Ignite Gaming again. Again, the title was The Final Ignition.
The Final
Ignition. So this is it. This is the test coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming to push through here. Again, it is one of the biggest contender. Again, they're up against on this quarterfinals playoffs. That is going to be Kingdom Esports later on in the best of 3 here. Ignite Gaming looking for it again. For me, Rapidut on his playstyle here. This is a great matchup against Lolsi.
Team Ignite, they are a team that I kind of look out for quite a lot, especially since absorbing Rapidut with a very good performance back in Season 9. And coming in together with these bunch, right? We especially when you have a new rookie such as Zack, which I have definitely watched him quite a bit before already. I know the kind of jungler heroes that he plays, sometimes unconventional, but he's a highly aggressive player, which also can dabble into some great Fredrin plays as the tank.
And now, of course, we are going to introduce right now their opponent here, none other than it is one of the most looking forward team, Kingdom Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, Kingdom Esports during Saturday here on the ESP, Yon on the jungle, FMM on the mid, Grant here on the gold, and Lolsi on the roam. And big names here, one of the anticipated teams to win the title this season, and incredibly still are being anticipated by us.
Indeed.
That they are really going to move forward.
They have set up their kingdom, and in some sense, the patriarchy coming in from Lolsi stands supreme in these seasons and seasons. But the question is if whether that patriarchy will stand tall all the way even in MPL SG Season 10.
What is going to be our map changes here? It's going to be Broken Walls, and Grok for me is one of the massive heroes, most contenders I am anticipating between the side of Rapidut and Lolsi here in this game. Now we are going to commence the game later in a while, rather in the best of 3 series. Oh man, Kingdom Esports, what a story coming in from this team here. They have been, of course, they have been anticipated to be one of the strongest teams, but however, being relegated into the qualifiers, now coming back here into the playoffs. This is the last moment here to prove themselves here in the match against Ignite Gaming this time around.
This is the match between LY4 and IC Frost, with game number 1 in play. The banning phase comes through with Lunox, Kalia, Gatokacha being banned from the side of Kingdom Esports. And from Ignite, they have taken out the Juicin, CC, and Baxia.
Okay, Yisen Shin is pretty much open here. It is also one of the first pick here, but instead, Akemi this time around. Now we have seen quite a change here compared to the game one, right?
Yep.
Now, drafts-wise, ban-wise, it's totally different here between these two. Now, Kimi priority here for the side of Kingdom Esports. You highlighted this one, Abstract, that the mid priority is very important, especially controlling the side lanes here. Now we have the broken walls into our map. You need also to be aggressive here. So having a Kimi in the middle lane has the range, has the harassment, can also have the mobility synergy here for those aggressive roamers.
Now the question is if whether the mid lane is going to be that aggressive. Because Hylos, okay, so it has already been taken away from the side of IG, right? Because Kimi plus Hylos is actually a notable combination in middle lane where there is a lot of damage over time. In the early stages, damage over time is actually a very strong component in wave clears as well as poke damage to the opponents that it becomes invisible impact. But that has already been taken away as Hylos and Lancelot is going to be the first and second pick over to the side of for the side of Ignite.
Okay, yeah, but for me, I didn't expect, of course, a Hylos being prioritized here for the side of IG. But
Me neither, yeah.
Yeah, pretty interesting. There you go. The Grak right now. I thought this is going to be a pick here for the side of IG. We've seen Rapidot on the Grab, and instead they want to have this sustainability. But having a Kimi, having a Grak, having a Yisen Shin, we've seen how this power spike in the early stage of the game, having those early kills or this early objective takedowns can really snowball their potential.
So Gatokacha is already out of the question, being taken away almost immediately. So giving the Yve over to IG is actually a pretty darn good thing for, well, IG themselves. Because there isn't now any heroes that can realistically yoink Yve out of the real world manipulation.
They have the reach though, with the ultimate coming in from Kimi or the wild charge here coming in from the Grak as well. However, we've seen the capability of RWM. It can also slow down the reinforcements here for the opposing team to go for a 5v5 brawl. You have also the Glorious Pathway, additional snows there. So we have seen so many debuffs coming in from the side of IG, but hard crowd control badly needed here for the execution style. I'm not sure if IG is going to prioritize this one, but this lineup right now, AoE-wise, they have the advantage here for the side of IG.
And of course, we're still going to be looking out for potential picks and bans going through. But let's run this down real quickly, right? Kingdom, they're lacking of the side laners, which could definitely go for either or situation. They can go for double fighters or they can go for triple marksman game because they already have a Kimi.
Yep.
So if whether they want to play in the early game, which is something that Grok can bring in because Grok does deal a lot of very early game damages as well. So they're not particularly afraid of that early game matchup.
Understood. So Grak having a broken walls as well. So early game matchup, power is there. So they are now prioritizing here for the side of IG to take down this Ruby here, which is badly needed also to stop the Lancelot's progression here, or the iframes rather. Here, this is one of the lacking potential I can see for the Kingdom Esports because you need to commit your ultimates here in order to go for those heavy crowd control potential for the side of Kingdom Esports. You think Cho will be viable here? Side lane?
Cho for KE? IG?
No, KE.
KE.
No,
I don't think so.
Yep. With his Alice
Mainly
here on the
they lack the burst.
Yep.
I would say they lack the burst, so they can't really make full use of a pick-off composition. This is more of a front-to-back composition for the side of KE. They will be able to deal with the front faces first and then slowly move on to the back kind of thing. So someone that shreds is definitely going to be useful, especially since they have to go up against the Alice.
Yeah, I was about to ask if Baksha is available. It has already been banned here with the side of IG. Now having Alice here, there's going to be nuisance indeed against the side of Kingdom Esports here. Yes, they do have the early damage here, but the sustain is great as well for the side of IG. Now they're lacking burst, as you have mentioned here. Arlott and Granger rather, so that is going to be a triple marksman.
Yep.
We're expecting here for the side of Kingdom Esports. it is also one of their advantage if they have the itemizations also being locked in, especially during the later stage of the game.
Okay, so with that all said, we have the entire lineup coming in from Kingdom Esports, leaving up the X Factor for the gold laner over to IG. Technically speaking, if they want to play that the Alice in the gold is possible, but I don't think that they will go that way. At this point in time, there's a lot of magic damage dealers on the side of IG, and the way that they have kind of paved themselves is that they do have got a pretty decent mid. Okay, they are actually going to put Alice in the gold lane then.
Yep, Alice in the gold. Yeah, it is actually Cho for the side of IG.
Wait. This is wait. No, yeah. This is the Cho gold. This is a Cho gold. Okay. Okay. I didn't think that we'll bring in the Cho gold that early, but we are gonna see the Cho gold this early.
Wow, but I didn't expect, of course, it is going to be picked by this IG themselves. But now there's going to be a lineup very interesting here for the side of IG. They have heavy sustain here. Abstract, you have the Alice, you have the Hylos as well. So with this triple marksman, you need those itemizations to rip through this HP and this regenerative, of course, abilities coming in from this hero pool, coming in from Ignite.
Is this really something that could work out for Ignite though? Because as much as possible, if we want to see the Cho Gold lane to actually work, someone needs to really be able to make full use of the Way of the Dragon. And in this case, the one that can make full use of it is the Lancelot. But peak performance from the Lancelot needs to be there.
Yep.
We need the power up from the Lancelot to really make full use of all of that. And timing with the waves is also another thing that comes into the equation.
It's kind of, with this lineup coming in from Ignite, it's kind of tricky to maneuver.
It's a very difficult lineup to pull off.
Very challenging indeed. You need those highly mechanical timings here to execute this proper. Speaking of which,
the nature's barrier stops Rapidude from running away. And such FMM picks up first blood just like that.
Under 1 minute, and the horse cannot escape. Kingdom Esports here now setting the tempo, having the first kill into their favor, and you don't want that to happen with the side of Ignite Gaming, but still, they want to be very aggressive.
It shouldn't be too big of a problem. Even though Kingdom Esports is trying to be extremely aggressive right in the face of Ignite, Yon, understandably, as the Yusun Shin, should be able to wave clear, or rather clear the creep waves in the jungle way faster than a Lancelot. So Kingdom will want to make full use of that kind of influence that they could provide and apply over to the gold lane, because they are looking at a Cho in the gold lane going up against that Granger.
Well, I'm not sure you have seen this kind of matchup, Abstract, in your casting history. The Cho versus the Granger.
In terms of casting history? No, not
first time
yet.
I've seen as well, actually. Oh, but hold that thought. It's going to be very aggressive here.
Yep, immediately it's just going to be played, and Rapidude finding themselves in such tough spot as Lolzy built up an amazing Guardian's Barrier, knocked them all over to the wall, took a chunk out of the damage. What did I say about the early damage coming in from a Grok?
Exactly. This is what I mentioned as well, that this is one of the most contested roamer heroes here. It can only show a punch rather, and Seiji very low as well.
He's level 4 though. Doesn't really matter at all. Seiji, what a sidestep, kicks him right back into the lane.
Yeah, pours his Way of the Dragon there, but then on the other side of the map, it is going to be Ignite Gaming securing that neutral objective themselves. Unfortunately for them, 0 kills at this moment, but Kingdom Esports tries their way here for being the aggressive team here. Incredible damage in the early stage of game.
Even though Kingdom Esports managed to snag a total of 3 kills for themselves, it does seem like Ignite still have got good priority over the Turtle.
Yep.
It doesn't seem like it's gonna be. Oh, Lolzy finds a pick down over to Blade. However, no follow-ups will be allowing them to get a kill down on Blade. As such, Lolzy is going to be the target of Ignite.
Now, this time around, having this low level force rather for the side of Ignite Gaming, now they do have the kits. This is one of the power spikes coming in from the draft of Ignite Gaming are the ultimates. Now you have here the glorious pathway coming in from Rapidude, can give that regenerative ability here. But meanwhile here, Yuta just scarcely, of course, escaping that final slash.
The pool noodle fight down in the bottom lane. I hit you, you hit me, no one's gonna die, and I just run away and restore again. But the middle lane is different though! And Loyalty finds himself getting hit down to the ground once again. Ignite is quite literally saying, hey, here's revenge.
Yeah, power spike, ladies and gentlemen. Level 4s are up. It's not going to be the same as what we have witnessed under 2 minutes. Now, with this ultimates available coming in from Ignite Gaming, they have the ability right now to be the aggressors themselves. And it is going to be Zach right now trying to go for his farm, while Kingdom Esports, we have now seen somehow their aggressiveness being cut short, but hold on thought, Rapidude.
It does seem like Rapidude is just going to be finding himself pushing right into the face of Kingdom. The RWM didn't do too much. Insanity flickers himself right out of the way, gets a stun down on the River Crab, and of course, punches himself right out of the battle.
Okay, now this is going to be important right now for the side of Ignite Gaming as well. Secure this turtle, but it is actually Kingdom Esports here on the first on the area. And Ignite Gaming knows about this one. Oh, I love the position here coming inside the Seiji here. And let us see, Lolzy knows about this one. They do have now ultimates available. And look at Yuda also escaping his life here, almost being taken down.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage. Actually down under Insanity. Arlott is not exactly a hero that have much forms of sustainability. But regardless, this doesn't seem like a fight that Ignite Gaming wants to put themselves into. As such, giving one turtle away to Kingdom Esports.
Alright, I'm actually curious what is going to be the itemization coming in from Insanity here on his Arlott. Is this going to be a damage build, or is going to be a meta tank rather build here coming in from his Arlott? But so far right now, being aggressive here, I suspect he is going to go for aggressive play.
And there's a Whale Dragon connected down on the ground. However, like I said before, they don't have a lot of people that can follow up after that Way of the Dragon. It was a pretty nutty kick though. However, not quite enough to do too much in that previous fight. As such, it was a wasted fight from Ignite Gaming as they yields away and loses out the T1 turret down at the bottom.
Oh wow, look at how Kingdom Esports taking the attention away from the split push here on the bottom. Ignite Gaming here sacrificing, of course, that lane. I'm not sure if they are aware for this one, but the creeps are still moving forward here. This is really now difficult for the side of Kingdom Esports if they are going to lose that lane on the bottom.
There's some annoying tickling down onto Yuda. In fact, Yuda has been dropped to critical HPs for many times already, but haven't really seen a single death just yet. He's always been above ground, not sent down under just yet. But speaking of down under, it seems like someone is gonna go down under. Or maybe not.
Maybe not, indeed.
It is a chill after all.
Still has the mobility there, but look at it here in the map. It's always the priority here on the top side. Both teams here trying to prioritize this one, and now the Lancelot on the other side of the map as well. 20 seconds until the next turtle objective will spawn here in this game.
Is
that level 7 already?
Is that an Oracle building up for the Arlott? I think that's an Oracle that is building up for Arlott actually.
So far.
Yeah, so playing around with more sustenance. I think that's gonna be for him. So in the end of the day, it's more about bruising and defense instead of pure damage. So that is the direction that what Drinsanity is trying to go for.
Anyway, they do have triple marksman into their draft, so the damage will be there, especially during the later stage of game. And now, Turtle is not yet easy for the side of Kingdom Esports to grasp here as Ignite Gaming trying to control this area as well. Now there's going to be a transition here on the bottom side. Look at Drinsanity here, providing the space. Final Slash is being used as well.
That's very bold, as now the Final Slash used right up, but the main thing that they managed to catch is going to be Yuda. Not great, but at least Zach, with a cross-map play, managed to find 1-for-1 trade. They lost the turtle, but at least they took the top lane T1.
Yeah, this time around, of course, they have bursted down Yuda there, but so many resources has been used. But then again, the turtle has been taken into their favor as well. So now Ignite Gaming is pretty even here against the side of Kingdom Esports, but look at the invasion. Oh, the mid lane priority we're talking about.
Oh, Zach is not looking great at all. We do have a flicker from the side of Drinsanity, but no follow-up shortly after. Seems like he wanted to go for the Final Slash, but it didn't quite work out well. But here we have Lolzy blocking off the escape route, but not that it's going to be a problem at all. As now Rapidude hopes to be able to get himself away. He did manage to, though, as a stun right down onto Yuda as he flickers himself away to safety.
Wow, actually, I was looking for Sage's position here. Unfortunately, he didn't go for the flanking maneuver, and I thought he will be targeting the marksman of the back lines. So it was still a win for the side of Kingdom Esports here. Having this taking away rather the mid tart against Ignite Gaming, they will open up a lot of map pressure here against Ignite.
Yep, we do have the War Axe that's built up by the Cho already and slowly building up to the next item real soon. Currently with 4,700 gold to his name, and for Lancelot with 4,900 gold. Unfortunately, Yu Sun-shin already have the snowball to his name, and this is not going to be too good as well, right? Because Yon is painful. And I think he will do quite a number over to Zac. And good iframe. Seiji misses the flicker plus stop combination. Insanity looks up for the final slash. Didn't do too much at this point in time, but Yuda takes the front line. Lawsy misses out and did not hit down when it comes out to the wild charge. But that is still more than enough for them to pick up 2 kills for themselves.
Oh man, Kingdom Esports, beautiful positioning there. Ignite Gaming, and I thought they can manage to take a counter attack, but it is actually Kingdom Esports turning the tables around. It is incredible here and how they may manage to take away those positions coming from the side of Ignite Gaming. Lolzy here spearheading this push already here into the bot side.
As now Ignite Gaming is starting to slowly losing out real estate. They do not have the purple buff for themselves. And with Lancelot losing that out, is going to take a real difficulty. Or rather, it's going to be real difficult for the Lancelot to do anything from this point on.
Bottom side. It is now going to be difficult indeed for the side of Ignite Gaming here. Plus, the Lord has been taken into the favor of Kingdom Esports. Remember, 3 marksmen here. This is a draft lineup coming in from Kingdom Esports here. They have the advantage when it comes to the later stages of the game. Ignite Gaming must find a loophole here. How they'll be able to go for the kills.
CG, it's not that easy for him to go down. He's relatively tanky at this point in time, so he's not too afraid. This is a very divey lineup from Ignite, but so far, they haven't exactly committed themselves into a full-fledged fight just yet. Yeah. And I can totally understand that, because they don't actually have enough damage.
Exactly, damage is not there. Yes, they are very tanky, heavily sustained, but without those kills, they cannot manage to stop Kingdom Esports, especially now the siege is upcoming on the bottom side of the map. Outer turret's gone. Here comes the siege. Ignite Gaming, prepare to brace.
The Lord now prances down the bottom lane with the spiraling trident, knocking down the T3 turret. The Lord slowly marches his way into Ignite Gaming's homes. This will buy enough time for the mid wave to push right in. Traction Pulse did land, but it is more of a zoning tool in order to get a little bit more push down in the middle. However, Ignite Gaming, they managed to clear out the wave in the middle line within no time at all.
Oh man, Abstract, they cannot do anything there. I mean, the Lord was just really pushing on the bot side. They must find a way. Again, we have mentioned, when it comes to 5v5 fights, they have so many AoE's capability here. They have to rely so much for Zac to go for the kill potential. But then, this is upcoming siege once again on the top side.
The wave clearly strong, though, but that is going to be a 4-man coming in from Ignite Gaming as it prances right in the face of Kingdom. They want to get more blood as they smell blood in the water. Seiji moves on forward, wait on the dragon, connects out of the yard. However, he finds himself losing his health, picking up on a double for Yawn.
Wow, what a beautiful Throne of Ruin initiation coming in from Utah there. That was incredible on his Alice. And that was a surprise. Also, skirmish play coming in from Ignite. That is the best you can do in that sequence already against Kingdom Esports. But then again, much of the teammates here for the side of Kingdom Esports managed to go back away. So this is still a threat coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming. There's still hope here, but at this moment in time, they still need to double down here for the finishing blow. Zac is one. Who else needs to step up? Blade is here as well.
Good defense coming from Ignite. Even though they are 7,300 gold down from Kingdom, they can still slowly scale their way through because it is still a slightly assassin-style kind of gameplay with the Lancelot and to a certain extent having that show as well.
Correct.
However, I think that stickiness is a problem for Ignite. They can't stick in the fight for long enough, except for the Alice. Alice is the only one that can really just stick around in the fight. But with all these passive damage coming in from Kingdom because of the presence of triple marksman, skills on cooldown is actually not going to be a problem at all, while it is the case for Ignite.
Yes, which is why all of their ultimates, the execution and how they're going to go for this high ground defense is very crucial right now. Now this is an Evolved Lord that we're looking here on the bottom side of the map. Now Kingdom Esports, we've seen that skirmish play, the defense coming in from Ignite. Will they be able to do it again? Oh no! Seiji has been caught.
The thing is, it's gonna be too big of a problem, as it shouldn't post right out of there. Remember, Ignite have got a timer in team fights, and they need to get a good fight. So it's all up to Lolzy to disengage the fight properly in order to waste some of these resources from Ignite Gaming as they manage to find something on the Rapidud. As Blade opens up the RWM, the rest of the members coming from the side of Ignite Gaming just gonna be putting themselves right in the face and onto the back of Kingdom Esports as well. They now will deal with the Lord, with the core currently down to half HP. Yon takes out a kill onto Seiji. One of the main damage dealers is already gone as the Nature's Barrier pops on right in front of Yuda, allowing Yon to pick up yet another one. Double kill, credited over to them, while Zach pushes himself all the way to the back. Zach! He finds himself with a double, and that's single-handedly defended against the push of Kingdom Esports.
Wow, another defense here for Ignite Gaming. All is not lost. However, Kingdom Esports managed to pierce through, taking that inhibitor turret onto the mid. Still, Ignite Gaming holding their ground so far here into the game, 15-minute mark. Seiji is one of the main damage dealers right now for the side of Ignite Gaming. And it is going to be a great combination coming in from the Lancelot as well. OMG. Kingdom Esports. They need that Lord. They cannot do recklessly here, go for the siege without that Lord help. And now Ignite Gaming, will they be able to bounce back here in this game? That is the big question here. But so far when it comes to map control, Kingdom Esports still in the upper hand.
It's going to be tough for Kingdom Esports to just end the game like that. As you can see, Ignite Gaming, they did whatever they could. And that defense was impeccable.
Lolzy
walks right into the brush. Finds himself already down to a low amount of HP. The wild charge gets him right out of dodge. He does have the immortality saved. So that engagement from Ignite was, of course, a success, but only to a certain extent.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming, one of the disadvantage right now, as you can see at the status of the game, is the map pressure. The lane pressure in the mid, in the bots. Oh, they're looking for a fight?
Wait, the final slash was actually used to clear waves. So the Insanity, and they don't have anything that they can work with. Grant picks up a kill on the Seiji, moves on to the next one, and Rapidu loses immortality. As such, Yuda dives himself right in the face of Kingdom, hoping that he will be able to buy a little bit more time. But that did not work out at all. While Kingdom Esports now prancing themselves right in the face of Ignite, knocking on to the very soul of Ignite. They close themselves and knocks onto the door, onto the core. They have a couple of creeps that allows them to end the game, and that they will do.
They don't need the Lord anymore here with that pickoff against Seiji. Rapidud as well falling down, caught off guard. And that was the moment Kingdom Esports needed to seal the deal.
So the narrative still played out well for Kingdom Esports, as they have notably always been winning their first game.
Yeah, you mentioned that, 100%.
Yes, almost 100%, I would like to believe. But that's the caveat. Game number 2 is where they start to struggle.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't know why.
Now, this is one of the things right now we're going to look at, Abstract consistency. If they'll be able to seal this series right now, here and then, against the side of Ignite Gaming, that is going to be the big question here. But the performance that they have shown right now here is pretty good. They're here really shaped very well, ready to lock into this playoffs here. However, Ignite Gaming on the other side, okay, one thing lacks: damage. Sustain, yes. We have seen that one, but damage-wise, still lacking. They had to rely so much for Zach on that moment.
And as much as possible, they are kind of a divey composition as well, right? They want to dive. They want to dive. They want to throw the Cho in, with the dragon, pull someone completely out of the question. But that's grog. That's a grog.
I think Brock is the hero of the series. Game 1 still is now game 2 as well. But then again, here's our MVP of the game. It is none other than FMM on the Kimi. Man, mid lane priority, it is one of the things here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Incredible damage, performance rather, kill participation here, 100%. It means only one thing, that he is present all of the team fights.
5 kills, 10 assists. You can't start a fight without FMM.
Yep.
And it makes sense, right? The mid laner with the crazy amount of, I would say, participation, with great amount of influence throughout the entirety of the map, with a total of 11,000 gold in favor for FMM. This triple marksman lineup pretty much tells the tale that of what we wanted to hear.
Yeah, man, this is just insane coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports, and I thought that they needed so much time to scale. Well, we reached 16 minutes, to be fair. But then again, they have secured the map control already less than 14 minutes, less than 30 minutes here against the side of Ignite Gaming. And now on the other side, they have so many utilities here for the side of Ignite Gaming. But then again, Zach can do so much. We have seen, of course, Seiji trying to wrap up the damage as well. As you can see, he has the War Axe, he has a Malefic Gun here as well. Endless battle. But surprisingly, not a single kill here into his KDA.
So it didn't really quite work out too well for them. And I find that to be kind of unfortunate, because this is a triple marksman game. You have 3 targets that you can realistically be able to catch, right?
Squishy targets.
Squishy targets.
Yep.
You can, of course, find it a little bit difficult to catch on the FMM purely because of the Purify, but catching on the Grunt is not exactly an out of a question kind of thing. Or perhaps even Yawn. The only problem is that they have got mobility skills, right?
Yep.
They still have mobility skills, they can kind of dash out of the way. So if there's anything that is very, I would say, it's too easy to expect, then I don't expect SAG will be able to get a nice kick through.
We've seen that one. But, man, what a great play, rather, for the side of Ignite Gaming. The combo wombo that we have seen so far. Throne of Ruin with a follow-up here with Blade on his RWM. Fortunately, man, it was already in the later stages of the game here. The itemization is already here for the side of the triple marksmen coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports. Now, the question is, will they be able to seal the deal? You mentioned, of course, they always win the first game.
Always.
Always win the first game.
Like maybe like 90% or something.
But still, it only shows here that when it comes to the opening of the series matches here, it's always going to be locked and loaded Kingdom Esports. Now, they need that ammo, they need that bullet once again here for the game 2. And Ignite Gaming, we don't want to discount them here. They're number 3 on the regular season on the standings there.
Yep.
One of the passionate teams as well. Now, speaking of which, this is the final ignition that we have just saying a while ago. Hopefully, their fuel is still there yet. I mean, they still have the burn to move forward here against the side of Kingdom Esports.
I want to know whether they need more petroleum. We're just gonna juice them up a little bit, pull them off into a gas station, and just gotta, hey, come on, guys, you guys can do it, right? It's just one game, right? However, this one game is also a very high-stakes game, because they are just one match away from being eliminated out of MPL SG Season 10.
Oh, as you can see here, but so far right now, Ignite Gaming, when it comes to the head-to-head stats here, Total Turtle, actually, as you can see, Ignite Gaming is more on the objective side. But so far right now, Kingdom Esports here doesn't really have... Oh, okay, we had a switch. We had a switch right now here. It is actually, when it comes to average kills here, assists, Ignite Gaming is the aggressive team. But so far, Kingdom Esports, to be fair, it's a late game draft that we've witnessed so far, but so far they have really take that into consideration. They know their victory conditions. Ignite Gaming trying to make it slowly, but so far with this map control against them, it's really difficult for them to come back.
Yeah, so at least when it comes down to Kingdom, they definitely do have got a lot more objectives taken because of the fact that they played more games. Having the fact that they're gonna have to go to the technically, well, the last chance qualifiers, right? The challengers stage.
Okay, to be fair,
it is slightly bloated. only for the total turrets, total turtle, total lord takes. So in most cases, KDA, average assists, average kills, average gold, more or less tells a easier story.
Actually, pretty much even.
Pretty even, with Ignite Gaming having a little bit more on that context.
So far right now on the game one that we witness here, Kingdom Esports totally having the upper hand here. They played slow compared to our first series. It's really aggressive, but this time around, it's totally trying to grind their way into the final stages of the game, having triple marksman here. After, do you expect another triple marksman here from the side of Kingdom Esports?
I mean, that's the say where if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. Same as Stallions SG.
Yeah. Yes.
Same playstyle.
Same playstyle.
Very effective.
Same way all the way through, right?
Correct.
Ultimately, I think that this is kind of like a trial and error kind of situation for Ignite Gaming. I would want to see them trust their gut, right? Because some of these players are actually very renowned players, and they have went through some veterancy. They have played seasons after seasons. Yuda has been in the XP lane for a long while. Seiji has came in for a couple of seasons back already. Rapidut played a very good roam position in the previous seasons. In fact, with the fact that they are currently in their lifeline, the fact that this upcoming match is actually gonna be match point, will we see the Rapidut Franco?
Oh yes. The Franco, indeed. That's why. Speaking of which, I want Rapidut to have an aggressive, not utility roamer here. I expect him to go for the Grok, to go for that Franco that we have mentioned, to go for this heavy. Also, the Matilda. Also, he's pretty good in Matilda. Last time that we have witnessed him playing that hero. So far, having the high lows. Yep, pretty much saves everyone here, but can do only so much here to have it sustain. I want him to be very aggressive this time around against Kingdom Esports.
As we slowly move on over to the drafting stage. Once again, it's going to be a head-to-head battle between LY4 as well as the coaches and analysts of Kingdom Esports.
And Luck, is it time to show that secret technique, hidden power rather, coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports? This is it. One game away to go for the semifinals match here. However, Ignite Gaming on the other side, they still have a chance to climb their way through. Oh man.
I just want to know. I just want to know if whether is the Lucky Chum gonna snuff out the fire? That's the main thing I want to know. Is the Lucky Chum stronger? Or is the burning flames of incineration too strong for a Lucky Charm to be able to power through?
Let's see who's the longest buff duration here between the two. Ignition or the Luck, coming in from Ignite Gaming and Kingdom Esports respectively here. One game away between these two teams. I'm not sure if this is going to be a first pick coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming. I'm actually prioritizing here for Rapidut's roam here. But usually Yisen Shin has been considered, especially in the first series, Yisen Shin has been considered as one of the priority picks here. So far right now, Kimi, we've seen from FMM, they are doubling down here in the middle lane.
Now, I definitely agree that I want to see that priority over to Rapidut's picks. However, I don't think it will be B1 or R1, R2. So, yeah, B2, B3 or R3 would be my pick. Don't leave it over to second phase, because I think that the Franco can be banned quite easily the moment that the situation calls for it.
Agree. Now here, Kingdom Esports. Wow, I cannot manage in how the pressure coming in from this team, going from the Challenger qualifiers, from the seeded team going down to the Challenger qualifiers, now here in the playoffs once again.
Indeed.
You mentioned, of course, many games. They have played so many games already. Is it draining from them? But so far, looking on that first game, they are hyped and ready here.
Honestly, the one thing that we need to remember as well is the fact that Ignite Gaming, in their time against Kingdom Esports, during week 2, day 2, Ignite Gaming won against Kingdom Esports in a 2-1 fashion. We need to really remember that. Week 2, day 2. So we definitely did mention about the fact that Ignite versus Kingdom. Kingdom will win game 1. And indeed, that was the case. But Ignite Gaming, they come back. They come back in game 2 and game 3.
Oh, are we expecting the same story here? But then again, that was the regular season. This is now the playoffs. Elimination match. So far here, looking onto the faces of Kingdom Esports, pretty much chill. I do believe they are locked and ready here against the side of Ignite Gaming. So far, Ignite Gaming, Abstract here, the utility lineup, the tankiness, they have to rely so much for Zac. Becomes so one-dimensional, actually. They need to win major team fights. Again, you rely so much on the utility. Once those utilities, those ultimates rather, and in the cooldown, really difficult for them to actually bounce back.
I would definitely agree with that, right? I think that in the early stages of the game, having the Way of the Dragon is definitely good for the rest of the team. It doesn't have to rely on to Lancelot all too much. But in the late stages of the game, I think that is a very good utility to have. But that will be too much chaos for a Lancelot. Lancelot will have too much to kind of deal with. You're going to have to work for macro. You're going to have to look at the objectives of the game, Lord and Turtle alike. And you also have to look out for if whether my Cho actually went in or not.
Exactly, too much to handle for Zac alone. But this time around here, in a match point game between Kingdom Esports and Ignite Gaming, Ignite Esports still will be on the first priority pick. So are they going to ban the Kimmy this time around, or it will be open once again? And we have seen, of course, in the first game, FMM chose to have the Kimmy on the first priority pick against the side of Ignite Gaming. So far here, Baksha has been taken down. Is it going to be a Kimmy once again here for the side of Kingdom Esports? That is going to be the question. Yes, and Shin has not been banned as well.
Reporting for duty.
Kimmy indeed.
Your team is picking.
It's still going to be a Kimmy. KE, they put a lot of emphasis and priority onto that Kimmy. But that also means that the Yushin is available for IG to pick up.
Grok as well. I'm looking forward for the Grok as well here for Rapidu. If they are going to go for a Grok and the Yes and Shin here, man, early game also is incredibly good here for the side of IG. So far right now, let's see.
It feels as though they're kind of forced into that Grok. But it's not a bad thing per se. I would say that picking up a Grok for themselves is still good. As much as I want to see the Franco onto Rapidu. But I think that they are forced into that hand. If you don't pick up the Grok, they will pick it.
Oh, there you go. Speaking of which, it is now going to be a Grok here for the side of IG. Lancelot, however, it's going to be a priority here for Zac. Man, Zac's Lancelot in the first game, man, not too shabby here. He's pretty good, showing pretty good performance there. It will be taken in, but of course, Kingdom Esports have a chance to take that shit themselves, but instead, a Hayabusa and a Hylos.
There we go. This time, the Hylos was not stolen away in some sense. Okay, it's not say stolen away. It's completely different. Because in the previous game, the Kimmy was going to the side of Kingdom, yes, and then... Oh, no, wait, Hylos was stolen away by Ignite. So this time, so this time, Kingdom actually picked up the Hylos for themselves. So that worked out. That worked out great.
There's a switch of heroes between these two roamers here. Lalsi this time around going to be on the Hylos and Rapidu here on the Grok. Now the Eve as well, double down. Wait, Abstract, are we seeing 100% Eve pick here so far?
I would think so. I think so, yeah. It's 100% pick for today.
Yeah, this is really high priority as well, especially in the second phase of the drafts here. Now, Ignite Gaming, they have the power already in the early stage of the game. So we have seen incredibly good grab performances here and how it controls the aggressiveness in the evasion as well across the map. So dangerous grasp, remember, ladies and gentlemen, here in our game 2. Advantage as well here for those surprises across the map here, especially for the side of IG.
Uranus is now taken out of the equation. So no more annoying Uranus, but there is still an Esmeralda that can potentially be picked out though. But the question, of course, if when the KE would even bother about that. At this point in time,
My kids.
No.
Your team
Oh.
will
It is going to be the Alice that's thrown away. Yuda did see some to a certain level of success from Yuda, but it's not a problem per se.
Actually, Harith is pretty much open as well, if I'm not mistaken here. Harith and the Eve combination is pretty good. We have seen the RWM and the Zaman Force can deal a lot of damage. So even though, of course, the Glorious Pathway is there, but with the combo coming in between these two, they can double down here with the Magic Burst.
Yeah,
so far here, on the other side though, Kingdom Esports, they had Hayabusa. Again, the pick of play is incredible, especially against the Eviers, just standing there once the ultimate been committed. But, you know, shields are there as well.
Oh, you are right, actually. With the fact that they picked up the Phobias, they are leaning over to the Harith. So, this is an area denial game from IG. This is a hands-down area denial game from IG. So, it kind of forces Kingdom to want to play that Harith. Right? But this is a lot of area denial from IG even for themselves. So, even if the Zaman Force is dropped out from KE, like if they want to steal it, I think that is only going to be a bait. So they need an answer.
There you go.
The answer is going to be that Ruby.
Yep. And Esmeralda as well. If the Harith has been picked, so Esmeralda is pretty good matchup as well. So will this be our prediction here, Abstract? Will this be a Harith pick coming in from RG? Or they're going to go for traditional marksman here to scale their game, have DPS damage instead? But so far, Kingdom Esports knows about this one, very much prepared for this Esmeralda pick as well.
I think they have to. They definitely have to. Yeah. So Harith played out. This is quite literally a very good lineup that allows IG to unlock Seiji and be able to pop off the Zaman Force and the Chrono Dashes for days. Even though KE have got answers coming in from actually quite a lot of stuff, right? Even when it comes down to the Falling Star Moon, it could be the entire kit of Ruby. It could even, when it comes down to FMM, that just shoots a rocket right in your face. It's kind of tough to tell how the team fight is going to be unless we look at the gold from both teams.
Now, speaking of which, yes, really difficult, but now for Ignite Gaming, I can see that these are their comfort picks. Remember, of course, Rapidut was in the high-lows here. I do believe Rapidut really shines for those aggressive roams. Now you have the Grok. And now Seiji was a little bit somehow cheeky on the Cho pick. Now you have Harith with his very staple in the gold lane. So Ignite Gaming here, having this lineup right now, it's much easier to navigate, to use, compared to their draft on the first game.
Honestly, I really like the lineup that Ignite has gotten for themselves. I think this is a lot easier draft as compared to the previous game. This game is more of drop ultimate, play for area, zone people away. Anyone that comes in, kill them. Anyone that runs away, let them be. Because we won in the area, we won in the objective, we'll take the objective.
Oh man, this is it. Match point game, one game away here for the side of Kingdom Esports to move forward, but Ignite Gaming with their draft, with the comfort picks. It is going to be a big challenge indeed for the side of Kingdom Esports to seal the deal, and now Little Wanderer will be the priority here. And it will be taken here for the side of Kingdom Esports this time around, and I do love how both teams here rotate for those objective games.
I think shouldn't be too big of a problem in this early start. There are definitely some aggressiveness from Ignite that they are trying to put out. However, this is not exactly a very early game draft from both teams, so I would appreciate a little bit of back and forth from both.
And I thought this Ruby will be actually on the EXP and the Esmeralda on the gold, but then again, still this is going to be a matchup here. Ignite Gaming right now, looking forward if they be able to bounce back here. Again, you've mentioned, of course, their draft right now is much easier compared to the game one, and I do agree with that one, Abstract. Now, all is kind of slow compared to the first game. And again, Ignite Gaming, they have to rely so much on those ultimates here. Same thing for Kingdom Esports. So both teams here trying to take their time for that power spike to gain. And now level 4 already here for the side of Insanity. They have now the ultimates really needed here later for those turtle takedown.
Turtle currently popping out at the bottom. We've got Lolzy that is just going to be opening up the map just a tad little bit. They managed to find exactly where Zack is. Insanity have also found himself right at the bottom, right where the turtle is. Everyone is more or less showing themselves except for the top lane, gold lane. They're going to be playing for themselves. In the meantime, Yuta doesn't have a lot of HP left, going in for more and more demonic forces right into the face of Lolzy. And Lolzy, he does have a couple of healing potentials, so he's going to be safe and sound at least for now. But a good route down onto Rapidud, but not quite enough to take him down just yet. As a Phantom Execution from Zack pulls him right out of the fight, while Kingdom Esports gets the turtle.
Wow, beautiful. Of course, Kingdom Esports play here, just zoning away Ignite Gaming. But of course, give credit also to Ignite Gaming to scarcely, of course, escape on that skirmish play here. So far, no deaths whatsoever. So it is very important as well for both teams here to secure the first blood into this game.
That's a three-man that's going to be slamming themselves right into the face of Lolzy. And even when it comes down to Wall Charge, that's a lot of HP that dropped onto him, allowing Blade to draw first blood.
That is indeed a first blood here, but they are now giving Grant here the gold onto the top side. Now response coming in from Ignite Gaming at this moment in time. But look at here, the Esmeralda way off here. Trying to cut the waves and now going to go for the rotate. You can really tell here that Kingdom Esports are looking for a play.
There's still going to be a standoff between these two teams. Do note that none of these players and none of these heroes have got any form of power spike just yet. It will be a long, grueling team fight if we ever get into one. But for now, we want to look out for the junglers. They are the one with the highest kill pressure per se, with the Hayabusa and the Lancelot.
Yeah, slow-paced game so far right now. Taking their time here. And 35 seconds until the next objective will spawn in the game. And Hunger Strike already here. The side of Yon now. They have the damage. They have the penetration. Kingdom Esports looking for a play here. And let's see if they are going to be successful into the dive. Ultimate has been used here.
But it doesn't seem like it managed to pay any much dividends for either one of these teams. Once again, back to the standoff.
Yeah.
And they're just wanting to get themselves some of these river control, but not much damage for them to realistically be able to really establish the control. The bottom lane, or rather the turtle, is about to come out though. So that should spur on some trouble. And it should encourage some of these unwanted fights.
Speaking of which, this is actually a fight that both teams want here. Oh, real manipulation has been used.
As Lolzy is going to be opening things up, the wall charge lands onto Lolzy. All the way to the back line, Zack was hoping they will be able to land on something, but in the meantime, that is going to be the demonic forces that's just going to happen over and over again, allowing Yon to pick up the first kill. Two-person right in the midst of everything as the comeback Wolf King connects up to two, allowing Kingdom to get a total of 3 kills in that fight without losing anyone. This spurs on for Kingdom to run right into the face of Ignite, pushes Seiji further on backwards.
Wow, perfect. I am offended there. Caught 2 against the side of Ignite Gaming and pushes through as well on the pressure against the side of Ignite Gaming. This is really indeed great for Kingdom Esports to set the tone in the early stages of the game. And look at how they rotate here. The gold lane coming in from Kingdom Esports top into the turtle fights. Perfect timing plus a bonus on the bottom lane outer chart as well. Wow, they are in sync here when it comes to objectives.
We're back again onto the stalemate. Even though Kingdom Esports have won the previous fight, and they managed to snag a 2400 gold lead, but they didn't win in any form of objectives as of yet. The top lane T1 is still there, middle lane T1 is still there. The only thing that is realistically working out for Kingdom is that they have two turtles and a single turret down in the bottom.
Now, another turret on the top as well.
That's
oh, man.
Good, but why didn't Ignite have any form of defense up in the top lane?
Exactly. Good question. That's right. Why? And now Ignite Gaming here, they want to double down to go for a skirmish play instead. But is this really worth it here? Kingdom Esports slowly but surely here, securing the map control. Lolzy drop here, but still too tanky here at this moment.
This is a very unfortunate macro game from Ignite. They spent a lot of time dealing with Lolzy, which has a very thick amount of HP, right? So he effectively just wasted, I think, 20 seconds of the farming time of Seiji. And and during that time, the Ruby is just all the way up the top lane.
Yeah.
Yon was farming as well. So pause 1 versus pause 1 style, Ignite is definitely slower. We were looking at 2300 gold advantage for Kingdom. Now it has increased by 3000 just from a single standstill from Hylos.
Even though they don't have so much skills here, again, objective is still one of the key things to win the game. And Kingdom Esports is leaning forward into that victory condition. And now Ignite Gaming, their call is usually here to go for a team fight, but then they have to look out for the map pressure as well. The only thing that they can go here to respond on this lane pressure is none other than Zach. But look at this one again, another defenseless
uncontested
lane.
Objective down in the bottom lane T2.
Oh my, poor Frog.
Poor Gamambuta. But to be fair though, I can understand that Ignite Gaming wants to put a lot of priority in the middle lane T1. They understand that they really need that purple buff to enable the Lancelot. So they put most of their resources down in the middle lane. They may lose a couple of T2s. That T2, actually, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter. But what matters is the fact that they managed to find a kill down on over to Lolzy. Extended their gameplay time in the middle lane for a tad bit longer now.
Okay, Lolzy has been taken down, but still, it is going to be Kingdom Esports. Sacrifice they're willing to take here. Map control is in their favor right now, even though they are short in numbers. Look at how they are responding here for the rotations coming in from Ignite Gaming. Still, they doesn't care here. Ignite Gaming here become reactive already for this aggressiveness coming in from Kingdom Esports. Now the top, the bottom. Still, even though the mid lane charge is still standing, they have to look out this lane pressure on both sides.
4 men hunkering down in the middle lane. Ignite definitely knows what they're defending for.
Lolzy again.
He got singled out, but it doesn't really quite matter for now because Kingdom Esports, they're going to be fighting back. They managed to land a traction pulse. It pulls Ignite Gaming into uncharted waters for now, but doesn't matter too much as they're still relatively tanky.
And it is going to be difficult indeed for the side of Ignite Gaming. We are seeing here that Zach is forced to create the lane, and now he is going to go back here. Again, Hayabusa, so much mobility here. We've seen also Esmeralda trying to go for a pressure on the bot side. And Ignite Gaming, they cannot afford to lose another outer turret here. They are double down with their defense in the middle lane. The Lao of the Lord is now spawning here into the pits. This is the question, will they be able to go for the Lord Dance this time around? They are pretty much ready. They have the blue buff. And this is going to be now the position very crucial for both teams. Rapidudes. I'm expecting, of course, here to set the tempo, but look at the damage!
The damage is going to be landed right down on Zach as well as Blade. Not a good start to this upcoming objective fight. What Insanity jumps all over to the back, hoping they will be able to get a kill on Blade, but never mind! Rapidude! He did manage to land with a wild charge in order to extend the timer on the Blade, ensuring that he stays alive. Yuda throws his body in order for the rest of Ignite Gaming to stay alive. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
2-for-1 trade plus the mid turret plus the Lord here. Still Kingdom Esports gains much on that skirmish play. Ignite Gaming, it's really difficult here. I can see somehow the pressure building up here, Abstract.
It's gotta be that bruising that Yon did. Just touching onto 2, putting Zach as well as the Yi in such a difficult spot. Blade did stay alive throughout all of that, but the main thing is taking Blade and Zach out of the team fight. At that point in time, it really didn't even matter if they killed Zach or killed Blade or not. The fact is, they won in that team fight. They managed and forced Blade and Zach back home. It is essentially a free Lord.
Yeah, and a free turret as well here in the middle lane. Now it is going to be marching through as well here at the bottom side of the map. Ignite Gaming. Again, on the draft here, we mentioned, of course, the Grok, the Harith. Early game domination is in their favor, but Yuda has been caught here as well. Now the pressure in the middle lane.
Yuda almost down, but Yon did not execute onto the Oogie Shadow kill onto Yuda just yet, reserving that for a tad little bit. At this point in time, Ignite have yet to really play a flawless team fight.
Yeah. We haven't seen that synergy, Abstract.
Not quite yet, but it's about time with a 2-man knockup, but no follow-ups per se. They, from the side of Ignite, they are still playing very, very careful. They know that with a Lord marching in, they need to reserve some of their utilities and some of their power in order to really do something. As the Zaman Force is going to be dropped, he wants to focus on FMM, and indeed he will. But at almost the cost of losing his own life, he's still alive until now. Grant brings him down. The rest of the members of Kingdom Esports rushes himself right in the face of Ignite. It splits the fight into two. Zack gets a kill down on the Yon. It repels the members of the Kingdom as they are trying to do their best, while Grant follows through with the comeback Wolf King as well. As I'm offended, he continues to stays himself right onto this fight. Zack finally brings Grant down to Saturday, the next one onto the chopping block. Ignite effectively dispatched 4.
Man, what a long team fight here, and it was really taking time for Ignite Gaming to defend their base. Kingdom Esports here, even though of course they have been eliminated on the siege, the inhibitor charge here very low already. Still, it is going to be Kingdom Esports here having the upper hand. Ignite Gaming, they need those team fight wins. Now, this is going to be their chance here to go for objective gaming. Now, they have managed to take down other tires on the bottom side. We are now looking here for Ignite Gaming trying to bounce back into the game. Kingdom Esports managed to pierce through here, but this time around, Lord will respawn under 10 seconds. Very important objectives here for both teams.
If Ignite Gaming were to take up this Lord, it will help them to balance things out just a tad bit. While in the meantime, if Kingdom Esports were to take this Lord, then all of the T3 turrets of Ignite Gaming will be in shambles.
For sure.
While Lolzy opens up the carpet, they were trying to look for an opportunity on Ignite. But a great retreat from Ignite disengages them from the battle before even getting caught. That's some of the ultimate utilities that Kingdom have lost, while Ignite Gaming, they still reserve many.
Yeah, correct. I think this is the perfect time here to force this Lord fight here, but they are being careful at this moment here. You know, the ultimates are in the cooldown. This is the perfect timing here for Ignite Gaming to force this Lord dance.
As the Lord pulls out the rest of the members from Kingdom, and there's Rapitude with one man knock up. It's just going to be focusing onto the front lines as much as possible. While Insanity focusing onto the back. Blade doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but the Nation's Prayer is just going to be concentrating onto that fight. We're going to be looking at Sage. He doesn't have the Summon Force to transition away and ensuring that he wants to run away, but Insanity not going to allow him to do that. The main thing right now, we look at Yuda. He's still in the mix of all the battle, hoping he will be able to get a kill on FMF, but he wasn't able to follow up through. While FMF brings him down to the grave, while Grunt follows through in the hopes that he will be able to stop Ignite from going back home.
No way! The sustain coming in from Kingdom Esports, and I thought that was the perfect time for Ignite Gaming to win the skirmish play. They want to end this!
Down the glorious pathway, right in the face of Blade. Lolzy may lose his health, but that is all about the immortality. With the first man down to Rapitude, the next one coming in, over to Yves, leaving Zack all alone as it's defended in uncharted territory.
Lolzy is still here. The buff duration continues. Kingdom Esports moves forward into the playoffs.
Kingdom Esports have broke their own curse of losing game 2s. It is quite something to watch.
Oh man, different when it comes to playoffs here. The curse is broken, Abstract. It's not going to be game 1 only anymore. It's a sweep. And now Kingdom Esports here proving their way to continue into the next stage of the playoffs. And they are going to fight later on Flash SG.
The Kingdom has unfortunately snuffed out the ignited flames, the torch of the century coming in from Ignite Gaming. And unfortunately, their journey has now come to the end here in MPL SG Season 10. As much as possible, we will love to see them back at MPL SG Season 11 again through the Challenger qualifiers.
Well, literally, that was the final ignition.
That was the final ignition.
The final ignition, indeed. And Kingdom Esports here now going to continue moving forward into the tournament. And unfortunately, of course, it is the end for Ignite Gaming. Even though they have the Grok, they have the Harith, they have the comfort picks already here. Kingdom Esports proves themselves to be the better team here. And now, exciting part is now going to commence here, Abstract. It is now the semifinals match we are going to look forward later on.
Yep, the upper bracket semifinals is now part of the double elimination bracket. The end of this upper bracket semifinals, we will see the two competitors in the upper bracket grand finals, and that means that it moves on to the next, which is the tournament grand finals after.
Oh my, very exciting here. But again, we have to recap of what we have seen a while ago. It is really great for Kingdom Esports to show their finesse. And speaking of finesse, FMM here on the mid. We have talked about this guy. The moment he joined against Season 10, another role. He managed to secure it now MVP on the Kimi here. He's everywhere. He's on the roam. He's on the gold now in the middle lane, still performing very well. He's well-rounded as an esports player here. FMM on the Kimi once again. 417 on the KDA. His kill participation again just skyrocketed here when it comes to percentage. He's everywhere. He's always present when it comes to a team fight. And now FMM here, the rest of Kingdom Esports moving forward again. This is incredibly good. So far, the series one that we have witnessed, quick, fast-paced. But here in the second series, methodical here.
It's Mage Day.
Mage Day.
It's Mage Day.
Eve and now
Eve and then Kimi. Yeah. In fact, it's double Eve and double Kimi. All of the MVPs are credited over to the Mage, which really is a testament to how much influence a Mage plays, or rather the mid laner plays in a game.
Yeah, we have to look out for that one. And now here is the game stats that we have witnessed a while ago. Right now, FMM proved himself here. That is going to be a Mr. Shop. They want to have the great itemization in the early stage of game. Lolsey, however, of course, you have mentioned he has many deaths. But then again, that is his role. He is the sustain guy here for the side of Kingdom Esports. But on the other side, though, Rapid, I expected him actually to be very aggressive here. But it's not going to be easy as well to burst through against Kingdom Esports. Blade did pretty well also on that Eve. But then again, it falls short here to this moment. Zach did his best on Lancelot here, damage-wise, but it's still falls short here when it comes to the stats against the side of Kingdom Esports.
I gotta have to say though, as much as possible, Ignite Gaming, they played their hearts out. Their defense was impeccable, but of course there are some mistakes that were made that had to put them in a really tough spot by the end of the day. I gotta have to give it to them. They did what they could. They understood their power spikes. They understood when is the vital time for them to fight, right? Early game, not much of that because they know they need to cook. They need to let Seiji cook. And they fought when Seiji is ready, right? Divine Glaive, Feather of Heaven, Starlim Scythe, Holy Crystal, all that is necessary.
Yeah, but that during that last skirmish play, I wasn't expecting Kingdom Esports to survive. There no casualties in that engagement, and that was really the dagger in that game right now against the side of Ignite Gaming. So Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, it falls short, unfortunately, here, as you can see, when it comes to objectives here. Big factor as well. It was also the storyline on the first series here. He who controls the map early game controls the whole skirmish play, the whole game itself, actually. Kingdom Esports right now here did their best in that department. Even though we have seen a low-scoring game on the early to middle stage of the game, they have secured so much when it comes to start objective as well as turtle buffs.
Macro game was the name of the game for Kingdom Esports, right? We saw the amount of turrets that was taken away, or rather, the amount of turrets that Kingdom took away from Ignite. And unfortunately, some of these objectives, standing objectives, were literally, quite literally, given.
Yeah.
I didn't like the sound of that, despite the fact that they really prioritized the middle lane T1s. I think that is fair and understandable, but to just give it away and didn't try to either contest or to retake, do some trades, I find that to be a massive, massive pity.
Oh man. This is it. Let us, of course, recap the highlights there between these two teams. Kingdom Esports and Ignite Gaming for this series. As you can see here, the game one, it's just totally domination here coming aside with Kingdom Esports.
Oh, that was
the game.
yeah. That was
play.
That defense. a 3-man TOR followed into a 3-man wild charge.
Yep.
That was literally chef's kiss.
That was actually, I will put it one of the top plays in this day one here. In that gaming, one of their strengths actually is high ground defense.
Yeah.
And sustainability as well. The only thing is they could not finish Skirmish's play. They have been punished here. As you can see, Kingdom Esports managed to bounce back, even though a great defense coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming. But here in the game 2, Kingdom Esports here, methodological way, they are in for a great team fight. But so far, again, see Rapid doing his best as well to go for this team fight control. But then again, they don't have that follow-up when it comes to the damage.
Some of these team fight really help us to analyze and really look at things in a more micro point of view as to why certain players went down, why certain players didn't, and how it all went down all together, right? This kind of crazy how there's so many individual fights between each players and how they either number one overextend or how number two it just crumbled in the end.
We've seen the last skirmish play here. It just purely the how they disengage. For the side here of Kingdom Esports, no casualties whatsoever. That was a thing for Kingdom Esports advantage here, mechanically wise, against the side of Ignite Game.
Yep. Now, of course, with that said, that is the end of the series, and that is also the end of that first round, right? We are no longer into the elimination part.
Yep.
So we can all kind of take a chill pill a little bit, calm down a little bit. The stakes are no longer that high. Yes, it is still elimination to a certain extent, but there is a last chance in the form of double elimination. So any teams that were to lose from this point onwards, they still have got lower brackets to play it.
That's somehow the beauty of it, and having a double elimination. But of course, if you want really to have the upper hand, you go to win all the way here for all the series here. But again, for our first and second series, the next challenge is to go up against number 1 and number 2 teams.
Seeding.
Yeah, the seeding. You already tell the pressure there on the elimination match. Now you mentioned, of course, dice down, but again, it gives the pressure also to face the gauge your strength, rather, to face the top of the best rather teams here in MPL SG Season 10.
Yep. So if you guys just came onto the stream, here is a roundup as to what you can expect in the next 2 series. Okay. So for the first game that we're gonna watch right after the break, it is going to be Team Evil, top seed of the regular seasons, going up against Team Stallions SG.
Yep.
So that is grand finals worthy game, right? And the second game is Team Flash, reigning champions, going up against Kingdom Esports, one with that lucky charm. Of course, before we even jump over to those 2 series, we gotta wrap up the end of this part of the series. Throw the time over to Suki, as I believe that she has got something for us.
Yep.
Take it away, Suki.
All right, thank you Abstract and Deadeye for casting that game for us. Right now I have Lolzy, who is the roamer for Kingdom Esports. So how are you feeling?
I mean, yeah, it's been a rough run. We dropped down, throw too many games, and yeah, it was my first time experiencing this. Normally I always at the first for a regular season, so yeah, new experience. I think it's a good wake-up call. All of us trained hard for the 2 weeks, so we just hope my lucky star stays out. Because since season 2, I always get to the grand finals, so yeah.
That's true. Actually, you've been, I think, a stalwart in the MPL season in Singapore itself. And I think an interesting question that we have also is that, with the longer journey through the Challenger qualifiers and all that, and you now coming in here into the playoffs, have you changed your role in any way? Because previously you used to be more of the shot caller, even from the roam position. And is that still true now in Kingdom Esports?
I think it's kind of true, but for now, as you can see, my white hair all coming out. Now I need to draft, need to coach, need to do a lot of things. So, yeah, so this is what old man does. So sadly, need to analyze LY4, this kind, my good friends. Regular season only pull out Lunox. Now, I think 0 games, 0-2. Easy.
All right, you heard it here from Lawsy. So just one last thing. What do you want to shout out to your fans? I mean, you have been here so long. You have star players on your team as well. Anything you want to say to them before we let you go?
To all the fans and the young people out there, I mean, I think MPL SG is going in the correct direction. It's time to step up. People like me, JPL, or yeah, it's almost the end of our road. Yeah, so yeah, just keep supporting us. Thank you so much for all the fans. As you can see, Kingdom fan base is huge. First, I mean, I've been coming in from different teams, so this is my 3rd team. And yeah, continue watching MPL SG and supporting everyone. Yeah, cheers.
Okay, thank you so much, Lawsy. We are going to go for a quick break. The next game is going to be coming up. It's going to be Evil going up against Stallions SG. Once again, it is going to be a pretty crazy matchup. Very excited to see what's going to happen there. So come back soon. See you later.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
Merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
Wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MPL SG Season 10 Playoffs Day 1. We've had a couple of really crazy matches already, but before we get back into the action, let's just give a quick shout out to our sponsors. Of course, powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment, with our presenting partner IT, as well as our official gaming chair partner DX Racer, our official broadband partner MyRepublic, and of course our wonderful venue sponsor, which should be our official venue partner, will be Centrepoint. And I believe today actually we are going to have a very interesting game coming up now. It's going to be Evil going up against Stallions SG. Of course, we've seen Evil. They are going to be the top seed coming into this, but Stallions SG have had a 100% win rate so far. So who is really going to come out on top here and get onto the next stage? We'll have to see. But till now, we're going to hand it over to Abstract and Dead Eyes. Take it away, boys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and something smells fishy around here. I don't know what happened, but...
Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween, everyone!
Woo! All right.
I figured that after that play-ins where games was at stake, we had everything that was so tensed up. We sent 2 teams home. It's time to take a chill pill. Because now, there's no one that's going to be eliminated out of the competition. We take a chill pill, we rest, and we watch, and we enjoy. Because this upcoming game is going to be fun, like how fun I am right now.
Exactly. One of the perks when you're co-casting with my Lodi Abstract, ladies and gentlemen.
Bloop, bloop.
Bloop, bloop, indeed. And it is going to be very fishy in this upcoming series because we are now in the semifinals match here in our playoffs for MPL SG Season 10.
It's hot in here.
I know. It's okay. It's okay. It's one for the books.
One for the books.
And here we go. It is now, again, the top 1 seeded team here in our regular season. You know it is going to be Team Evil. Are you okay? That's right.
Yeah, I got to be professional. I got to be a professional fish.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Ah, since you're good.
Yeah.
It's actually not bad.
Yeah. As a professional fish, I shall say that in MPL SG Season 10, we have got very difficult games all the way through from the regular seasons all the way through until right now. Even though the stakes are slightly lower now, and even though we are looking at teams that would not be relegated or teams that will be eliminated, they are still on the way to play lesser games in some sense because they want to make it all the way through to upper bracket finals.
That is correct.
Which is technically the entire bracket semifinals.
Lesser games, but more pressure.
More pressure.
More pressure indeed. And now, again, as I mentioned a while ago, we are going to witness right now in the semifinals match here. It is going to be the top 1 seeded team that is going to be Team Evil versus this time around here with Team Stallions SG.
Yep. So, when it comes down to Stallion as well as and Evil, I gotta have to say that they were teammates and now they are rivals.
Oh, as you can see here, Sayla, Gear, in Season 8, part of RSG Singapore, and Roy, Bray, and Diablo since the beginning. They are the veterans, or maybe let us see the pioneers of RSG Singapore here up against the new gen of RSG Singapore. So now they are here up against each other, teammates to rivals. So this is more into a series match here, upper bracket semifinals. This is also a chance for them to actually compare their performance here and there.
Exactly. So it's also yet another point where it's a tough pill to chew once again. Sometimes you don't want to chew it, so you just swallow it, right? Gear and Sayla came in on Season 8, had the experience to play with Roy. But in the meantime, for Bray and Diablo, they were completely out for Season 8. So Roy is the one that has that bond, that friendship, where they tried everything that they could together in the name of RSGSG.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, not only teammates, the previous season also, they have also been up against each other. And now here we go, Abstract. We are now going to introduce, of course, our teams here. First, it is going to be the number 1 seeded team, Team Evil. Team Evil, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Gear here in the EXP, either on the jungle, Sayla on the mid, Van in the gold, and Powerful on the roam. Again, this is one of my favorite teams since Season 8. And now, again, the combination between Powerful and Sayla, the mid and roam duo, always very effective here when it comes to their rotations. And now Gear joining here again on the EXP this time around. It's going to be a team, rather, to be looking forward here.
When it comes down to Evil, they were in MPL SG for a long time. And the team, the community team that has been proving themselves year after year, seasons after seasons, they refuse to stop and they continue to have the resilience to improve, changing up their roster, but yet never changing their vision when they go for their run in MPL SG.
Wow, an inspiration indeed for those of upcoming and those who want to be a professional esports player here. Team Evil is one of the teams here that can prove you that it is indeed possible to reach those goals.
One of the most resilient teams that I absolutely respect all the way from all the seasons back, right? They are a team that has always stuck to their guns, played the game that they know best. Alas, it's not very it's not very similar to most of the other MPL SG teams, because most of the MPL SG teams plays a lot more on the macro sense, very similar to MPL PH, right? But for Evil, they play a lot more like MPL ID, a lot more micro mechanics, very exciting games where they just throw themselves over and over and over and over.
Oh, now this is going to be a head-to-head stats we are going to see here. As you can see, when it comes to objectives, right now, it is going to be Team Evil having the advantage here against the side of Team Stallions SG. So again, you mentioned, of course, when it comes to Turtle Lord, one of the factors is number of games played. So we are going to look out for this KDA here instead. Team Stallions SG, very consistent in their on their playstyle, being aggressive and having those skills in assist only shows here that they are going to control the game earlier and snowball from there until the end of the game.
And why we gotta have to talk about Team Stallions is, yes, they may have quite a bit of games down, but you gotta have to look out for their average kills, right? Every single game they have been aggressive. Every game they just look for kills over and over again, despite we're looking at a team such as Evil. They are one of the teams that dominantly look for kills. They're just fighting over and over and over again. And for Team Stallions to break that score, or rather to break that norm, it means a lot.
Yeah, it is. Also, we are to look out for the hero pool here. Again, the Grok, got a Katcha, especially for the roam here. BB, one of the most contested here in the game right now. And now let us see Team Stallions this time around. Here in the camera, as you can see, they're here waiting for the game to go right now. And I can see right now they are in lock and loaded faces here, Abstract. So far right now, Bray and Diablo on the front. I've been looking forward, especially for Bray, ever since started casting here Season 8. He was not there. Now this is the Season 10 now under the banner of Team Stallions SG. It's been pretty well. Again, you mentioned this one. Still very consistent as well, especially on his RSG Singapore days.
Yeah, so I gotta have to say that the team, we're literally looking at consistency going up against consistency. Two teams that have been known for their absolute consistency in many different ways, right? Be it their games, be it their runs. Evil have got time and time again finding themselves in runner-ups, first runner-ups, second runner-ups, you know. Even when it comes down to their very first time into MPL SG, found themselves in third runner-up already. It's kind of insane and kind of scary how we're looking at that. They have been hovering around that runner-up state for a long time now, and we want to see that changed.
Yeah, let us see.
With the random map draw, is going to go over to the broken walls. So, when it comes down to the broken walls, I gotta have to say that all in all, it is quality of life once again. You know, everything is always quality of life.
Quality of life?
Quality of life.
But no, we haven't seen the flying cloud, right?
It's not yet for today. Yeah, not yet of today.
So far, it's going to be Team Evil having the first priority pick here. And again, we have seen Usually, the Yisen Shin been picked. Also, on the previous series, it was the Kimi comfort pick here in the middle lane. Mid lane priority. But now, I'm looking forward again for the Grok picks. The aggressive play. Oh, will we be able to see the Martis once again coming in from Diablo? That was a cheeky pick. I didn't expect that one out of the AXP showing up here on the playoffs. But it is possible here. We have seen how aggressive Team Stallions are when it comes to controlling the tempo. So this could be it still for the side of Team Stallions here. If they want to be very aggressive, the Grok as well as the Martis combo here against the side of Team Evo.
Immortality?
So far, the bans are very, I would say, very expected. Nothing too out of the ordinary for now. With the CC, the Alice, I'm pretty sure that the Angela is going to be will not be seeing light in this case.
Three bans rather.
Yeah, 3 bans is always going to be that case. Yep. But all in all, Yi Sun Shin, Grok, all of these are currently still available. No one is gonna care. No one is gonna care about that Martis pickup from Diablo at this moment in time yet, until Diablo really shows that you better ban Martis kind of situation.
Yeah, speaking of Diablo, man, it's one of the games they are trying to ban Diablo's hero pool. So whenever you are against Diablo, you have to take out his comfort picks here. So far, again, as predicted, it is going to be Yisen Shin, the first priority pick. Now the question is, will they go for the Grok and Martis combo here once again for the side of Team Stallions? That is what they did actually on the first series. And now Angela is pretty much open. You mentioned, of course, usually is the Angela, Alice, and the CC bans from the side of Team Stallions. It's pretty much open here. Will they be able to commit this, though?
I don't think that we'll be expecting to see Angela first phase pick, at least for now. I don't see how they are going to be pivoting themselves to that kind of point of game just yet. Evo do have the opportunity to play an Angela mid though. So at least that is something that we can take into consideration. Sayla have been seen playing Angela a couple of times before. But that is not going to be the priority. Garakacha and Alot joins into the fray.
Now it is going to be an open also for the Eve. Usually we highlighted this one 100%. Eve has been one of the most picked. No, the 100% pick rather for the mage hero here for the rest of the series rather. And now Team Stallions, will they be able to ban this one out later on? But then again here, Grok, you can go for aggressive Assassin here. Hayabusa pretty much open here. Team Stallions is going to go for it. Instead, it is going to be a Joy.
Okay, so we've got Bray that is going to be rocking onto the Joy. Unfortunately, it's not Roy on Joy, because that will be a Joy. I'm sorry. But, you know, you get an idea. I'm so sorry, guys.
And now it's not gonna be Roy. It's not gonna be Joy for Roy. And then I doubled down on that one. Now Team Stallions is now gonna be on the banning phase here again. Angela is pretty much what usually they are going to ban this one out. Double down here. You mentioned, of course, it's possible also to be used in the middle lane, but instead it is going to be Choi. The Chow Choi. Choi. Did I say Choi? Chow.
It's a Choi, which is going to be a surprise to be Toy.
Yeah. Okay, and now it is going to be a Guinevere on the other side. Guinevere here being taken down.
Yeah.
Last ban.
Last ban. What is Stallions?
Middle lane, though.
Yes, that's the thing. Middle lane is still currently open.
Eve, Angela, you mentioned.
Yeah, but at this point in time, I don't really see the absolute need or the game-breaking part of Angela, at least for now. Yusujin is definitely going to go to the jungle, so we are taking away any possibility of Ling plus that Angela combinations.
Magic is my life.
I think it's fair to say we're removing Angela from this game. It's unbanned, unpicked.
Yep. Okay, it's not going to be considered here, but it is going to be Esmeralda will be taken down here. But then again, they have this already been banned here for the side of Team Stallions SG.
Yeah.
Now on their side lanes are actually lacking here for the side of Team Stallions.
Quite divey game for now.
It is. I
think that they're gonna have to pick up onto that gold laner first. They already kind of have that Kimi to not dive, so that is their backup marksman in this case. So putting Renza to be able to dive is understandably going to be good. I think that Lapu is a pretty decent choice here.
Correct. Lapu is pretty much open as well, so they need that additional crowd control for the hero as well.
I have lost.
There we go.
On the other side, Zushin is also pretty much open here. The Eve can also have a great synergy with that Garukacha as well, and the Arlet if they want to double down with that AoE team fight. And now also on the side lane, will this be another double fighter side lanes here?
Yeah, I think
Ruby
is Alice.
taken-
Oh, okay.
Alice?
Alice is taken away. We need
Taken out,
some
okay.
instant gratification from Evil. They want.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Instant gratification coming in from the Ruby. They will be able to immediately jump in the moment that the final slash comes in order to ensure the lockdown of the AOG. The Valentina is one thing that surprises me though. In this case, I think that Valentina is mostly used. Oh!
Phovius.
I thought that the Valentina is to double down onto the Martyrs pick, onto Diablo, so that it's a free dunk for Valentina time and time again. I'm betting on that. But the Phovius came out from absolutely nowhere, and
it's actually a pretty good matchup.
This
for
don't
the
feel very
Ruby.
Diablo.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah.
So this is now a gold lane Ruby we're going to expect here. Now Diablo on the XP for that Phovius. So very interesting picks here, but so far this is not as aggressive, if I can say. No, they have the Joy though. Joy, Croc, still they can invade. Follow up here with that Kimmy. On the other side, I do love the Valentina here because Wild Charge. They can go for the Wild Charge.
They can steal the
here.
Wild Charge, yeah.
I love the Wild Charge instead of the ultimate coming in from Kimi, just because, of course, a great synergy here with the combo coming in from the Garukacha in the final slash here, and you can initiate yourself as well.
Yeah, so there is actually a lot of initiation coming in for Evil. There's quite a lot of ways that they can enter into a fight. So this is actually a lot simpler or rather a lot simpler team fight kind of team for Team Evil. Simpler execution.
Yep.
I do like it. The only thing is Arlet is more on the higher skill curve kind of thing. So very likely I would prefer for the Arlet to not be the initiator.
Will this be a damage Arlet though? So speaking of damage here, I can only see it's going to be either picking a punch. Unlike on the other side, you have the Joy, you have the Brock, you have the Kimmy. Has the high potential to deal a lot on that department, especially during the early stage of the game. And we can see here, Team Stallions, when it comes to their rotations, they love to invade early on, trying to harass as well. Team Evil knows about this one. Anyway, the Garukacha has a great kit, great health as well to sustain damage being dealt upon him from Team Stallions SG.
So the thing about Team Stallions SG is that even if they do kind of want to play aggressive, they need to be extremely careful because their side lanes does not have priority. Lapu will lose against the Ruby because Lapu's power spike comes in at level 4. Phovius is the same thing. Level 4, he starts to go slamming away time and time. So that is something that you gotta have to really consider. At this point, Diablo is somehow outpoking Gear, which is not too surprising actually because it's a skill and it's still a skill matchup. In the end of the day, Arlet is strong in the early lanes or the early games because you have a lot of refreshes you can play around when it comes down to your dashes, while for the Phobias, you don't.
Yeah, speaking of which, out of position here for Lucian Cutie, trying to go back away. It is going to be now the kill coming in for side of Team Evil. First blood being committed. And I do believe this is going to be a prolonged team fight that we're witnessing here now, Abstract.
Yep, so this is understandable for Evil to pick up the first kill, but it does seem like they're going on forward with Gear. That is a 1-for-1 trade, and that is not too shabby, right? That is an XP laner that is taken down, but Aether will secure the turtle for themselves. They're not going to lose anything from this point, and that is going to be the disengagement, and wait, that is not, because that wall is actually pretty well placed. However, Powerful still managed to find a slide away.
Okay, so much pretty even game here between these two. Team Evil right now slowly, somehow, I mean, they are mitigating this aggressiveness that we have witnessed on the first series coming in from the side of Team Stallions SG here. But Bray right now, popping up early. I'm not sure what was that, but then again, Ultimate is out for this Joy. I'm not sure if Team Evil knows about this one. And look at this rotation here. Will they be able to engage here? Or against the side of Team Stallions? I guess not. And remember, this is a Yis and Shin. This is the only marksman we are seeing here in the game. Team Evil has the insurance here when it comes to the later stages. And Team Stallions relies so much on that early game domination and snowball as well. And you can go for Bray for such fights as well as Roy rather here on the mid lane.
Oh, that's gonna be good layering on the gear, but it's not gonna be enough to ultimately take gear down. Of course, right under the turret's nose and all. But 48 seconds until the turtle eventually spawns. Team Stallions, understandably, don't have very good control over the river. Most of the players are above level 5, but do they really want to jump on that? As Blue Security immediately goes around with the wild charge. Sailor follows through onto Roy as well. It's a 2v3, but Bray finds himself taken down. Diablo a tad bit slow into the engagement. Flicker does not connect onto anyone at all. As such, that's 4 men that will be crumbling down onto Diablo. He's gonna go in for demonic forces over and over again, but that's not gonna help. Aether picks up a killing spree.
Wow, beautiful rotations here and follow-up coming in from the side of Team Evil. Team Stallions here, caught off guard. And now it is what you need if you're the side of Team Evil. Cutting off rather the progression here from Team Stallions. You know their lineup. This is a snowbally team. Now they are down 3 kills here against Team Evil. Team Evil is now looking great here, the progression in the early game.
So far, Team Stallions have always been dominating in the early game, and they will want to end the game fast, right? We haven't really seen a lot of games whereby they lost in early and comes back in the mid or the late, but that is going to be a pretty good wall shot coming in from Blue Security, getting a kill down onto Gear, powerful in the midst of it all, and he's going to be the next one onto the chopping block, allowing Rensa to pick up a double. Roy shuts Aether down. That's a big bounty going on. Team Stallions in a single team fight has now laid their hands onto Evil and put them down.
Wow, Team Stallions. Are you kidding me? That call and how they easily come back into that deficit of kills. They manage now to even the game and take the turtle turret. And look at the transition here, harassing the bot side. Van here with I am offended.
But I don't think that they can bring Van down just yet. Rensa even committed into the bravest warriors, but it's fine. The main thing is they zone the Ruby out of the way. They got the T1 turret down to the bottom lane. The next one is the T1 up in the top.
You can really tell the experience coming in from Team Stallions SG after that big win on the skirmish here, taking down the outer turret on the bottom side as well. So efficient when it comes to map control. And now they are dictating the tempo here against the side of Team Evil. And we have just seen a big win from Team Evil a while ago. And how they respond for the side of Team Stallions, so quick and so efficient at this moment.
The good thing is that they have zero hesitation, and I think that that's the name of the game. If they want to commit, they have to be very proactive. They need to constantly be on their toes and, you know, not throw caution into the wind. Constantly teetering on a breaking point, but speaking of teetering on a breaking point, that is literally going to be the members from Team Stallions SG as they find themselves in a proxy. There's going to be a stolen wild charge, and it's just going to be landing on the Team Stallions itself. But the main thing is Diablo finds himself taken down in a tough spot. It's a 1-for-1 trade, at least for now. Van hopes he will be able to pull Bray on in, but he was not the target under the turret. So he will still be managing to dash himself away, while Aether follows up onto the bottom lane to take the T1.
Okay, this is good for the side of Team Evil here. Fending off here the aggressive rotations coming in from Team Stallions while going for the split push on the bot side. That was a call for Team Stallions to actually dive down. However, they had... of course, they have been taken by surprise with that AOG coming in from Ricardo Kacha.
We have a few seconds left until the turtle eventually spawns, but the map is currently bleeding red. The traction pulse did not land onto anyone, at least for now. So that is one ultimate that is taken out of the equation for the side of Team Stallions, but it's not exactly out They will still try to contest for this as much as possible. The final slash just going to be rushing right in. Van pulls onto 2, and that is more than enough for them to buy a little bit more time. Bray picks up the turtle. Roy goes down to the hands of Van. It is going to be a fight that's segmented into 2. Gear tries to take a run for it, and so will Van. Rensa leaves with just a pixel of HP. A great guidance barrier that blocks away the exit frag for the side of Evil. Everyone congregates together with the Revitalize. The only thing that we lost were 1 person on the side of Evil and 2 over on the side of Team Stallions.
Wow, we are witnessing here best of the best teams right now when it comes to a team fight. You know that these are very experienced players here. Another team fight brawls out here in the middle lane, and there's going to be Team Stallions here trying to hold their ground.
Rensa missed out some of these stuns, but the main thing is he managed to get himself away from all of these pokes. Team Stallions is starting to fizzle out and unable to find their ground in locking Evil in. Understandably, they don't have a lot of layerings of crowd control, while Evil does have, right? They have Final Slash, they have a stolen Wild Charge, they have quite literally the entire kit of the Ruby. They also do have AOG and the Taunt coming in. A lot of things that Evil have gotten in store for themselves. So if Evil is the one that managed to get an amazing opening, they will layer on these crowd control for days.
Yeah, they also have the advantage when it comes to counter attacks here. Remember, we've seen Team Stallions initiating team fights. AOG was there. Sayla is also waiting for the Wild Charge to steal that spell. And now going in for that Wild Charge themselves. And then Ribbit here is just waiting patiently for the push coming in from the side of Team Evil. And now the map control. We have seen how Team Stallions gameplay time and time again, controlling the map. But look at Team Evil here is doing the same thing here. The gameplay against Team Stallions.
As at this point in time, Team Stallions looking for an opportunity.
Gear!
The Traction Pulse lands onto Gear. They all in onto Gear, giving Rensa the killing spree. The bounty is now on his head. This is a very timely catch as the Lord came right at the same time as the death of Gear.
Oh, this is going to be now the call of Team Evil. Will they be able to force the team fight? And they will!
Indeed. Diablo currently in a very tough spot. He flickers himself away right in the nick of time in order to not be caught by Evil.
Okay, it is going to be the respawn here for the side of Team Evil. Gear, perfect timing for this Lord Dance. Team Stallions trying to drag this objective takedown. Oh, Team Stallions right now. One of the few games that we'll witness that is not going to be a one-sided game. Team Evil is having a brawl here. I love the team fights between these two teams. And now it is going to be powerful having the vision. Team Stallions on the back lines. Anything will happen here. First, who will initiate? They will commit 100%.
The Lord now pulled right out. Traction Pulse did not land on anyone. Evil is looking for an opportunity, while Aether moves away out of the lane for now.
I'm not sure if Team Stallions knows about this one. They have the advantage when it comes to numbers.
Very sneaky play, I gotta have to say. Trying to min-max the amount of farm that the Yusujin is gonna get. While Team Stallions, most of them are actually congregated right around the Lord. Information is now the key. I think Yusujin has been spotted down at the bottom though.
Oh, now it is gonna be time for Yusujin to actually go into the Lord Dance themselves. So far we are seeing here across the map is gonna be 4v4 here around the Lord objective. And they are going to meet on the bottom side. Oh, this is going to be very surprising here. Bray against Aether. Great matchup for those two teams.
Oh, I think Bray have information now.
Okay.
They know that Aether have used the retribution. This is more than enough for them to force a Lord fight.
Exactly. And now they are going to transition ultimately here. Oh, the wall charge has been used.
One-man wall charge. Gonna be taunted in. The Traction Pulse lands as well. While Lose Security just flickers himself right away. Diablo hoping that he'll be able to get in the midst of all of the battle, while Roy is gonna be the first one to be taken down in this entire battle. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon just yet. As the Red Diablo is still in the middle of it all. He's still slapping down, but he will still be taken down at the end of it all. What a mountain shocker from the side of Aether just pushes himself on the Bray. And he takes him down right under the turret's nose. Evil lost absolutely no one while they receive a wipeout against Team Stallions.
Indeed, that is a 5-man dead for the side of Team Stallions and a free Lord takedown for the side of Team Evil themselves. That final slash clutch, man. That was the game changer on that skirmish play. And now Team Evil managed now to control this game. It is going to be Team Stallions trying to defend themselves. Pressure is building up. Will they be able to defend?
It's going to be a tough one to defend. 4,200 gold deficit. Team Stallions, they do have got a marksman in their team, but that is that's Roy, right?
Yeah.
So Roy being the Kimi, it needs time to kind of build up.
Yeah.
If they don't give that Kimi any time at all, she's not going to be shredding anyone else down, but it's an exponential increase in damage as long as her passive stacks up.
Yeah, I agree about that one, but compared to Aether and the Yes and Shin, this is much scarier here. And now they are going to push through. The Lord is now on the top side as well. Ultimates are up for the side of Team Stallions SG. Barrier also been committed. Oh, there you go!
Immediately, Roy gets caught. That's the marksman of Team Stallions! As such, Ritza will try to go for a reach frag right onto Ven, while Brave moves onto the back, takes Aether down. One-man army from the side of Brave. Double kill collected from the side of Team Stallions. They are going on a comeback, and they want to bring down the entirety of Evil, and that is exactly what they will do.
Oh, that is going to be a counter team wipe here. Team Stallions this time around, despite, of course, the inhibitor turret gone onto the top side, they have managed to defend bot time, and now it is going to be time for them to push themselves, taking down outer turrets here one by one against Team Evil. What a game you are witnessing here, Abstract. Now, this is indeed one of the top teams that we are brawling here with each other, rather, and Van here is trying to hold their ground. Fortunately for them, inhibitor is still standing here. Still much time for Team Evil to recover on that loss.
So, what is it gonna be like for now? It gotta have to come down to a situation where Evil needs to come back again, right? Bray had got free entry all the way to the backside and managing to take Aether down. I think the main thing is the bounty has been collected from Team Stallions, and they have now resetted themselves and reset their economy. They were 4,000 behind. Now, only 500.
Oh man, economy is being equalized here between these two. Team Evil, they have to be very careful. You know how dangerous it is. Powerful is caught off guard. AOG being committed. Bray is here as well.
Oh, Bray! You better just find Aether. Well, that is a two-man. Well, just with the cutie does what he could. Well, Van is doing what he can to buy as much time as possible. But in the end, and alas, the double kill collected from the side of Team Stallions. Well, Evil have only Sailor and Gear to speak for.
Oh my goodness.
Bottom lane destroyed.
Sacrifice they are willing to take. Team Stallions here, inhibitor tarts gone, but then again, they have won that major skirmish play, now getting this Lord advantage into their side. This is not yet over, even though, of course, Team Stallions is behind when it comes to map pressure, minion waves as well. But with this Lord, they can ultimately win this game if they manage to, again, win another major team fight.
At this point in time, with the Lord that's going to be marching in the middle, this is going to help Stallions pillage a little bit more from Evil. At this point, economy is not that big of a deal anymore.
No.
Guardian's Barrier used just so that it can buy a little bit more time, sync up the waves in order to go for a fight in tandem with all lanes combined.
That is correct. Look at this equilibrium when it comes to lane pressure here. That is very important. Now there's going to be a siege in the middle.
That's going to be a through, man. Of course, Final Slash. But unfortunately, that's going to... Oh! Lucy! That's what we want to say from Team Stallions as they knock right on the doors of Evil. With two men already taken down, the rest of Team Stallions, they are not going to be showing any pity over to Evil. The Lord still stands tall. Diablo with the winner crown right in the base. They are hoping that they'll be able to wipe out every single one of these inhibitor turrets. Van fights back up the Lucy Cutie. The rest of the members from Team Stallions are starting to fizzle right out as Evil manages to defend and pushes the rest of Team Stallions away.
Oh, just like that. Just like that, Abstract. Look at the comeback potential. Look at here. Team Stallions managed to take down inhibitor turrets again the side of Team Evil. OMG, the power of the Lord and the power of Team Stallions as well when it comes to aggressive plays. Team Evil, give credit on how they be able to defend that one. That was really difficult without gear, without Aether. On that earlier skirmish play, they managed still to defend here. Team Stallions, I thought that was going to be the game ending. Respawn time is still there for the side of Team Stallions. And Inhibitor Tire is still standing in the middle lane. Still, it is going to be an even game between these two.
It's tough when it comes down to the economy. Most of the members from the side of Team Stallions have already gotten their last item. In fact, Diablo has just picked up his final item. This would put Renza and Lucien Cutie just so much closer to the last item. In fact, Renza is just kind of rotating between items. I think he lost the immortality previously just now and rebuilding into that.
Oh man, crucial indeed. This is going to be an important call for two teams. When to initiate, when to call for big team fights. Lord is now going to spawn under 15 seconds as well. And remember, this is going to be an involved Lord. Very important for the push.
Fracture Pulse lands onto Van. He still have got ways to restore his HP. It's not going to be a problem. Well, in the meantime, everyone from the side of Team Stallions have got their ultimates ready. Aether used up his Modern Shock previously just now. But do know that Roy have also did use his ultimate too.
Yeah. Remember Team Evil, ladies and gentlemen, #1 seeded team here in MPL SG Season 10 regular matches. Up against Team Stallions, which came from Challenger qualifiers, but the players themselves have championship experience already. Now we are going to go for the Lord Dance.
Information gain is now Roy's going to be the one that's going to be hooked right in. As such, Aether gets a kill down on the Roy. The rest of backside. No! Sailor was hoping for something. Everyone knocks up to the sky. Team Stallions doesn't seem like they will be able to hold this out. Renza needs to get himself running away. Diablo gets a kill down onto Aether. That's the only thing that they have gotten for themselves. Well, Evil mostly survives.
Wow, Evil Magic is here, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible team fight. And this could be it. Diablo alone against the world. Will he be able to defend the Team Evil siege here in the middle lane?
There's still roughly about 20 seconds until the rest of the members from the side of Team Stallions returns. Gear goes in to zone Diablo away, just so that they will have the opportunity to bring down this inhibitor turret. Both teams now, complete barren wasteland, buys a little bit more time when it comes down to the ice to win the crown. Diablo's still alive, he still have got immortality, he's doing whatever he can! Diablo! Single-handedly push the rest of the team of Evil away, but enough time in order for Braid to come back. He may have went down, but it's okay. The rest of the members from the Sun Team Stallions are just going to be crumbling themselves right back onto Evil. They're slowly back off. Diablo have got no more things that he can contribute to this fight. A couple of immortalities currently still available for the side of Evil. While Renza, unfortunately, he will go down.
Oh, numbers advantage here. They're going to chase Lucien Cutie. And it's going to be immortality as well.
Immortality is ready to be popped. With 4 members from the side of Evil, they will continue to go on in a rampage. Middle lane doesn't have a lot of creeps left. As such, they will make full use of the bottom lane to push in.
Oh no, respawn timer is there. Oh, the minion wave is there. They're going to end this one, abstract.
Whatever that they can do, Diablo, they're gonna have to buy as much time, so will Roy. However, Evil, they will knock on their doors.
Evil Magic is here, ladies and gentlemen. What a game! What a game! That was a clutch seesaw battle here we have witnessed between these two, Evil and Team Stallion SG. And this is still the game 1 of our best of 3 series here. OMG. Wow.
Okay, that was a little bit too good. That game was a little bit too good. I lost my voice.
Super good.
I lost my voice already.
Wow, that was incredible, man. That was indeed a hell of a series, a game rather, between these two teams. And you can really tell how important the game 1 is. Because game 1, even though this is the best of 3 series, whoever wins the game 1 has the momentum. And it only shows here that both teams do not back off.
Both teams knew that even when it comes down to stake, the stake is not as high as the previous bracket.
We still have the lower brackets.
But I guess tempo. Tempo and the fact that you can rest before the grand finals game means a lot to some of these teams.
Especially for the side of Team Stallions SG, because they came from the Challenger qualifiers here. They badly needed the rest. However, if they be able to win the series, it also states that they are even on par or even better than the number one seeded team here in our Season 10 MPL Singapore.
So the one thing that we know about Team Stallions so far is that as long as they don't get a very good early game, they actually start to tremble in the late game. They have troubles closing out games that they don't stomp. I'm not too sure whether this is an inherent problem for them, but this would also mean that they would want to play early game advantage.
Yeah, this is one of their victory conditions indeed, but here we go. It is going to be powerful, and Gadakacha is our MVP of the game. His AOG, man, not only the initiation, he's also saving his teammates, especially with those scary team fights initiated by Team Stallions SG. He was there at that moment, at the right time as well, saving everyone. Plus, his revitalized battle spell prolonged the team fight, waiting for their reinforcements from the side here of Team Evil to go for the counter attack. What a game here coming in from this guy.
It's absolutely well deserved for Powerful. With a very powerful fists of justice for Katakaja. They got themselves game number one in the bag.
Wow, this is still the game one abstract here. We're looking for another game later on, but here we go with the game stats. As you can see, it's still pretty much even between these two here. And what's the difference rather from all the games coming in from Team Stallions SG? This is not a one-sided game. I mean, Team Evil, from the early to mid, they have been really at par with Team Stallions SG. One of the advantage here, of course, they have Aether here on the Yes and Shin. Powerful damage, especially during the later stage of game. Yes, they do have FMM here, but we had mentioned this one. When it comes to scaling progression, man, Natural Marksman can really rip through against anyone here. And Team Stallions, you have mentioned, of course, one of their victory conditions here is to actually control the early stage of game.
Yep.
This has been mitigated by Team Evil. And we are looking forward, of course, this is still going to be one of the strategies here for Team Evil to push through on the following game.
Ultimately, having the Valentina is not quite in... sorry, not Valentina. Having the Kimi is not quite enough to apply all these passive auto-attack damage. The lack of range ultimately is definitely a problem. He does have 5 kills, 4 deaths, and 9 assists. But I think ultimately, in the long run, they do not have got the burst damage that they need to really shut down Ven. Because we saw that in multiple of these occasions, Ven has been a solid front liner that just soaks up damage like there was no end of tomorrow. In fact, later on, when it comes down to damage taken, you should more or less be able to see that idea.
Yeah, also remember the Revitalize also helps coming in from the side of Powerful here for the prolonged T-fight as well. And now we can see also Diablo doing his best here. As you can see, somehow a semi-progression when it comes to item builds. Goes for Rose Gold, go for Thunderbelt as well. And look at the damage dealt coming in from his Phobias as well. Not that pretty shabby.
Not too shabby, yeah, not too shabby.
But on the other side though, there you go. Damage taken coming from Ben.
Yep.
And also Powerful here. Plus, of course, we have to take into consideration the healing coming in from the side of Powerful.
Honestly, Powerful's damage taken is a lot more than I had originally expected, right? Because when it comes down to Gatot, yes, he definitely do have got his passive that allows him to regenerate some HP. He's got some sustenance in his passive ability. However, not particularly when it comes down to his itemizations, right? As compared to what Van would go for, War Axes as well as Oracles and all that jazz. Ruby, understandably, tank and receive. Tank and receive, tank and receive. He doesn't care about anything. So that is probably the main reason why I can understand why Powerful was the MVP in this game.
I'm also looking forward for Diablo as well to go for his comfort picks, because usually we haven't seen him on at Phobius, but he... Benedetta again? Looking forward for that one. The old school!
The old school!
The old school Diablo!
Yeah. Honestly, like I mentioned before, this Phobius doesn't yell Diablo. Diablo is, honestly, in my opinion, he's a player that basically needs people to create space for him.
Actually, for me, he's the one who creates space. Being aggressive EXP. Remember the Benedetta? Now, Martis also in the first series.
I think it's kind of like a one way or the other. You can see it in the two ways. In order for him to really do well, or rather for him to really stomp on people,
Enable himself.
he needs to come in later on. So such as a Martyrs, you come in, you dunk on people over and over again. You need some space created by Lucian Cutie in order to come in.
I agree.
But when it comes down to Phobias, you are actually the one that's zoning people out. So you are the zoner instead of the one that is taking advantage of the zones. So this is not really a Diablo hero. So we will look out for heroes that is a lot more damagey style. Like you said, Benedetta, Yuzhong, heroes such as... We've seen the Martyrs time and time again. So,
Speaking of which, the Yuzhong mostly
has been banned quite a lot, actually.
Yes,
it
is.
Honestly, I'm honestly kind of surprised.
I remember in the regular season, it's not that quite much.
No one cared about it. No one cared about it.
Because, of course, we had a break, right, before the playoffs. Yep. We've seen, of course, the international play. Yuzhong has been considered as one of the staple when it comes to EXP. So maybe, of course...
Diablo made it cool first.
He's the meta maker, bro.
Yeah.
He always is.
But in actuality, right, in fact, right... I think he started the Yuzhong before all the other region does it, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong there.
I remember the Benedetta, always.
Oh.
The Benedetta Revitalize. Everyone's copying that one.
It's kind of weird still. Yeah. It's still kind of weird, not gonna lie.
Yep, still very effective. That's our Diablo. Our Diablo.
At this point in time, Jace is just going to take this and just kind of...
I know.
What hour?
You're an imposter. But anyway, yeah. That's a match point game.
That's match point game. Wow. Team Stallions, they climbed whatever that they could. And they did whatever that they could in order to go absolutely ham. And right now, they are 1 point down. But knowing Team Stallions, they're not going to take it lying down. They're going to give it their all for game number 2. Yep. And in fact, I think that this game number 2 might be even tighter than game number 1.
I believe so. And prepare yourself.
Yeah, I've already lost my voice.
Exactly. But what a banger, though. I mean, those sides... I think... The game that we have just witnessed is one of the the close matches compared to the regular season and even the challenger qualifiers. Team Stallions SG lost one game, but they won, of course, with a best of 3 series in that one. So still 100% win rate, technically, for Team Stallions SG.
Yeah. So okay. So we are still kind of preparing the battlefield a little bit until the next round. For Team Stallions, I do still want to see Diablo on a more damagey hero once again, right?
I concur.
We're still gonna put him in there, right? In fact, Lapu still feels a bit more Diablo-ish than Phobias is, to be honest, right?
I think Lapu is packs a punch as well.
Lapu does pack a lot of punch.
Yep.
Yeah, the moment that you forget about him, or the moment that you underestimate him, he will deal some crazy damage that no one expects. And at the end of the day, at the end of the game, he's gonna be the #1 damage dealer. More than a mage.
More than
100% more than a mage.
Oh, speaking of mage, man, the regular season we saw the Bane.
Four mage MVPs.
Yeah, and most of the picks, actually the composition rather was mage oriented here. But so far right now in the playoffs here, now we transition into the hyper aggressive early game physical damage. Like again, we've witnessed that one. The Joy also here, but. Let's see if we are going to see some Bane. Some kind of miss the Gold Lane Bane here, the burst damage.
Yeah, honestly. The Gold Lane Bane... honestly, Gold Lane Bane is kind of cheesy for me.
Cheesy it is.
Yeah, it's kind of cheesy, right?
Actually.
You kind of walk into your opponents.
Actually.
You spit at them. You throw a shock, you walk right out.
Okay.
And you come back again in 10 seconds, do the same thing, rinse and repeat.
To be fair, in the recent patch, actually, I forgot, they have been nerfed. Nerf the Bane spit.
So how bad is that?
From 250, if I'm not mistaken, it's 250 to 200
base damage, right?
Yep.
So it nerfed the early game.
Nerfed the gauge the amplification of the magic burst damage.
Oh, they also changed the changed the
That one.
percentage.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's a big
The
deal.
percentage.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
a big
actually.
deal.
So
That's a big deal.
remember the 3 holy crystal?
Yeah.
Itemization on that Bane.
Yeah, that is
So
stupid.
far- but effective. At
But
the time.
stupid. But hey,
But let's
nothing stupid if it works, right?
if it works.
I totally understand.
Yeah,
at
if
the
it
point.
works.
But hey, hopefully we don't see a Bane again.
Yeah. I was looking forward, but you don't want to see
We
a
are
Bane.
polar opposites at this point in time, right?
How about Yuzhong?
Yuzhong, I'm totally
Okay, we
fine.
agree.
Yeah,
Okay.
we will agree that
Yes.
Yuzhong is okay, right?
We haven't seen yet. Is there a Yuzhong game on the regular season?
Regular
There
season,
was-
yes, is
right?
all played by Diablo though.
Oh.
Yeah, no one else played the Yuzhong. If I remember
Okay.
correctly, let me just.
Because I do believe on the seeded matches, I haven't seen a Yuzhong game. So if you're mentioning that one, that was on the qualifiers.
Okay,
Challenger
so
qualifiers.
yeah, so Yuzhong currently have got a total of 10 picks.
Oh,
Yeah, he has been picked
quite
10
games,
times.
actually.
Yep.
Quite a lot of games. So, okay, but so far it's here at the playoffs. Haven't seen him in the Land of Dawn. So it is one of the high priority bans here for all the teams to say. But so far right now, again, game 1 has been taken away by Team Evil themselves here. Great opening coming in from these two teams. Intense matches, ladies and gentlemen. And now this is going to be a big breather for both teams to take. And again, match point game in favor here for the side of Team Evil. Number 1 seeded team here. The regular season. Again, whoever wins this one will proceed into the upper brackets finals.
Yes. So they will essentially not waste time playing in the lower side of, well, basically the lower parts of the brackets. So totally fine. Dangerous grass.
Once again.
No flying clouds again.
Yep.
No one likes flying clouds,
No
huh?
one likes flying
No one
clouds.
likes flying clouds, huh? Not even the random slot machine that we see over here.
Yeah. Fortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. But if you're Tigreal main, it's kind of good.
Tell that to Nets. Tell that to Nets. I think no matter what, whatever hero that he plays, whatever game that he plays, you do not want to see that flying cloud anymore.
That was a trauma.
That was trauma.
That was trauma, bro.
Yeah, and it's something that will never be erased in my head.
Forgot to read the patch.
I'm sorry, Nats.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. But hey, whatever. Let's move on over to game number 2. This time, we've got the banning phase on.
Wow, this is a call for Team Evil to go into the red side this time around. So Team Stallions SG will be on the first pick this time around. So of course the ally has been taken down. Usually they are going to ban as well the
Butterflies
different ban this time around. This is gonna be Zushin because of course they are on the first pick. They have the priority. They can go for the Yasen themselves. Baksha also pretty much open. Oh no, sorry. It is going to be banned already here for the side of Team Evil. Kalea? Okay, Angela's pretty much open as well. Oh, we haven't seen Angela, right?
No.
On the first game, so okay.
The previous game, Angela was actually completely leaked out. And in fact, I don't think that Angela is going to be a fabulous pick for either one of these two teams because of their natural early game aggression, right? Yes, Angela is pretty much touted as the first blood queen. But aside from that, at level 4 onwards, there's really not much that we can expect in terms of influence to the other sides of the lanes. So you will ultimately lose middle lane unless you have a very good wave clear mechanism such as a Cho as your roamer. Then maybe, sure, you can do that. But that also means that you need in some sense, you need Yin Sun Jin so that you can enable fighter side lanes so that you have tankiness onto the side lanes as well. It feels like that's a roundabout way of getting one entire composition just to get the Angela to work out.
Yeah, it's really a double down on the jungle indeed. But now the Yuzhong still being taken down here. It's going to be banned. Not going to see the light here in the Land of Dawn. Now Team Stallions SG is going to go here for a CC first pick. So they want to dominate actually the EXP here. CC has been considered as one of the dominating heroes when it comes to the EXP lane. But look at the response here coming in from Team Evil. Brock once again and Yis and Shin. Oh, very powerful heroes here. could invade early as well against the side of Team Stallions.
Okay, so there is, of course, going to be a very high probability for Evil to want to play triple marksman, considering that there is a CC onto Stallion's side. So Kimi needs to be taken by Stallions just so that they do not enable the triple marksman. The more marksman goes over to the side of Evil, the less effective this CC can very potentially be when it comes down to the shred. However, you don't exactly need to double down on that. I still feel that it is a bonus.
I think CC can handle her own here on the EXP. Team Evil on the other side again, very aggressive. Oh, Linux. First time we're seeing here. And to the playoffs. And now we got Kacha here as well. And Kimi on the other side. So when it comes, of course, to AoE damage and harassment in the early game, Yasen Shin, Kimi, Grab.
Okay.
This is very stable.
So Stallions indeed is going to give the Kimi over to Evil. So the triple marksman is definitely gonna come into play here. Whichever marksman that is sustainable enough and can deal with a CC is gonna be important. I would generally say that most marksmen will have a problem with a CC, so...
Do you think this is a gold lane Linux or...
This is a gold lane CC,
CC?
And a mid lane Linux.
Okay.
Yeah. But it can still change. Not towards my favor, though. I definitely do not want to see Diablo playing the CC in the XP, but we'll see how that goes.
Yep. So they can, here on the other side, though, so Team Stallions so flexible as well so far when it comes to their drafts. But I could not see bursty hero so far, but Reap is there. DPS damage is there.
Wipe out all the
Got to catch up with the follow-up, but hard initiator itself, I think this still needs for the side of Team South SG. Oh, tankiness indeed here. Will be taken in for the side of Team Evil Uranus.
Actually, you know what? Having an Esmeralda picked by Stallions is good. And their X Factor. Their X Factor. I want to see Bray going with Ling.
Oh.
I think that is going to be the X Factor for them. Since they gave the Kimi away, they gave the Yushin away, they need an access to the back lines. I did not suggest Fanny solely because of the fact that there is a Grok. A Ling is a very greedy pick. However, the only possible one of Stallions.
Oh, they're going to go for Hayabusa here instead.
It is more consistent, I'll say.
Oh, there you go. Gold lane CC indeed.
Yeah.
And now EXP here. Oh, Xborg also.
Okay.
Pretty good matchup.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay, I thought that was a
gold. So they are actually not going to triple marksman this.
Nope, not this time around.
Yeah.
But then again, having a Yasen Shin as well as the Kimi is good enough here. They have progression in the later stage of the game, harassment in the early game as well. I expect Van, especially when it comes to invasion, can go for rotations here against the side of Team Stallions SG. Now on the other side, of course, having Khalid coming from Diablo. This is what we want here after.
We have definitely seen Khalid being played by Diablo a couple of times. And this is not the traditional Khalid tank. It's very highly likely that he still uses Concussive Blast. However, his first item will be the Blade of the Heptases in order to be more of an assassin style kind of thing. This way they can be very aggressive in the early stages with a Fury Hammer that works for him.
I do believe he has the advantage also compared to the Uranus when it comes to clearing the waves, mobility-wise as well. So with the passive coming in from the side of Diablo, but then again, Van right now, this is also surprisingly being picked here by the side of Team Evil themselves. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, how aggressive it is for Diablo to do that one.
Yep.
And this is the kind of Diablo we want to see here, especially for the match point game against Team Evil.
This is understandable in the early phases of XP lane. The good thing about Stallions, or rather the good thing about having a Diablo that plays very aggressively, is that they actually don't need to put a lot of manpower to help Diablo, because the heroes that he picks are generally very strong in lanes and generally will always get himself that lane priority. So clearing out the waves or poking out the XP lane and then providing the backup in the middle lane if very so needed.
Yeah, I am expecting that one as well, Abstract. And usually Diablo, he can rely from this player here to hold his ground after he clears the waves. Look at him, his rotations. He's always like that. After he clears the waves, he's going to go for the mid, but this time around, of course, waiting for the opportunity here. But Team Stallions, for all the series, especially compared to the first series, they are actually being mitigated when it comes to their aggressiveness. It's not as fast as we have witnessed against the side of Absolute Zero.
So at this point, we're still going to be looking at a slightly more...
there you go.
I would say that the team from Evil would not want to be ultra aggressive. This is not a composition that really allows them to do that. While Team Stallions, they themselves want to be aggressive. So small little information, Lucian at least finds powerful, and this actually flushes out the rest of Team Stallions out of their hidey hole.
Now it is going to be a neutral objective right now, spawning in here in the game. 2-minute mark. Powerful is here, Sayla as well. Level 4 for the Kimi available. Team Evil trying to control this. Van here having an advantage really against that CC with fire missiles as well. Position is the key. Level 4s are up. Who will initiate first? That is going to be the big question.
Gear doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but that is a two-man lockdown coming in for the side of Evil. They managed to do quite a number over to Roy, but he does have got brilliance to get himself right out of there. And of course, the Desert Sandstorm for Diablo, he's going to be fine. The Quicksand Guard and all. But now the Turtle goes over to the hands of Bray. But the rest of members from the side of Team Stallion just focusing down onto Evil, taking him down with no problems whatsoever. As now the spinning retribution coming in from Van will want to blast the rest of Stallions out. But they're not Team Rocket. Team Stallions will still stay on the ground.
But this is, for me, a big win here for the side of Team Stallions here. Oh, powerful flicker's been used.
That is going to be the curtain call. And tons of yo-yos right in the face of Powerful.
Now action, he is here. And I thought this is going to be a slow-paced game. Lucian QT will still survive on that one. But Team Stallions managed to take down the Turtle, managed to take down Aether as well. Even though, of course, they lost Diablo in that sequence, it's still their upper hand in that result of the skirmish play.
So with the items all out, we are looking at massive amount of Fury Hammers coming in from even the Khalid and the Hayabusa and such. But Bray, oh, damn!
Didn't expect that one.
Yeah, just smacked him right out of the lane. But now Aether will apply the pressure back onto Diablo. A little bit of a one-for-one trade. Didn't really quite go to anyone, but slightly more over to Stallions because they touched the whole... they managed to touch a little bit of the energy shield.
Okay, that is going to be 2 deaths in a row here for Diablo. But I was expecting as well the power coming in from Aether in that one with a Quicksand Guard. And I thought it was being held with that damage reduction. But no, the critical damage is just so much here over the side of Aether here in the Is and Shin. But so far right now, Team Stallions and Team Evil going for their pace. Diablo and the rest of Team Stallions always going to prioritize here the EXP. This is, I think, 2 skirmish plays already. They prioritize here in the bottom lane. And now we're seeing this the same thing here in Gear trying to hold his ground. 3 seconds until the next turtle.
In reality, we don't really need to see so much engagements down to the bottom lane because it's not easy to kill Gear, right? And in fact, Gear can actually match up to Diablo in terms of rotation speeds. So you can see, right? Even though Diablo is actually on the sand and naturally can run fast, but Uranus is also a fast runner despite how big size he is.
And now is going to be the turtle dance we're seeing here. Who will take this one? Oh!
Turtle goes over to the side of Van. The rest of the members from Evil will now look for an opportunity while the AOG lands. Diablo, unfortunately, did not land on anyone when it comes down to the Raging Sandstorm. He flickers himself right out of the arch, and Evil literally crumbles themselves right over to Team Stallions. No one is going down just yet, but Lucicudi taking quite a beating. But no one died from that encounter.
Now that time around, it is going to be Team Evil having that advantage. Getting the turtle.
There we
go. They're going to push.
The Blade of the Heptases is just bought by Diablo.
Ouch.
We can start to see a little bit of that early game power spike from Team Stallions. Evil did manage to take quite a bit of kills away from Team Stallions, but I'm mostly just looking out for what kind of menace Diablo would be.
Oh man. It is going to be outer turrets being taken down here on the bottom side.
Oh!
Okay.
It's fine. It's
safe.
Fine. Safe for now.
But then again, the middle turret is not. It's been taken down here by Team Evil. And now they're controlling the game. Oh,
wow,
the cameras everywhere here. And now it is going to be a push on the top side as well. Team Evil is on track when it comes to their objectives.
Team Stallions currently, they have lost one in the middle lane, and that's their T1. Of course, the most important turret. They've just lost the top T1 as well. Well, in the meantime, Evil have only lost the bottom lane T1. There must be a bit of priority placed onto the top lane T1 as well. But they have to go for it a little bit slowly. Team Stallions, I think that they need to find some priority into who they want to kill first. Would it be the Yi Sun-shin? Would it be Sailor?
Yeah, they must prioritize also the damage dealer here, but it's not going to be easy because, of course, there is powerful with the wild charge. Then again, there's going to be a team fight brawling here.
Powerful with the wild charge that lands on the 2, the pressure power that lands on the 2 as well.
Oh my.
This unfortunately will be sliced to dice by the glaive of Aether, where the Ogi Shadow Kill is going to be hitting the entirety of Aether. But the power play from Aether allows him to pick up a double before Losing Cutie shuts him down. Diablo flickers himself away, while the last insanity from Van melts Diablo into smithereens.
Oh, so much resources here just to pick out Aether, and now Gear and Van will back away. Team Stallions SG here. Oh man, can feel the pressure already. Team Evil is on track, and now they are going to go for the third turtle, while Gear seeking attention here against the side of Team Stallions SG, providing the space here. And look at this one, another burst damage.
The last insanity came in clutch, getting one free kill off of Gato Clutcher. Losing Cutie had no time to respond to that at all. Aether picks up a free turtle. The Mountain Shock lands on the Rensa. Rensa flickers away. Doesn't seem like he has got the brilliance, but he still got away.
Oh man, the damage stacks up already here. Team Evil controlling the game here. Another turret being taken down as well. Oh, Team Stallions SG. A taste of your own medicine here, Abstract. It is now Team Evil actually doing the same thing that we have witnessed in the first series from Team Stallions SG. They are controlling everywhere, the lane pressure, the objective takedowns in the turret as well. And the pick of place is just very good here for the side of Team Evil.
Team Evil literally took years in order to let Team Stallions, or rather, Prey, Roy, Losing Cutie, and Diablo taste their own medicine, right? It took them years. So now, Evil, they've got Team Stallion literally in a chokehold.
Yeah.
And Evil will not stop until they demolish Team Stallions entirely. With the wall charge and lands onto Losing Cutie. That's more than enough to get a pick-off that they needed in order to push down onto the middle lane T2. This will shove out the entirety of Team Stallions and make this so tough for them to come back to this. Roy eats a little bit of the last insanity. Have to force himself all the way back home. It's a middle lane T2 trading up for a T1 in the top lane.
Yeah, it opens up a lot of opportunities right now here for the side of Team Evil. And look at Gear, doesn't care here. Just absorbing all the damage already. And now, Team Stallions SG. We are expecting, of course, Diablo here on the lead to be aggressively roam across the map, but it was being stopped by the side of Team Evil. Oh, the concealed play here. They want to pick off Gear. Will they be able to do so?
How much do they want to expand, and how much do they want to use for this? Because Gear popping the vengeance. He will single-handedly stop the rest of them. This jump coming from Team Stallions.
Oh no. Again, so many ultimates, so many skills has been committed here for the side of Team Stallions SG, while the rest of Team Evil going for this lower takedown. Oh, they are going to force their way. But will this be the call? Team Stallions SG, will they be able to do so? That's not.
Evil don't have a lot of ultimates already. Powerful as also use the wild charge. Team Stallions,
the wall.
What they want to do is just reset this, but that is going to be a back line. Raging Sandstorm that managed to land forces Van onto his immortality. They're looking for an opportunity to bring Van down as much as possible, but Van still has the last insanity in check for himself. They can try to go for a little bit something in here, but Evil, they didn't lose anything too much, as it's a 1-for-1 trade between the rovers.
Man, Van is unkillable here. His last insanity, time and time again, saving grace, as well as packing a punch here with the burst damage. Now the Lord is now marching here in the middle lane. Oh, Team Stallions must defend it. This one. This is very important for them. They cannot afford to lose this inhibitor turret.
Bray currently does not have... Okay, never mind. He does have now. However, AOG is currently unavailable. The Lord is going to be puncturing down over to the mid lane T3. Looking for a barren wasteland. Evil strives and take a very proud stride in over to their base. Took down maybe about 60% of the T3 in the middle. Not quite enough. However, the next wave is going to crash it.
Oh, they are going to force their way through. This is going to be upcoming siege here. Team Evil.
That is going to be a two-man. Wow, charge from Powerful. That is more than enough to actually lock down onto Roy before he even had time to go in for Brilliance. This is Evil. And this is the march down. And this is Evil making a name for themselves as they now will push in over to the core.
Oh, they still have the minion waves here on the bottom side of the map. Respawn timers are still for the side of Team Stallions SG. They want to end this one here.
And this is the over for Team Stallions. Oh wait, maybe not! They are trying to come back for a little bit. Bray hoping that he will be going for the Ogi Shadow kill, but Evil will drop Stallions down.
Here is hyped, ladies and gentlemen, and that is a sweep against Stallion SG. Evil Magic once again showcasing here against former champions on the other side. Team Evil looking good, now moves forward into the upper bracket semifinals here in our playoffs.
This is not a result that we were originally expecting. We know that Evil is strong, and we know that they are gonna be one of the top finalists of MPL SG Season 10. But we did not expect that Evil will get a 2-0 sweep against Stallions.
Exactly. I'm actually expecting a best-of-3 game.
Yeah, honestly, that is something that we all wanted, actually.
Exactly. And now I have seen Team Evil can actually do the same thing. The aggressive play that we have witnessed here in this first series. Team Evil is just hype up. They're ready to face anyone here. And as a Team Evil fan, this is it. I'm looking forward here. And I thought last season was the best. No, Season 8 actually was the best lineup that they had. But now, this is a great opportunity for them once again to take that title. But I know this is MPL SG. You cannot discount Flash SG. 4-peat champions. And also Stallions SG here as well. Former champions here. It's a great challenge here. But now, one step ahead here for the side of Team Evil. One match away for the grand finals.
There is a lot of uncertainties right now. We have the first team that will be going up to the finals of the upper bracket.
Yep.
Which means that is the semifinals of the tournament.
That is correct.
We are almost there. And Team Evil, they are waiting. They're waiting for that one team to come forth. But before we jump on and talk about that, Aether, the MVP.
Yeah, so far here, his Yasin Shin is a hero to be reckoned with, to be respected. He has incredible damage here as well. The threats, especially how they rotate here, Team Evil, specifically in this game too, against the side of Team Stallions SG, is just very immaculate here. I think Yasin Shin is still one of the most contested heroes here. First pick priority, nevertheless.
Yep. I think the difference in these games thus far is that we are looking at a micro versus micro game. And Team Stallions wasn't exactly the same as back then, because back then there is a lot more macro game involved. Right now for Team Stallions, I think that they're focusing a lot more on team fights. They're focusing a lot more onto ganks and to all these skirmishes. They want to engage in fights and really get advantage and trades off of that. And unfortunately, that means that they are playing in the territory of Evil, where they have been practicing this for years.
And only shows as well. This is the result, ladies and gentlemen. A sweep here against Team Stallions SG. And look at this one. When it comes to objective as well, it's all Team Evil, all around. After big team fights, they are going to transition with slow split pushes. And it really shuts down here Team Stallions SG. Remember what you said on the first series, right? One of the victory conditions, if you're up against Team Stallions, is to cut off their progressions in the early stage of the game, which
That's right.
Team Evil did and made it a snowball game into their favor as well. Heptases was the first item we have witnessed coming in from Diablo. However, of course, they prioritizes his lane, and I thought he will be the one roaming across the map.
That's right.
But it was Team Stallions actually focusing on the EXP.
That's the thing, right? With the fact that with that play of the Heptases, it naturally just meant to me that they will have some crazy back lane, backside damage from Diablo. Just pops in from absolutely nowhere, bursts Aether or Sailor out of absolutely nowhere kind of thing. But we didn't see the Bladed Heptases coming into paying dividends in this case. They were putting a lot of effort down over to deal with gear, but alas, it didn't mean anything at all.
Yeah, even though look at the itemizations from all the teams here coming in from Team Stallions, it's all going offensive items here. But then again, it's not enough, especially if you are against Team Evil, which packs a punch. Especially Van here is unkillable here on that X board. Deals a lot of space as well. It finds also Renza having difficult to go for a matchup against this lane, against this X board.
So all in all, Evil, very well-deserved victory. I gotta have to say, ending this game at 12 minutes against Team Stallions, when Team Stallions usually 12 minutes people and under.
Taste of your own medicine again.
Literally.
Yep. Wow. I think this is also the first loss of Team Stallions SG. Is also an
first series loss, yeah.
Series loss, an eye-opener as well for them. Yep. That they need to reset that their initial strategy is not that effective anymore, especially against Team Evil here, because Team Evil is pretty much prepared as well to do the same thing.
Yeah, 125,000 damage taken by gear. That kind of shows quite a lot. Perhaps the highlights will tell us a little bit more about how much gear has been tanking in some sense. We'll see how.
Yeah, this is the first game. This is an intense game that we have just witnessed between these two. And now, Team Evil, Team Stallions, dictating, actually setting the bar of how top-tier teams here at MPL SG brawl here to secure the early game. And we have seen so much incredible team fights here. Man, that was an impressive wild charge play coming in from the side of Team Stallions, and the Grok has been a staple initiator roam all throughout this series here in the day one of our playoffs.
Grok really seems like he has a lot of reasons to be in these series, right?
Yeah.
So far, game number one, Grok plays a very important role, even to the point that Valentina's like, hey, let me steal some of that, right? But ultimately, this fight was a little bit too late, right? This is 10 minutes in. We have got Diablo that went in for the backlines, which is absolutely fabulous. However, his target ended up being the X-Borg, which just the only thing that he lost was immortality.
Oh man, again, the initiations coming in from that Grok is just insane. Can really turn the tide of the battle. This was the dagger indeed against the side of Team Stallions SG. Unfortunately here, Team Stallions SG, they will fall into the lower bracket, still have a chance to climb the ladder. But then again, Team Evil! Evil magic is there.
Evil magic is still there. It's not over. It's not over for Team Stallions just yet. Yeah,
of course.
As mentioned, there is still a last chance bracket down at the bottom. However, you know, we will talk about that tomorrow because we will only start to see the lower brackets tomorrow. We still got one more game that we gotta watch though. But you know, we'll talk about that in a bit because that is gonna be Kingdom Esports going up against Team Flash Singapore.
Yeah. Exciting to see that one.
That is another game that is hard to swallow because one team will go down to meet Stallions, another team will go up to meet Evil. All of which seems like these four teams are powerhouses.
Exactly. And looking forward for that one. And Team Stallions, Team Flash SG in the lower bracket? Hopefully not. I want to see actually them on the grand finals.
I don't know how that.
Just imagine.
We don't have to imagine because that is something that we will have an answer to after the short break. But before we even jump onto the short break, we do have got Suki, our host, that is waiting right at the front of the stage. So for now, Suki, passing over to you.
All right, thank you, Abstract and Deadeye. That was a very crazy game. I don't know whether they still have saliva or voice after the game. But right now we have Gear from Evil here. He's the EXP laner.
Hello.
So just a few questions for you, right? So in the game one, that fight in the Lord Pit, that was like super crazy, where Ven got like 4 people in. Like when you are in the game, like is it something that you've planned for? Like is it something that you think, oh, this is going to happen, or is it just mechanical brilliance from your players?
Realistically, we did plan the conceal, but ultimately we didn't plan the 5-man set. I think this is thanks to both Sela and Powerful. They are both really talented, and I'm grateful for them to be in my team. Yeah.
All right, so now that we talk about Powerful and Sela, we also have to talk about your coach, right? So Evil, I think historically quite famous or infamous for not having a coach. How do you think that changes the dynamic now for the way Evil plays?
Since back then we are very team fight oriented and we really want to like force out fights. Now we still have that essence in our game, but with the help of our coach, he more of like strategize the perfect timing to do it, or like the best way we can brawl, since that's our strength, the strength of our team too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all saw like how good you guys were at team fighting, and I think that really showcased, especially with the feeling now that you have actually overcome Stallions. And I think we always talk about like the rivalry between Evil and Stallions now. I mean, previously the team members and whatnot. Is there anything you want to say about how you feel about after the match?
I feel as usual, Diablo is a force to be reckoned with his pocket picks, with like the Khalid, all this. I did expect the Khalid to come out, but not to the mastery that he can do it with. But I didn't really like expect Bray to play higher, because usually he's more good on like those like single target heroes like Matisse. He's like very good at the Matisse. Like I don't know how many matches he wins with it, so he should keep up with using more Matisse. Then since can flex with Diablo also.
All right, and finally, any last words for your fans coming into the playoffs, going into the upper bracket?
Thank you all for supporting us. We'll try our best, and we are not going to look down on anyone.
All right, thank you so much, Gear. And that was that game. Next up, after the break, is going to be Flash going up against Kingdom Esports, which is going to be another crazy matchup. So be right back.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss, bow bows to no one.
For the abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCBG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
only bring doom. Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
to Double 11.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semifinals will be held on November
All right, welcome back to MPL SG Season 10 Playoffs Day 1. We've had 3 crazy series already, and I think we can all attest everyone here is very excited for the next match to start. It is going to be Flash SG going up against Kingdom Esports. Flash, of course, our 4-time MPL SG back-to-back champions. And Kingdom Esports, who have actually gone through the most challenging, going through the challengers bracket just to get here today. And you know what? You guys don't want to listen to me talk. You want to talk to the casters, and that's where we're going to go. So here, take it away, Abstract and Deadeye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Let me try that again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the final series of the day. I completely forgot that this is yet another game of technically low-tension games. So,
is it though? You mentioned that one on the previous series.
So do I kind of pull that out so that we can kind of bring down the tension or something?
I don't know. You tell me. You were the hype guy a while ago. It was intense, all the matches. What sorcerer is this?
It came up from absolutely nowhere.
Okay.
I didn't get this, but just imagine my face is in here, okay? So that's my costume of today.
Tomorrow?
Okay.
Oh, no.
No, tomorrow is not the day for it anymore.
Okay,
today is Halloween. So
should be today.
That's the only time where, you know, you're kind of excused from doing all of that.
Yep.
But regardless, just gonna toss that away. Okay, so we are looking at the final series of today.
Yes.
As much as we want to make it, you know, kind of less tension kind of thing, because no one is getting out. Stakes are low. We chill for a little bit, but ultimately this is still a Team Flash versus Kingdom game.
That is true.
Yeah, they're not gonna make things simple. They're gonna run it all the way down to the wire.
I agree.
Probably
and
the only 3 series game actually.
3s?
Probably 3 game series. Probably.
Hopefully. But we have seen, of course, previous series. You know, it's an all brawl, action-packed series there, even though you mentioned it is actually a low-stakes game because of the lower bracket there. Second life for the losing team.
Yep.
Our upper bracket semi-final slot is still very favorably being coveted by our teams here. So it is one step away to the grand finals, but still for me, it's pretty good.
It is still pretty darn good. The main thing is no one is getting out today anymore. We already said goodbye to 2 teams, and as much as that is a very sad thing, we are not gonna see anyone getting destroyed or moving out yet. But you know, we can talk about that next time. Let's take a look at the roster of Flash SG. And from the side of Team Flash SG, in the XP lane, we have Bear. In the jungle, Hades. Katizi in the mid. Vanix as the gold lane marksman. And Jay onto the roam. Together, all 5 of them, they will be, well, quite literally blitzing their way through the entire MPL SG Season 10 as, of course, one of the champions for seasons after seasons. The question is if whether they will be usurped by anyone else in MPL SG Season 10, or will they have a smooth victory? For now, we're gonna see whether they will still make their way over to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, that is a big question indeed, Abstract. And remember, of course, the trio is there. Vanix, Cartesi, and Hades as well. Very staple with this roster when it comes to Flash SG performance. International experience as well, not only local scene here, MPL SG. But so far right now, they are looking for more and proving themselves. Even though we have a roster changes here, especially in the EXP lane, they can still be a force to be reckoned with. Remember, 4 peak champions here in MPL SG Singapore.
We're of course looking to see if whether we could rewrite history. In fact, the top 4 teams coming into MPL SG at this point in time, they are all very much applicable to be the champions. they are very much applicable for the throne. They are all competitors and giants of their own.
Speaking of which, now this is their opponent later on. It's going to be Kingdom Esports. They have jumped their way here into our 4th series match in the day 1 of the playoffs. They have toppled down Ignite Gaming a while ago and now up against the number 2 seeded team here. That is going to be Team Flash SG. Will this team be able to topple down the reigning champions here? And let us see the rosters for the side of Kingdom Esports.
Kingdom Esports, they've held all the way from the start of today, gave us a good showing. A 2-0 victory, which is something that we definitely didn't expect because of track record, right? First game won, second game lost, third game, well, question mark. But that was not the case anymore.
Yep.
Curse broken. And hopefully, they will still be able to replicate this in this upcoming series. We have a change or we have any different styles of plays that we want to see from Kingdom Esports. Now's the time to show.
Interesting as well. I remember the interview a while ago with Suki here. Lolzy mentioned he was used to be on the top.
Yeah.
And now it's a different experience for him to have this in this roster of the Kingdom Esports. And going for a big responsibility to carry the team for the shot calls as well is impressive for him. A new experience as well as a challenge that he is indeed one of the core members for the side of Kingdom Esports.
So with the head-to-head between these two teams, the both of them played very different games before, with Kingdom Esports with the most amount of games played because of the time in the Challenger bracket. As such, massive amount of turrets, turtles, and Lord, but the main thing that we want to see is average gold, average kill, and average assists, which actually doesn't look so bad at all. And KDA even. They're very neck and neck.
Yeah, pretty
wow.
much even. I didn't expect, actually.
I didn't expect that either.
Yeah, so it only shows here, Kingdom Esports, Flash SG somehow kind of having, no, I cannot say it's similar play style.
I don't think that they have very similar play styles at all.
Exactly. But then again, stats here shows us, when it comes to their gameplay, it's a neck to neck indeed.
At least for Team Flash, right? They have two ways of generally winning games. Of course, with the introduction of Jay, they definitely have Jay more of the sacrificial lamb. Sometimes for the greater good, sometimes not so much, right? The dynamic has changed quite a lot. Well, I mean, Hades and Vanix will always come in as a win condition as long as they have got a they have a good time in lane. A little bit different from Hades though, because Hades, he is always a late game monster. In the early stages of the game, sometimes, a little bit of problems when it comes down to foothold.
And now let us see Bear. Actually, we interviewed Bear during the regular season as well.
Yeah,
he felt the pressure.
He definitely had some pressure.
Yeah, under the banner of being in the reigning champion, of course, Team Flash SG. He needs to step up, filling the shoes, of course. Diablo, of course, has been a staple there, but now he is here in the playoffs, trying to prove himself that he is indeed capable and synergize himself rather with the rest of the team.
I hope that their time in the boot camp or during the break, I wouldn't even call that a break, but very likely that they have took a lot of time to spam games, to try out and doing whatever that they could, meaning the boot camp, allowed Bear to solidify himself more as a staple within of Flash SG.
Don't get me wrong, man. I've watched Bear on the community esports events, right? He was really standing out for all the players there, and he was very consistent. Now he is in the pro level right now, especially under the Team Flash SG team. With the bootcamp that you have mentioned, this is the opportunity for him to really showcase that he is indeed capable to be under the banner of the champion.
Indeed. But this also means that we will not be able to see closer play today. Who knows? Maybe we'll see something a little bit different. Maybe they will swap him up in between other series. Well, we will never know.
Yeah, and now Lolzy also has approved to show us, because he is a former, of course, Team Flash SG member, and now he is in the front line on the roaming of course, role right now, and it is going to be the first pick coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports this time around. They're going to take down this time the Baksha.
From the Forge of Creation,
The opening, I was surprised. Yushin Shin
order.
hasn't been prioritized here. It is instead got a Kacha pick here for the side of Kingdom Esports.
Okay, so it kind of seems as though I think that the first pick is first ban is a Grok, right?
Yeah, I
yeah,
think so,
it seems
yep.
like a Grok. Or I can turn around. Yeah, it is a Grok.
It is a Grok.
Okay, so Grok, we've got Grok, we've got the Kalia, we also do have got Kimi that is out of the picture.
That's CC also on the other side, Baksha here, and a Chip.
Okay.
So
Gato first pick is definitely a surprise for me, to be fairly honest.
I think they're going to prioritize the Lancy here, and on the other side now Hades on that Hayabusa as well. And now the Bear on that Hylos. Oh, it is actually a Roam as well, probably. We haven't seen Bear really on the Hylos, right? On the EXP. Usually
He can actually.
He did?
I think, I'm pretty sure that he can, but I think that this is a flex pick for them, right? They can still be very flexible about this.
On the other side here, there's going to be Kingdom Esports still. Yushin Shin, surprisingly, is not going to be prioritized here. Axelot Jushin. There you go. Track control. Opportunities here with the side of Kingdom Esports. And how to lock down though?
Among the planes exists the equilibrium,
Very fast picks here.
which I
Flash
was
SG
made
double down
for.
here with the E once again. So this is incredible synergy of skills here with the Glorious Pathway as well as the RWM. Slows, debuffs against the side of Kingdom Esports, but it will not be as effective against the Lancelot here with the iframes.
So we'll see how the ban is gonna be like right now. I do have there is a combo that I'm looking out for. I wouldn't call that a combo, but a sequence, right? If Kingdom Esports do ban out Esmeralda for their last ban, it would entirely suggest that they are looking for an Angela pick because Angela is currently still unavailable. They would want to go for they can actually go for an Angela roam and putting a Gato over to the XP. It is actually kind of unlikely, to be fairly honest, but this is a team and this is something that, this is a game that can be very different. They can give us a little bit of surprise.
Sure, and I was looking forward for the Harith ban here, and it will be taken down by Kingdom Esports. We know how great it is with that RWM as well as the Zaman Force here. Just too much synergy on the ultimates here. But then again, for the side of Flash SG, they do have the Hayabusa. They need to double down as well if they want to be very aggressive here for the EXP. You can roam well. Maybe Khalid Yu Zhong is pretty much open. Hey, Yu Zhong not bad.
Oh yeah, all right.
The night sky tells all
Oh, the Esmeralda is banned from Team Flash themselves.
Okay.
I didn't think that Angela could be a possibility for them. I still don't think so, right? This is these bans are all about zones, right? Both Uranus as well as Esmeralda, they're great at zoning. This also means that there is a possibility that even when it comes down to the Heart Guard, it's not going to be sapped away by the Esmeralda being one of the caveats.
Well,
but is it forcing? That's the question. Are they forcing anything here?
Because you mentioned, of course, the Angela, right? Angela plus the Yu Zhong is pretty scary, man. I've seen that capability. The sustain is insane.
Do you know that Angela duck skin? You know the swimsuit skin.
Angela?
Yeah, Angela has like this this summer skin. This summer skin.
Yeah.
And when she possesses people with the heart guard, there's a small little duck that appears all around the body. So if Angela were to use a hard guard on a flying Yu Zhong, you essentially have a mega gigantic duck flying through the sky.
That's Halloween for you.
That's Halloween. That's pretty darn scary if you ask me.
Nice. Let's see. Yeah, it's actually possible here for the side of Flash SG if they want to have a mid. No.
I don't think so. I mean, they could put that as a roam, since they already have a very tanky front line coming in from the Hylos, and this plays around a lot of regenerative properties because with the Hylos, you have Revitalized, you do have the Glorious Pathway as well.
Okay, there you go. Ruby is out here on the side of Kingdom Esports. match badly needed here, especially against a Hayabusa. They need the crowd controls here. And additional, of course, follow-up coming in from the Gattakacha when it comes to a team fight. Wow, so many AoE capabilities as well coming in for the side of Kingdom Esports. However, when it comes to the early stage of the game here, I can say having a Hayabusa, Eve, as well as the Hylos, they can have the advantage here to harass or invade, rather, against Kingdom Esports.
I think I was slightly a little bit biased on the fact that I want to see a giant duck in the sky. Angela.
There you go.
But does that make sense? That is the question, right? Ultimately, the Angela plus the Yves lane prio versus... Okay.
Obsidian.
Damn.
We've seen Obsidian, right, on the regular season
already.
Yep.
We have seen that before.
But I'm not sure if it was effective, though.
It pops off pretty decently, as much as we thought that it might pop off very late, but that's actually not the case. Obsidian can actually get all the bone essences, or rather bone shards, pretty early, like somewhere around 15 minutes.
Oof.
Could be earlier, actually. Could be a lot earlier.
Let us see. Let us see here. That is going to be a purified Obsidian there coming in from the side of Vanix. And me personally, the first time I'm seeing Vanix using this hero. Usually we see Moscow coming in as a staple pick, Claude there, the traditional marksman, even the Harith. Now, Obsidian under his hands. Let's see if this is really effective here against the side of Kingdom Esports. But on the other side, again, crowd control is just too much here for Kingdom Esports. They need a burst damage. They have to rely here for Yawn. So FMM can transition as well to a DPS damage dealer mage here in the mid lane.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn we go! With Kingdom Esports onto the blue side and Flash SG onto the red side. And we start things off with both of the junglers starting at the northern part of the jungle. So they are all going to be ending off at the southeastern part of the map. So that is going to be the gold laners.
Speaking of which, gold laners, I'm looking forward to how Vanix will progress this hero. Again, this is against a Ruby. Remember, when it comes to the range, you can expect, of course, the marksman having this advantage, but hold the thought. This is going to be low, still very low.
Oh, Hades finds himself taken down. Almost immediately. This is not going to be great for Team Flash SG's momentum and tempo. But the next one that will go down is going to be Jay.
Wow, 2 kills in a row. Under a minute here, and now Kingdom Esports is in a roll. Flash SG underestimating, of course, the early prowess when it comes to damage department here coming in from inside of Kingdom Esports. Then again, you know Flash SG is a well-experienced team. It's not going to be choke them on that losses. However, Kingdom Esports, this is pretty good, especially during the early game. They need to roll their way in. Especially you have a natural marksman here on the bot side against the side of Flash SG.
With that all said, we already have got Yonda is currently at level 4, and when it comes down to Hades, it will definitely take a little bit more time before they will go neck and neck. Bear just hit Oh wait, he's not level 4 yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
But this is going to be a timing, indeed, especially for Pearl Spawn later on. There you go. This is going to be the fight.
On to Insanity, but he's not going to have too much of a problem as he got himself teleporting right out of there. Halsey joins in the fray with a taunt down onto Jay. Jay is going to be flying up to the sky, and speaking of the skies, this bear will take himself up into the skies and will be putting himself right in the face of Yon, hoping that he will be able to flood him out. And indeed, he will. The Crimson Beacon pops, puts Bear in a really tough spot. Flash SG has lost 4 members throughout this entire 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
That is why they prioritize here. The Gattakacha Lolsi knows his stuff, trying to initiate the team fight, and now providing the space as well for this first turtle to take down. It's not done yet. They are going very aggressive.
It is going to be Jay and Hades currently trying to repel against Kingdom Esports. They're slowly losing inches and inches of their own jungle. Jay currently having a little bit too big of a problem, but the RWM coming from Curtizi, hoping that he will be able to stay alive a little bit longer as Insanity pops himself all the way to the back. Hades picks up a kill on FMM. Curtizi is fine thanks to the glorious pathway. He ran himself away from Insanity, and Bear picks up a kill with the help of Hades' Ogi shadow kill.
Wow, Curtizi managed to survive that one and still managed to escape as well. Vanix is out of position. He will run. Will he be able to escape though?
Nope, no way, Jose. Vanix finds himself taken down once again. Kingdom Esports will now put Flash SG on a chokehold. Kingdom Esports, they have the starting advantage.
Yeah, they do have, and this is a gold freely been taken here by Bear as well on the top side. They need to respond. So far right now, Flash SG, usually we see them as the aggressors, but Kingdom Esports, with those kills, had advantage. Oh, this is going to be a 1v1. So both of these heroes here has the capability to regain health. So it's going to be a staple lane here on the EXP. But meanwhile here, itemizations, as we can see, it is going to be Ruby here going for Endless Battle here in the first item. Transitioning for that one. On the other side though, damage as well been taken care here with the side of Bear. Let's see if this is going to be a damage transition here for the EXP.
Vanix is definitely going to have a little bit of problem here. But the XP coming in from, or rather the damage XP coming in from Grant, he should more or less be able to put a lot of problems onto Vanix. But of course, a ranged user versus a melee user, it's fair to say that this is free bone farming for Vanix.
Yeah.
But it's still a little bit tough to touch him. But in the meantime, that is a glorious pathway from the side of Jay. He will be healing himself all the way back up. The Crimson Beacon from FMM getting himself away while the Black Dragon form soars out for the side of Bear. They managed to zone a decent amount, but all 5 members from Kingdom, they still have got the priority over the Lord. They're still hovering around, and the Furious Dive hopes to get a knock up, and indeed he will be able to, as the RWM from the side of Katizi traps everyone right inside. But it's not one-sided at all. Grant flicked himself away, hoping he will be able to get a kill, and indeed he did manage to because of the lethal ignition from the side of Katizi. Fair trades all the way through. It's a 3-4-3 trade.
Wow, that was insane. Team fight between these two teams. I have seen, of course, the TOR as well as the Black Dragon form being used early in the skirmish play. But then again, at the ending here, both teams could not really commit on the turtle takedown. And both teams here, again, ultimates are pretty much badly needed here when it comes to the objective team fights. But so far, Flash SG still transitioning here, trying to control this neutral objective. And Lossi is there for the map information. Well, Kingdom Esports trying to push this one through. Oh, the split push here on the top side as well. Makes Sanity to commit and try to defend the top side.
This is going to be a very late second turtle. There is, of course, a very high probability that the third turtle wouldn't even appear, and it would immediately be a lot at 8 minutes in. But for now, Hades finding himself in a tough spot. As Bear takes into the sky, zones everyone else away so that they can have the priority over the turtle. The Furious Dive puts himself on the ground, but that is just a bit of immobility. Everyone from the side of Kingdom, they are just wrapped up together in one spot. But Team Flash, they did not manage to take advantage of that spot where everyone was just stuck in that small little avenue. As such, we do have Katizi pulled right in, and that is going to be another one taken down for the count.
Oh my. Now we have seen, of course, the Black Dragon form as well as the Glorious Pathway being committed too early there. And Kingdom Esports knows about the timing. Unfortunately for them, it has also here for Flash SG could not able to take that neutral objective. Kingdom Esports, so far so good here in the early stage of the game here, Abstract.
If they are able to get a little bit more kills from this point on and try to get themselves a good amount of skirmishes and lane controls, priorities, and perhaps even snowball factor, that will allow them to pick up the Lord at the moment that it appears. And this will give them a lot more economy for bringing down all these standing objectives.
Yeah, I have to give credit as well to Lalsi, how he able to give information on Garakacha. He was the key there. I mean, he knows how to position himself at the right moment here, knows to give, of course, the surveillance where each member of the Flash SG position themselves across that turtle pit. And now this is going to be somehow a mid lane priority. We'll be able to see some push here. Oh, Lalsi. Be careful here. He has still the ultimate and the taunt as well.
Just a couple of pokes coming in from both sides. Kingdom, they're starting to slowly lose out in their economy and lead. But now it's Jay. Oh, wait, what was that TOR from Insanity? But however, Team Flash, they will fight back. While we also have Bear hitting himself all the way back, hoping that he will stay alive. The main thing that we are looking out for is Flash SG's survival. And it does seem as though they may have lost Jay, but it is a 1-for-1 trade between the roamers.
Well, I can see the attempt coming in from the side of Hades here, trying to flank his way. But, you know, Grant is pretty much ready also on that Ruby. The insane crowd control here just stops the combo coming in from the assassin. Hades here having a difficult time to go for the pick of play. And now positioning here coming in from Kingdom Esports is very immaculate. I love how they control the skirmishes play against Flash SG.
We're currently looking at 1,500 gold lead in favor for Kingdom Esports, while the Lord is available. So, with the Lord's advantage, in the event that Kingdom Esports actually does take it, that is very, very important.
Yeah.
The main thing that we gotta have to look out for is the difference between the junglers and what kind of experience or levels are we looking out for, right? Hades currently at level 11, while in the meantime, we do have the Lancelot coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports, hopefully somewhere around there. I can't exactly see that right now.
Yeah.
12 actually.
They have the advantage, and now they're going to force this team fight here in the middle lane.
Oh! Catching on to 2. The TO round comes in shortly afterwards. The Black Dragon form pushes everyone else away, but this is going to be a long cooldown of a bear. Kingdom Esports, they managed to retreat just in the nick of time in order to reset that fight.
Well, let us see if this is going to be the window that Kingdom Esports is looking to go for the Lord Dance, but nope. They are going to stop the advance for now. Black Dragon form, remember, the Black Dragon form has been used already here coming in from the side of Flash SG. They're going to go for the Lord Dance, and look at Kingdom Esports here. They are not willing to give it away to Flash SG. They are actually initiating this Lord Dance this against Flash SG right now.
The Lord currently having the enmity right over to Kingdom Esports. Flash SG is looking for an opportunity and the right time to spring right into action.
Yeah, I can see the damage already popping up here for Vanix. So on the early state of the game, it's back up now with the bone shards. Oh, look at this one on the sides though, Losey.
The fight over on the right side is slightly independent. It's more about zoning.
Oh, this is
They're staring down.
Yep.
They're staring down.
So far, longest Lord Dance that we had. No one is willing to give it away to the other side here. But so far, Vanix is now trying to control this objective here. Kingdom Esports, are they ready? That is going to be the big question again. The AOG LOLZ in map information is very crucial here at this moment in time. No one's initiating for now.
It is going to be a slow, grueling fight where both teams wants to capitalize on the mistakes of one another. Perhaps they're just going to test punch a little bit here and there.
50% health here for the Lord. Vanix is here with the advantage on the range. Again, another reset here. No one's split pushing rather here at this moment. And we have seen now the Lancelot on the top side. But so far here, Flash SG. Will this be a call? Yep, it is with a Glorious Pathway.
With a stun down onto Insanity as well. Hades hopes to look for some damage onto Insanity, but that did not fly.
Yep, that's a big ultimate there being committed by Jay. Kingdom Esports, will this be, again, the opportunity for them to call for the Lord Dance? I guess they will. This is now a 5-man formation here on the side of Kingdom Esports. Zone coming in from FMM. Insanity on the side as well. And now Yon is there. There it comes, the team fight.
That's the catch. That's the catch we're looking for, but it wasn't following through. Jay's HP all the way down to half. Insanity, FMM, and LOLZ did suffer a bit over there. Hades and Yon, both of them have disparity in their XP. Yon is max level. So when it comes down to the Lord fight,
there you go.
The 50-50 would eventually go to Yon. While the rest of the members for the side of Kingdom Esports, they are going to be breaking right through over to Flash. And FMM takes up the kill over to Vanix. One of the most important players from for the side of Team Flash. They have lost that. Cortese, they have lost that as well. Hades, they lost that too. And then potentially is Bear down for the count. 4 important core members wiped out by Kingdom.
Plus the Lord as a bonus. Plus this outer tarts in the mid as well. Will they be able to seal the deal here, Abstract?
This could be the
going forward.
This could be the fall of Flash for Game 1. As they are now putting everything that they could over to Jay. There's still a single ballista, but that will be wiped out almost instantaneously.
Oh man, that's the longest Lord Dance that we had. And this is the effects of having a big win on the skirmish play. Inhibitor target's gone in the middle. Now the Lord's pushing through as well on the bot side. Another siege upcoming. Flash SG will be able to hold Kingdom Esports here, having a great time at this moment.
Flash now have to play possum right within of their homes. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity as well, but they gotta have to go for a perfect defense. Do they have got the wave clear in order to do this?
Oh my.
That's the main question. The Glorious Pathway ultimately did not pay much dividends, so that is going to be some big healing factor from Jay that will no longer appear. The TOR coming in from Trinsanity just going to be popping right onto Team Flash. The rest of the members from Kingdom Esports now slowly backs themselves backwards as they start to see the Black Dragon form from the side of Bear, zones them all the way out with no chance of any creeps coming in from the bottom lane. Katisi finds an opportunity to box everyone else with the RWM. Yon goes over to the back, deals with Vanix, more than enough, but he will go down for the count as Katisi takes him out with the Void Blast. Hades is still around though. If he wants to go for a little bit of assassination play, he could, but they will let Kingdom Esports go.
Oh man, and look at the health here of the inhibitor chart on top side as well. This is a big win coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports. Man, one of the rarest games I've seen so far when it comes to Flash SG. They have been punished so hard with that single Lord Dance.
Just one Lord Dance that lasted for a long time.
Oh my. The power of the Lord. That was the first Lord.
Yeah.
That was just the first Lord.
Wait. That was the first one.
Do you believe so?
Crap, you're right.
That was just how the baby Lord, man.
That was okay. To put it into perspective, right? All of those turtle fights, right, or rather, all of these turtle dances, it also lasted long. So when they took down the second turtle, the third turtle immediately disappears because the timing for the first Lord is there. So the first Lord came in at around 8 minutes. So they have been dancing for a good 5-6 minutes.
And now this is going to be a blitz here coming in on the side of Kingdom Esports. Oh, now Flash SG wants to commit.
There's Bear taking up into the skies while Lolzy puts himself right into the face of Team Flash. He's taking a big gamble, very bold, but TOR lands on the 4! Insanity does what he needed already. He's taking quite a bit of a beating while all the way in the back, Grant 1v1 against Hades. There's more than enough. The rest of the Kingdom, they will floor it. They'll move on. They'll step on an accelerator. They managed to take the next kill over to Jay. Double kill credited with Katizi, the last member remaining, and that is more than enough as the I'm offended lands on the Katizi. Kingdom takes game 1.
GG, still 100% when it comes to game 1's matches here, Abstract. Still, this magic coming in from Kingdom Esports. All first game wins. Always it is going to be Kingdom Esports for the take. And against Flash SG this time around. What an impressive display here. Kingdom Esports is hype up against the reigning champions.
So I think it's relatively fair to say that when it comes down to statistics never lie. Game 1 usually goes over to Kingdom, right? Game 2, question mark. I'm not going to say anything else from this point onwards, okay? I'm not going to cast this curse at anyone. I'm not going to say anything at this point because right now we do have someone here that might actually stare at me at any point in time. You know, gonna leave it as that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're just stating the facts.
I'm just stating statistics. In terms of statistics.
In terms of statistics. But so far on the playoffs,
in terms of
game 2, they won.
God damn it! Wait, hold on a second.
Wow, Kingdom Esports.
Wait. I can't open my tablet. The backup.
There you go.
In terms of statistics,
yeah, Kingdom Esports.
Kingdom
Game
Esports.
1's 100% win rate. Game 2.
Jace, where do I find first game wins?
First game wins. MVP though, there's gonna be FMM still. This time around on the Zushin.
Yes, 4:1:14. That is the that is the statistics, or rather that is the KDA of FMM. And this guy, man, he's not stopping. He's just collecting these MVP trophies game after game after game.
Exactly, he's very consistent here. Now his Zushin, incredibly good. Again, we have to highlight his skill participation here. He's always there at the right moment, especially in big, crucial team fights. But don't get me wrong, this game one against the side of Flash SG, we haven't seen so many skirmishes play. It's more on these objective team fights. And now it's very crucial also here for FMM to pull such incredible Zushin plays, and have to give credit also to Lolzy on his map-giving information on his Garakacha, and also Grant on the Rubies. This Ruby is also having this great advantage against Hades here. He knows where Hades really going to move or flank. He's pretty much ready for his crowd controls as well.
I think one of the main solid plays is the fact that both teams have been dancing around the Lord and both teams refuses to show their junglers, because both junglers are somewhere in their own jungle, farming away lanes to lanes. They need to get an advantage on levels in order to win in some of these 50-50s. And in the end, Kingdom Esports lands a lot, which is Yon. He's the one that managed to farm the fastest, and he's the one that managed to get that level 15 before Hades. When they come in and congregate together for that final, not final, but that one big dance, Yon eventually takes the cake.
Wow, that was very surprising with the Lordan's win. Didn't expect that 2 inhibitor that's gone.
Not at all.
That single big team fight. And ultimately, it covers much for the map control for the rest of Kingdom Esports. Is where actually the dagger comes in. It's where they spike their way in against the side of Flash SG. And so far, we have seen also the Black Dragon form, the Glorious Pathway been committed too early as well for those dances.
Yep.
And that was the opportunity for Kingdom Esports to actually, their window actually, to go for that kill.
So with that all said, of course, super good game coming in from Kingdom. They did what they could, and they managed to, let's just be fairly honest. Yep. Bear, he's been pretty annoying.
He is.
90% kill participation, constantly flying into the sky, and well, I gotta have to say, Kingdom, they weren't exactly very excited to poke him. Because why? They don't have a marksman. Let's remember that. They don't have a marksman. And somehow they still managed to find themselves a very successful run in this game.
Actually, I saw the timings as well coming in from Kingdom Esports. They knew that they cannot really go for a brawl once that Black Dragon form has been committed. They actually burning that duration here, the buffs against the side of Bear, and also Jay's commitment on that Glorious Pathway. They know how to disengage themselves, prepare for the moment to jump in. The position, again, is immaculate here for the side of Kingdom Esports. I've seen also, again, Lolzy here on how to position himself. He knows how to track those missing team members coming in from the side of Flash SG. This is very important here. Remember, that was the first pick Garakacha, and he knows his stuff here.
Yeah.
Garakacha is really the key here coming in from the side of Lolzy.
There's a reason why they first picked up the Garakacha, right? Well, there were so many other heroes that is available at that point in time.
Exactly.
So it paid dividends for sure, right? In the early stages, simple taunts, simple jumps allows them to pick up kills after kills after kills. I think that it is definitely very unfortunate that Team Flash lost 4 members without any form of trades.
Yeah.
I think that is where they started to spiral and go downwards, and it's become very difficult for them to find a way to come back.
I gotta give credit as well on how Kingdom Esports draft their way in. I can say the Ruby was very good, especially against Hades there. We have seen so far so many attempts coming in from Hades, trying to go for a flanking maneuver here, but he was stopped time and time again with those Ruby crowd controls. And so far right now, this is the match point game that we have just witnessed, Abstract, and taking down one game from the reigning champions, Flash SG, is really important here, especially for the momentum coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports. Lolzy mentioned this one. It's really hard for them climbing their way out into the Challenger qualifiers. Now here in the playoffs, up against Team Flash SG.
Now, the thing is, this lineup from Kingdom is kind of what we all expected before the season happened. This is the kind of results that we want to see from Kingdom Esports. The moment that this lineup shows up, right, the roaming trio, Yon, FMM, and Lolzy, we immediately be like, that is a scary, scary team.
Yeah.
People with experience from various organizations, from various seasons, and various roles, looking at you, FMM, they have got information and they have got experience like no other people.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I agree with that one. And, you know, Flash SG has also an incredible trio there. Don't negate, of course, Vanix, Hades, as well as here Curtizi. They have been very staple. We have mentioned this one when it comes to Flash SG. But so far here, the first takedown on the game one with Kingdom Esports taking it into their grasp is a big thing. Personally, for me, it only shows here that Kingdom Esports can really brawl their way into the highest levels of MLBB here in Singapore.
Execution is key, and I think that Kingdom Esports, they've executed what they really needed to already. And now Flash SG, unfortunately, face match point. If they're unable to come back in game number 2, and if they're unable to pick up the pieces once again, they will be relegated to the lower brackets where they will have to face. Oh man, they have to face Team Stallions.
Exactly. And
ooh,
I mentioned this one a while ago.
Yeah, you mentioned this.
Yeah,
right?
Now I somehow going to take that back, but let's see.
I don't know, but this sounds like a caster's curse from Deadeye. So if anything, go for his head, not mine. Go for Deadeye's head, not mine.
No.
It's no longer Deadeye. It's Deadhead.
Deadhead indeed. Oh, what a Halloween indeed.
Very Halloweenish.
Very Halloweenish. But again, Flash SG, we're expecting, of course, the best of 3 games here. This is the reigning champions here. If this is going to be a sweep from Kingdom Esports, I'm just saying if.
Okay, you can shut up now.
Caster's curse once again.
yeah, you can shut up now. In case of emergency, right? In case. Nothing said, nothing ruled.
Period.
If Flash SG, period. Okay?
Flying Cloud.
Right?
No.
We don't have a single flying cloud on the day.
No. Nada. Zero.
It's okay. Who cares about flying on the clouds, right?
Take real mains.
And nets. I need to stop that.
Yeah, you need. You'll be the headless man here. Be careful.
I need to stop that.
Man, here we go. We are now going to proceed into the match point game abstract.
Yep.
1 game away for Kingdom Esports.
Okay.
Flash SG.
Yep.
Redemption from them.
We're going to be resetting that API, so don't worry about that. That was the previous games. Yep. We flashed it out so that you can have a history check.
Yep.
What happened in the previous game and what was the heroes of the previous game, so that we can have a nice little comparison. So now I more or less know we've got Grok, Kimi, Kalia banned out for the first phase for Kingdom, and CC Baxia Chip banned for the first phase for Flash in the previous game. Do we have any difference? The answer is no.
Same. Yeah,
yeah, no difference from KE. Flash, CC, Baxia Chip. So it is not the same now.
Respect ban.
Respect ban.
Indeed. Now there's going to be instantly Hylos being picked here coming in from Kingdom Esports. Now Flash SG on the other hand, again, both teams haven't prioritized the Yes and Shin.
It's Expanding Rivers again.
Yeah.
They played Expanding Rivers in the previous one, and now they're playing Expanding Rivers again.
Yep.
So much for random.
And now, plus the Glorious Pathway, it's going to be a stampede indeed. We're going to expect coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports. But here, Flash SG taking their time for the picks. Again, Yes and Shin is pretty much open here, but we haven't seen that one. Hades was the Hayabusa. But there you go. Again, it's going to be picked, but this time around, a Khalid coming in from Bear.
Okay, the Khalid is not a confirmed pick just yet.
Yeah, flex.
Because actually, this is more of a J pick. J, as a roamer, actually prefers fighter heroes. Even during the time when he was actually mid lane for a period of time, he also played fighter mid lanes and so on and so forth, right?
Dr. J.
Yeah, Dr. J. And now in the roam position, we are likely going to be seeing something along those lines. It's a flexible Khalid, but we'll wait that out.
Okay, now on the other side, they have the Zushin this time around. Again, FMM MVP on the game 1. So still, It works for them. Why not pick it again? But against here, Curtisi on the other side. What is going to be... Usually I see him on the bursty mage picks here. But so far, they have picked that Eve. And now we'll be able to pick... I haven't seen Farsa, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I haven't seen a Farsa in a while
Among
here.
the planes exists the equilibrium.
And it's
Now
still
Eve.
going to be Eve once again.
Yeah. So Yves have been seeing themselves for many times now.
Yep.
And Yves doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping in the Yves anytime soon. So honestly, that is some craziness I'm going to have to say. You know, Yves is pretty annoying, not going to lie.
Yep.
But now we move on to the second phase bans. What are we looking for here?
Ruby ban.
Ruby ban, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Grant did a pretty good job holding Hades rotations there and pick of plays as well. Did pretty good on that aspect. So I think a Ruby probably going to be taken down here.
The hunt begins.
There you go.
There we go.
And now Kingdom Esports on the other side. So they have a chance to go for a natural marksman on... actually, they need to have the scaling potential here. So speaking of marksman, again, no one's taking this Yishin shit anymore. Of course, they have the Lancelot here and the Hades on the other side. Kalea?
Granger should go out. Kalea has already been taken out.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Old man eyes. I understand.
I love you, Lodi.
I love you too. Well,
there you go. Yep.
I would believe that the Granger should be one of the heroes that should be taken out. Ultimately, because Hayabusa is very late game centric, maybe they will want to look at something that allows them to snowball in the earlier stages, right? Either earlier or the mid stages. So taking Granger out, I would like that. I don't believe, or rather, I don't think that Team Flies would play double fighters right now. But with the fact that Granger is taken away,
Moskov
that could still be... Moskov would be too late. I would say that a Moskov would be a little bit too late, and that will kind of clash a little bit with what Hayabusa wants, right? They want to go for a little bit of funneling of the pause ones, and Hayabusa is someone that can really pop around maps really fast, just like what a Moskov would do. They generally have the same thing that they would do. So Lapu Lapu is going to be the pick indeed, and that will be the gold laner.
No way. Gold lane Lapu Lapu? Interesting.
I would think that that is what they're going to go for.
2 fighter side lanes?
Yep.
Vanix?
Mostly because of the fact that Hayabusa has already been picked out, and Hayabusa will take over the role of what a Moskov would normally do in-game. Hyper farm, all the way from the mid stages to the late stages. You have access to every single one of these lanes, provided that you win in the rivers.
Okay.
So now Team Flash, what they want to do is they want to draft up a composition that allows them to be hyper-aggressive in lanes. So this might actually be a Khalid Roam indeed. Khalid Roam has very good wave clear together with a Yi. This will be a problem for the Juicin plus Hylos combination in the middle lane, because burst versus DOT, burst will be faster.
Speaking of burst, they have again the Xborg here. Hesborg has been very effective on the EXP here, Outtrack.
Yuzhong's not banned, right?
Fire missiles. Yuzhong, no.
If Yuzhong is not banned, this might be a Yuzhong pick for Bear.
Yuzhong against an Xborg.
Yep.
EXP. Pretty interesting matchup.
In this case, gold lane Alice, right? Likely is a gold lane Alice. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh.
Natan.
Oh, I am so wrong.
Natan for Vanix again.
Wait, this is damn expensive. This is greedy.
In a sense, they have the Khalid Roam that you have mentioned. I think they can compensate here, at least provide a space for Vanix. Curtisi, J, as well as Hades here. For me, it's pretty good.
Right.
Trio here provides space for Vanix. Vanix cannot be forced to join the early game team fights.
No, it actually does make sense now that I think about it. They don't have a shred. They don't have anyone that can realistically be able to shred big, tanky boys. Hylos, Xbox, Alice. They need someone of that caliber. And technically speaking, Nathan, yes, is a greedy hero that needs a lot of items to really pop off. But realistically speaking, if you were to compare between a carry and a Nathan, carry is much more expensive due to the nature of physical items being more expensive as compared to a Nathan. Nathan picks up and buys magic damage items. Magic damage items have a lower cash ceiling.
Okay, understandable. Plus, also, I do believe Nathan has a great range with his ultimate here, and one of the heroes can really rip through as well for the turret.
Yep, that's the thing, yes.
I anticipate here for the side of Flash SG, again, the trio will do their thing, and it is going to be Vanix here being freely given space to control his lane. Lolc and Jay here, early game brawl between these two. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last series here. Match point game in favor here on the side of Kingdom Esports. Whoever wins this series will proceed into the upper bracket semifinals here in our tournament. Flash SG, this is their chance here to redeem themselves and force this series into a game 3.
Seems like we have a bit of an issue for Team Flash when it comes down to wave clear. Jay takes up a little bit too much damage and not wanting to overextend himself. In most cases, for an early phase of middle lane, you kind of throw your HP a little bit more just so that you can clear wave fast for the Eve. And because you are on sand most of the time, you actually goes back home, you TP back home and comes back to the fight really fast.
Yeah.
So even if you take a couple of HP damage and you are forced to go back home, it does not matter for the roamer.
Yeah, as long as, of course, you clear the waves easily here. And remember, of course, you have the support as well coming in from Jay with concussive blasts, plus the Desert Tornado. And you have it easily going to control this minion waves all throughout here across the game. So far, again, you mentioned it here, the mid lane priority. This is very important here for all the teams to control the map across. Neon's positioning here is pretty good. So far here, both teams just trying to test the waters for now.
Now, of course, information is key. They have no information on any of the junglers at this point in time.
Oh. Cheeky.
Very cheeky. Now they have information that Yon is down in the bottom. Vanix going for a little bit of fight as such. Now they will be jumping themselves onto Lolc. We do have got the Quicksand Guard that pops and slows Lolc down, but not quite enough to take this inch of HP away from the side of Kingdom.
Okay, both roamers here just evading the early first blood death for both teams. But of course, the battle spells has been used already in the early stage of the game. No Revitalize here, no Flicker on the other side coming in from Jay as well. Turtle is up, and Vanix here managed to escape, forcing his ultimate as well to go back away. Level 4 Lolc has the Glorious Pathway available, one level ahead against Jay.
Shouldn't be too big of a deal. I would like to believe that Kingdom Esports will take this free turtle. And Flash SG might want to concede this. Oh, wait, maybe not. Seems like they're looking for something. He goes for the stun right down to the bear. Bear currently in a tough spot, but it's okay. He's CC immune as he goes straight for it. FMM gets the turtle for some reason. But anyways, we're just going to be jumping right back in. We got a single kill as Yon picks up first blood down over to Bear. It is a 1-for-1 trade at this point, but this is going to be stalemate.
Yeah, but still a little advantage there coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports with the turtle security there against Flash SG. But so far, when it comes to the later stage of the game, I'm looking forward here for Vanix, actually Abstract, to carry this game. We have seen the damage, especially, rather, only on the early game. He can contribute on that department. Even though, Nathan, you mentioned, of course, the magical items is much more cheaper compared to physical items here. And he can wrap up for this one. And let's see if they'll be able to carry this game here on the bot side against the X-Borg.
However, I think that there's a very big difference in the way that previous fight played out and how it worked out for them, right? Because Jay is the one that got the kill while they lost Bear. Kingdom, they lost Lolc, but Yon picks up the kill. In most situations, Kingdom Esports is the one that won in that fight. But maybe Team Flash have got something to say about that. As Katizi finally takes one kill down onto Lolc. Drisanity responds in kind by getting a kill down to Jay. Is a roam showdown and a roam trade.
Yeah, roam trade indeed. 1-for-1. Both teams here, rotations is the key as well. And now Flash SG. Hades, so far, we haven't seen him early game kills for his Hayabusa. So far, when it comes to Hades, he's really dictating tempo on those aggressive rotations. But so far here, for under 5 minutes, no kills under his banner.
He's still trying to play things a little bit slow, I assume. Trying to be as safe as possible. But to be fair, he doesn't really have a lot of targets that he can go for. He can play some crazy macro game though, which is something that I kind of miss from the old Hades. But speaking of old Hades, currently he doesn't have a lot of HP to work around with. As such, this turtle is eventually going to be free for the taking for Kingdom Esports.
For sure, man, the space being given. And there you go. We mentioned this one of the best things. Our Nathan can easily rip through turrets. And they have secured this one on the bottom side of the map. Hades here, trying to be very aggressive. So far, Kingdom Esports secured the second turtle of the game. Will they go for the siege right now? But so far, LOLC having this information. Oh, early game commitment.
The RWM pops in, trying to get FMM, but that is just a small little wave clear tool, I would say. And the hitting of FMM is just a bonus.
Okay. Jay, on the other side, it is going to be now map information given for the side of Flash SG. We have seen now the turret being taken down on the bot side, Flash SG. So far, I haven't seen actually here Vanix rotating on the top side, and I thought this is going to be a switch already here for Bear. And he will continue to defend the bottom side of the map here. Grant holding his ground against Vanix. This is dive.
They're going to be proxying right onto the back, trying to get a kill down on Vanix. As such, he will be taken down, as this is a collapse of Kingdom Esports right in the face of Flash, earning the double kill for Grant.
Beautiful rotations here for the side of Kingdom Esports. That was a great call, trying to dive here. And now they will take 2 heroes as well, compensate their loss on the turret takedown on the bottom side. They themselves will take here as well. Hades!
Oh!
Solo kill!
I think this is not really a game that we are looking out for Team Flash. Not exactly about the fact that their tournament life is in some sense at stake, but this is more of a game of mental strength. Team Flash currently finds himself 3 kills behind, losing between the junglers. And that will take a toll onto Hades' mental warfare for sure.
Exactly, man. I feel bad for Hades here. Game 1, he hasn't been really popping off there. He was being countered by Grant on the Ruby. This time around, Yon just solo killed him, and it is a big thing here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Now Vanix will be the target once again. They know this one. Flash SG trying to protect the gold laner.
Jane currently intercepts the rest of Kingdom, but that is going to be the Raging Sandstorm that lands up. But LOLC, he don't care about anything, as he does have got a lot of healing involved. Popping himself right in between of Vanix takes a lot of HP. In fact, he will go down. Kingdom Esports don't have any more follow-ups that can help or to deal to Vanix.
Again, the sacrifice here coming in from LOLC. In the end, the outer towers has been secured for the side of Kingdom Esports. Jay has the information, but this time around, it's really difficult for him to invade. Flash SG again being pushed against the wall. Kingdom Esports momentum build up against the reigning champions here. Grants is in the middle. There's going to be numbers advantage here for the side of Flash SG.
But we're talking about an Xbox after all. He doesn't have immortality, so that's still okay. But the moment that he actually pops off the immortality, yeah, that's the crazy part. He's probably going for 3rd item immortality right now with the War Axe as well as Brute Force Breastplate that has already been made. So we're looking forward to that eventually. And I think that he will play a lot more aggressive once he has that immortality.
Well, Brute Force Breastplate has been considered here for Grant. Additional, of course, defense. Every hit coming in from his X board. Flash SG, somehow the aggressive play that we used to see has been caught off here. Kingdom Esports dictating the tempo. Curtisi almost been bursted down there. 50% health here. Wow, the damage alone coming in from the jungler.
There is, of course, a timer onto Kingdom Esports, I dare say.
I agree.
In terms of damage-wise, the timer will go in favor for Flash, and all they gotta do is just drag out time, drag out the game as much as possible. Everyone collapses onto one another. We got a TOR all the way over to the back lines. More than enough to deal with Kurt Teasy, as we do have Yon that slides his way through. Kingdom Esports lost 1, but trades 2 away from the side of Flash SG. But Vanish continues onto the onslaught, throws all of his damage onto Drinsanity. Will take him down with no problems.
Okay, that is a bonus here for the side of Flash SG. They managed to take down 2, but that is a 2-for-2 trade here. Kingdom Esports. Still, it is going to be now their map control to their hands. The Lord is up. This is a expanding rivers map. They have movement speed. It is going to be easy here for both teams to react for this heavy engagement later on. And speaking of engagement on that neutral objective, we are seeing here a brawl.
They're trying to get the kill down on Jay. He gets whipped all the way back, but it's okay. He does have the desert sandstorm just to hold in himself for a little while longer. Grant loses his Faraga armor. Yon finds himself in the mix of things, but now he have come close together with the rest of his team. As such, he will get away pretty fine for now.
Oh, this is heavy casualties coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports, but they are still forcing this Lord of Fights. So they need to reset here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Flash SG on the other side has the ultimates so far available, and now the Lord is here. Grant, Drinsanity, FMM, pretty much ready just in case. And Vanix here, very confident as well on this Lord dance. We'll be able to see the dance. Oh, Yon on the other side, though.
He's looking for something all the way at the sides. He doesn't have feather execution anymore. As such, he will lose the Lord as Team Flash. They've gotten one for themselves, and they're slowly making their way through. They lost the Lord. They won the Lord, but at what cost? Because Kurt, Bear, and Jay have all lost their souls for this.
A Lord for 3-man down plus. Outer turret here in the middle lane. Is it worth it? Kingdom Esports still has the upper hand. Vanix will try to defend the middle lane. Numbers advantage here, but Hades tried to go for a call here, and this is going to be a chase.
Drinsanity currently taking a little bit too much hot shot, but Hades goes into Ogi Shadow Kill. He stays alive. He gets a kill out of Lulzy. He gets himself away just by a tad little bit through his quad shadows, but he went back in only to give a kill over to Grant.
He knows about this one, man. The fire missile still will caught him, will slow him down. Did his best actually to run down Kingdom Esports, but in the end, he will fall. Flash SG, even though of course the Lord has been taken away from them, this is still a big win. With the skirmishes win coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports, they managed to fend off this Lord siege as well on the bottom side of the map. Now outer charts here. Still, Kingdom Esports has the advantage. 100 seconds till the next Lord. Now this is going to be a crucial part here for both teams to actually either force a team fight for the takeoff or play it safe for now, securing the objective area around.
Hades is massively behind as he's about 3,000 gold behind of Yawn. At this point, Hades is out of the picture, which will now leave Vanix as the main damage dealer of the team. And they're gonna have to revolve around that as much as possible. Hades needs to play more macro game, but maybe they're looking for something else.
Okay, full commitment there for Grant. Against Grant rather, but still he managed to revive Firaka armor for that advantage. And now look at the pressure here to bot side. Flash SG is just too late to defend that one. Now going for the chase. So far, nope, they are going to reset at this moment in time. Yes, Abstract, I do agree. It is going to be Vanix's time to shine right now. He is the main damage dealer. Hades will just go for that cleanup. So far, Vanix, itemization's in check. He packs a punch. They can clear the waves easily now. And 30 seconds until the next Lord. Kingdom Esports, they are pretty much prepared for it. Out of turrets here, advantage on the bot side. Flash SG. They need to have a big win on the skirmish in order for them to push against the side of Kingdom Esports.
For possibly the next few fights, or maybe a few of these objective takes, Hades will need to be the sacrificial lamb and will only appear just to take the Lord in order to extend their fight. And anything happens after Hades takes the Lord, it doesn't matter anymore because the baton will then be passed over to Vanix. Because no matter what, Hades will not catch up over to Yon. And the best that he could is to make full use of the fact that he's level 15, neck and neck for the retribution damage.
Oh, are they going to go for a blitz here? Kingdom Esports still in the Lord Dance again. No, nope, that's a reset here. But so far, Kingdom Esports. So, oh, Yon actually on the flanks here. They are trying to go back.
Oh, wow.
Great space being given.
That's pretty darn painful. But that is not Hades that they are trying to aim because Hades will want to go in for a steal. In fact, Ogi Shadow kill. He gets a kill. Down. Lozi! He takes the Lord down. Retribution not right in play. Vanix takes Lozi down. And the Flash, they will continue to trample over to Kingdom Esports with Insanity. Next one on the chopping block. Katizi boxes FMM inside. 4 men down. And Grant is the only one alone to defend for his team.
Oh, there you go. Yes, give it Lord, but then again, this is the cost. They are going to end this one. Actually, they have the minion.
They have the opportunity. They will now pour all of their heart, soul, and sweat onto Grant, and they take game number 2.
Oh my goodness, there we go. The first game-free series of the day 1 of our playoffs for MPL SG Season 10. And Flash SG still is not over in this series. They have taken a win against Kingdom Esports this time around. Part of the champion.
Oh, shoot. That is what I want to see, right?
Yeah.
Technically speaking, statistics still played out.
Game 1 win. Okay. Okay.
But to be... Wait, is it fair? No, to be fair. No.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll shut up now.
Oh. Caster's curse.
No.
Why?
No. It doesn't mean anything.
Something. Okay, doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Statistically, you know, game 1 usually goes to Kingdom. Game 2, they lost. Game 3, question mark. We don't want to delve too much into it, but we gotta give credit where credit's due, right? In the end of the day, Team Flash, they managed to find a way to actually win in that team fight. My idea for them is just throw Hades into the revolving pit, right? As long as he's able to secure the Lord, that's more than enough to extend the time that they need in order to let Vanix pop off. But they say, no, I'm going in. I'm Hades, I'll do what I want. And he managed to kill off Yon, which I will be very honest with you guys, I have absolutely no idea how he did that. But he did. But he I think he mistimed the retribution. As such, it went the kill Lolzy, went over to Lolzy. Not a big deal though, because it was a complete wipeout from there.
Correct. And they turned the tables there from that's Lord Dance actually. And speaking of which, game 1, game 2, same story here. Lord Dance is actually the game-ending skirmish plays for both teams that we witnessed so far. And Hades, man, he climbed his way back here. And he is the MVP. I mentioned a while ago, he struggled, especially during the early stage of the game. Struggled hard. And now he came back. And this is the Hades that we want to see on his Hayabusa this time around. This is just very clutch coming in from the side. Totally from the side here, Flash SG, winning the Lord Dance. Well, technically, it was on the side of Kingdom Esports, but they had major win of the wipeout and pushing their way into the middle lane and winning the game 2.
Now, I'm currently looking through the playback for the entirety of the fight. That was hands down and technically speaking a 1v1 between Lolzy and Yon. That was technically a 1v1 between, not Lolzy, sorry, Yon and Hades. Hades' Ogi Shadow Kill somehow manages to tag onto Yon for most of those periods. And remember, Yon went in to poke out Jay, so he doesn't have the Phantom Execution. So when he went in for the puncture on over to the Lord, he doesn't have invisibility, he doesn't have got untouchable or anything of that sort. So he received almost a lot of those Ogi Shadow Kills shots, and that led to Yon's death.
Actually, that was a risk coming in from Yon as well. They want to take that Lord. And that's why he really committed on that ultimate. Coming in from the side of the Lancelot. But so far right now, what I love to see here, because we are going into a game free and Flash SG, okay, to be fair, they struggle in the early stage of the game here, especially for the side of Hades. But how they be able to come back, I think the big factor as well is Vanix on his Nathan. He packs a punch, man. The way he, of course, putting pressure on the damage department against the side of Kingdom Esports, big deal against here for KE. Lolsey on the other side, he sacrificed himself so much, giving map information here, but it wasn't enough, especially here on how Vanix be able to go for a full down attack. Look at the damage dealt here. He's the highest so far, 75k here for all here at the game 2 rather, for all the players that we've witnessed so far.
Ultimately, I gotta have to say that this is, of course, a nail-biting game. Went all the way down to the wire, but however, it's not a game that I would say allowed Vanix to pop off entirely, right? He still had to play very safe throughout the entire Lord's fight. He actually was behind almost most of the time. He had to be extra careful, right? Because anyone that comes in and pounces onto Vanix, then they realize, okay, yeah, crap. Especially for Grant.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the early game coming in from Flash SG, they struggled so hard. You know, the dives against Vanix there, they was the target, and the turtle takedowns as well. It's all completely on the side of Kingdom Esports. So now we are into the match point game. The first game free here in the day 1 between these two.
Can you believe it? Yeah. 4 series and only one best of 3, one series that went through all 3 games. Yep. Well, we gotta have to wait a little while longer until we actually get the conclusion of this final series on the final day, though. What a way to potentially end the day, don't you think so?
Of course. Especially, of course, we are witnessing here the reigning champions, Flash SG. And, of course, Kingdom Esports. We anticipated this team, of course, to be one of the top tier teams in the current Season 10. And Lolsey also against his former team. So this is a great storyline between these two.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure for those people that are at home, don't go anywhere too far, and everyone else that is on site, stay on your seats. We will be right back with you guys for the 3rd game and the conclusion of this match between Kingdom Esports and Flash SG.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCBG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Gentlemen, we are back in once again, and before we move on to the actual game, let me just okay. Okay, we're nice and centered, and we are ready to actually talk. Okay, maybe a little bit too much of a gap between us, you know. We're pretty close. We're pretty close.
How close?
Close enough. Like shoulder to shoulder kind of thing. There we go. Okay. I hope that you guys are enjoying the entirety of MPL. Hey, don't leave my shoulder.
Okay.
I hope you guys are enjoying the rest of MPL SG Season 10 so far. Today is only day number 1, and I have... I wasn't expecting that, not gonna lie. But so, day 1 is already so entertaining. It's so fun.
It is.
Right? And in the spirit of Halloween, we even have got like, you know, good amount of costumes and all. It's all fun. The Mona Lisa was actually more for him. But he couldn't fit in with his very broad shoulders. You know?
Stay fat.
You're muscular.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good fit, good size. Right?
That's why you're my lodi.
Exactly. But you know who else is my lodi?
Who else?
Everyone else in Kingdom and Flash, because they are the ones that we gotta have to look out for them, right?
Yep.
They played great game thus far. Game number 1, let's give you guys a quick little recap, right? So far, expanding rivers for both games with varying results. Kingdom Esports won in the very first game between Team Flash, and of course, when it comes down to game number 2, Kingdom Esports, they were very close, right? They were very close, but it just so happened that the one final fight and a single flick of a single snap, they disappeared.
Yeah, and that's the common for those two matches rather is the Lord Dance. First series
that was long, man.
Very long. But that was the longest Lord Dance we have seen so far. Second one, still it is Lord Fights.
Yep.
That ended the game.
For the uninitiated, I can actually give you like exact numbers, just so that we know, you know, how long that Lord Dance actually was, okay?
Wow. You gotta... Okay.
I'm pulling all the way up.
I guess.
Okay, you guess.
6 minutes.
Okay. The first Lord spawned at 8 minutes and 13 seconds. Okay. The first Lord will then be destroyed and killed at...
8 minus...
It's killed at... Wait, it's not dead yet. There we go, it's dead now. 12 minutes and 16 seconds. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 4 minutes of Lord Dance.
8. You mentioned 8, and then it died at 14.
12.
Okay, 12.
Yeah,
okay.
so that's 4 minutes of Lord Dance of pure nothingness.
Pure nothingness.
With a little bit of farming onto the offsides and you guys get the idea, right?
Yep.
They're just kind of like testing punches, testing distance, and all that jazz, right? Of course, this looks like nothingness, but in actual fact, if you are part or if you are, you know, empathizing, or if you're in the shoes of any of these players, you know that this is just a pressure cooker that's just brewing.
Yeah.
The pressure is insane inside of this, and the moment you let off a single part of the steam and you vent out the steam, it's probably gonna explode, which exactly is what happened at 12 minutes and 16 seconds.
And I agree, and it only shows here how both team prioritizes, of course, this major objective, which is the Lord. And having the Lord actually gives you really advantage when it comes to map control and even pierce through into the inhibitor hearts of your opposing opponent. And this is how important as well that the presence of the Lord gives you so much control across the map. Remember, expanded rivers here, very aggressive for both teams, especially being going into the pick-up place, skirmishes place. But so far, haven't seen those pickoffs so much. We are transitioning here into actually major 5v5 brawls.
5v5 brawls are kind of annoying kind of deal with, right? But it is the inevitable. Sometimes teams start to neglect a bit of macro game, such as playing on the opposite side of the lane where the Lord eventually is. We kind of have ditched the idea to a certain extent that, okay, we have got a strong pushing lane on the opposite side, or we set up a slow push on the opposite side that will give us an advantage onto the Lord's fight because it's gonna crash, right? It's gonna crash on the standard objective. Throughout the entire 4 minutes, I don't think that we saw anything that is like that, right? No, not much of a split push. It did happen once, right?
Yep.
It happened once where Flash had got a push down onto Kingdom and it forced Yon to show himself.
Yep.
During that point in time, when Yon showed himself, Jay opened up with the Glorious Pathway. They did act on it. However,
it was fended off.
It was fended off almost immediately. They realized, hey, look, okay, that's over.
Yep.
We missed the timing and we reset.
Plus, of course, both teams are not reckless enough, especially if they don't have this map information where the junglers are. They can only act through once they saw the junglers actually just leveling up the lane pressure. Once they saw that one, that was the opening window, they are going to commit.
That's also kind of the main reason why I particularly don't like Hylos as the roamer, because there is no instant gratification when you want to engage in a battle and say like, let's go right now. And the rest will be able to move in tandem with you, right? For Hylos, what you do, you see that there's the jungler is on the top lane and you're like, okay, Lancelot is now on top, let's go. Drop the Glory Pathway, run, stun.
Correct.
3 seconds gone. And then, you know, Hayabusa came in and like, oh look, we missed our timing, let's back off.
Yeah. Unlike other roamers which can really took your attention, Glorious Pathway, you
like
have like Grok, of course, with that barrier as well as the combo coming in from the ward charge. That's the impact you needed for that initiation. But the Glorious Pathway, you still have time actually to run away.
Yep, there is a front swing and a back swing animation when the Glorious Pathway is built. You run through, and there's a front swing of that stun. And only then people can start to slowly go in.
So you need that follow-up, that combo, unless, of course, the position coming in from the Eve, real manipulation plus the Glorious Pathway. Now that is going to be a sure kill for sure. But here, we are now seeing Broken Wall. Still 100% no Flying Cloud on our day 1 here, Abstract.
Yep. I'm not too sure how to feel about that, but it's okay. We will see Flying Clouds in the next few days, perhaps, right? We'll possibly pass the baton over to, you know, Churros. I mean, he always dogs me, so it's fine. I know Ryan Churros, as well as Jays.
Yeah. Chris,
yes. Christopher Columbus.
Christopher Columbus. And here we go. Ooh, this is now the last game, ladies and gentlemen. 1 game away for both teams to secure the upper bracket semifinals match. Flash SG, the reigning 4P champions. Kingdom Esports here on the other side, looking to topple the reign.
So, Gato Kacha is leaked. Chip is leaked.
No Hayabusa this time around for Hades.
So they're kind of forcing a hand onto Hades. Okay, they identified that Gato Kacha can actually be a very good priority pick over the side of Kingdom. It feels forced over to Team Flash. It feels like KE took this draft well.
Yep. I think they are going to take it away against Lulzy as well here. But, Lolzy managed to take that Hylos pick a while ago. But let's see. Yuzhong rather is open Yuzhong Shin again. But they are not going to go for it. We haven't seen, once the Grok has been taken down, both teams doesn't double down with the Yuzhong Shin.
Not really, yeah.
So, okay, Zushid is out. Okay, speaking of which, now they go. And this is going to be a Hylos for Lolzy.
Okay. So, once again, the dire problem that I feel that is that always been a problem is initiating is not instant gratification. So we need to supplement that with someone with instant gratification. You already have got Mountain Shocker to give you information. So you need someone that can act on it.
So there you go. I missed Farsa coming in from Courtesy, and this will be the last game. And now I'm showing the burst damage coming in from Courtesy. This is what I want coming in from this player. And on the other side, Eve is pretty much open here as well. We've seen the combination of the Glorious Pathway again, and RWM can stop any advance against the side of Flash SG. And you have a Yuzhong Shin. You have a pretty combo. Yuzhong Shin, Hylos on the other hand. But it's not as aggressive, of course, when we compare to a Grok Roam.
Oh, 13. They can choose to go for 13 if they want to. That's an instant answer to the feathered airstrike. You immediately remove the possibility of any form of feathered airstrike. You also have double information gathering tool from the side of Yuzhong Shin. Right? You got Mountain Shocker, you got the Fury of the Phoenix. Either or, you have roundabout ways to gather information.
Speaking of which, now that you mention it, actually Abstract, yes, great counter for the feathered airstrike. And still we're waiting for Kingdom Esports to have a mid laner to their side. Now it is going to be secured with the Phobius. Probably they are going to avoid Vanix Harith here on the other side. Garukacha Harith's pretty strong. Eve also pretty much open. Let's see if Zetian is going to be the priority here.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, of course, Ruby can be taken down as well.
I feel that Zetian is a solid answer to Flash, but maybe it's still too early for them to really just drop right in. Technically, they can go for R4 Zetian and just kind of look at what the rest of Team Flash is intending to go towards, right? Because you have information that you can get off of where Lancelot is, information as to where Gatokacha could possibly come in with the AOG, but it would be better if they have information as to who the XP laner is for the side of Team Flash. Since they have already showed their hands onto the Phobius.
CEC's been banned. Xborg is one as well. But they do lack the hardcore control here. They can rely on the Garukacha. But again, we always mention this one Garukacha is pretty good for the follow-up.
Yeah, it's good for follow-up, but not good enough for an initiation.
Yes.
My kiss. Your
there you go. There we go. That is instant gratification and good initiation.
Correct.
Kingdom has effectively removed that out of the picture with the fact that Ruby is gone as well.
Yeah, Ruby is gone. EXP, we're now seeing here Phobius. Are we expecting also a gold laner marksman here on the side of Kingdom Esports? Usually Vanix is going for traditional marksman, so without Harith is actually open.
I really want to see a 13 here, but I think that it might be a bit unorthodox for Kingdom. But FMM though, I feel that FMM can pull off the 13.
Have we seen him play that one? But, okay, technical-wise, the combo they have mentioned is pretty good, especially countering here the Farsa as well. Information
FMM have not played a single 13.
Yeah, there you go. The Harith is
this is
secured.
area denial. This is Kingdom wants to play for area. The more that they need to control the Farsa, the more that they need to control the Farsa, because right now they don't have anyone that can stop Farsa right here, right now. So I kind of like the fact that they are leaving the mage for the last pick, just so that they can have a little bit more information as to who is the XP laner.
Actually, see here, Flash SG. Now the level up is out. Up against the Phobius, he do love an export here, but the Ranger has been picked here. Still a traditional marksman here for the side of Flash SG.
Yeah, that's fine. Now we're just leaving an XP Yuzhong.
Why we forgot this hero though? It's been a while. It has been banned time and time again. We have seen Yuzhong once for the Hands of Bear on the game 1. Now again, it's pretty much open. Forgot to highlight this one. It's never been banned, but will it be effective though? Well, I guess though. I mean, there's the Gattakacha here. Gattakacha with Black Dragon form. Again, they must synergize themselves, but they don't have that insane lockdown for the Feather Airstrike to really push through.
They need to either go for Zetian that can immediately deal with the Feather Airstrike, or they need a burst hero, such as a Kagura, for example. Or Kadita. Okay,
Kadita,
that's fine.
yeah.
Okay,
Burst.
that's fine. That's fine. That's good.
Still the burst is there.
That's good. Yes.
So there's going to be Petrify, right? Because you don't have the insane lockdown needed. So there's going to be FMM on it. Kadita expecting a Petrify here on the battle spell. Lol C for the follow-up. So this is going to be an initiator. Kadita.
Yes. So a little bit of a bushwhack kind of play from the side of Kingdom. The main thing is that they need to look for an opportunity for these kind of bursts. The reason why I say burst from either Kagura or literally anyone with a burst is due to the nature that they have a very squishy squishy back and front lines, right? They can reach in for the anchor piece. Mostly is going to be the Gattakacha. Namely that Gattakacha, you don't really, if you don't give Gattakacha an opportunity to punch you in the face, then he's not going to be regenerating back. Once you manage to get the Petrify combination, Breath of the Ocean into the Ocean Oddity, then I think that you more or less have the opportunity to be able to land and crash down together with the Mounted Shocker and let Grant do whatever that he wants from that point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the combo coming in from Kadita, he needs that follow-up as well to go for the full burst. So I'm not sure if the combo, yes, early game, probably, can go for a full combo burst. But when it comes to the mid lane to later stage of the game, you need a follow-up here. Because itemizations, especially Athena shields or the Radiant Armor, can really degrade that magic burst damage here coming in from the side of Kadita. But this is just one of the rare picks so far that we witnessed the pick coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The match point game, the last game of the 4th series here on day 1 of our playoffs. It is going to be Flash SG versus Kingdom Esports. The winner will proceed into the upper bracket semifinals. A crucial way to finish the series.
This game, at least in the early stages, puts a lot of hopes and dreams onto Kingdom Esports FMM. This Kadita will play a very vital and important role, due to the fact that the answer for the Farsa is not exactly met. This Kadita needs to apply the similar amount of pressure that this Farsa could do in a team fight. It's an either-or situation. You deal with the Farsa or you match the impact of the Farsa.
Oh my. Let us see though. I'm still concerned on how they be able to have a great Feather Airstrike lockdown. But it is surely going to be Bear. He has the Petrify this time around. The combo coming in from Black Dragon form plus the Feather Airstrike. It's pretty much effective though in paper. But how they be able to execute here against Kingdom Esports, remember they have so much utility as well, especially the Glorious Pathway coming in from Lolzy. He has the Revitalized Battle Spell as well. Now expecting, of course, the Turtle buff will respawn here under 5 seconds on the bottom side. Is it? Oh, top side round.
Set top.
Yep.
So the good thing about Kingdom Esports is the fact that they do have a priority in the XP lane once it reaches post level 4. The Phobius is gonna be a pain for Bear, but there we go. We've got the Black Dragon form coming right out. We even have Furkut TZ that pops off when it comes down to Feather Airstrike. Furkut TZ picks up a kill. First blood over to Lolzy. Picks up double onto Transanity. This is what I'm talking about. They don't really have an answer, but they need to match the Farsa.
And with this progression coming in from Curtizi, a double early here, plus the turtle buff coming in from Flash SG. All momentum is on their side here. And I do love the rotation coming in from Curtizi. He's non-stop here from top to bottom to the mid as well. He's everywhere. Oh.
The great thing about Wings by Wings, you have great amount of mobility. And if you pair it together with a Gatokacha, you actually have got very crazy wave clear speed in the middle lane that you don't have to care too much about. The problem about Kadita is, yes, you do have got pretty decent wave clear when it comes down to your Ocean Oddity, to a certain extent, right? But it doesn't win against a Gatokacha plus Fasa.
Now transition here in the middle lane. Oh, another takedown here, Lolsy.
Feathered airstrike. It would actually bruise up Lolsy fair enough. Gets a kill down over to the side of Hades. We haven't really quite seen a proper rough waves from FMM at this point in time because this is not really the pick-off timing of a Kadita just yet. It's good utility from the Breath of the Ocean, but not quite much just yet as Jay comes in. AOG puts Grant down as Vanix picks up the kill.
Oh, look at the rotations here. Flash SG looking for blood, and now 4 kills in a row. Plus, you watch that rotations here time and time again coming in from Flash SG. Once they clear the waves instantly here in the mid, they're looking for a dive. And perfect timing as well for the second turtle here in the game. Kingdom Esports still no kills under their banner. And they need this progression, especially they have the Yisen Shin on that jungle role. Still having not enough contribution rather in this game. It's gonna be difficult for them to go for this turtle. Are they going to force this one?
The tempo is definitely towards the favor of Flash, right? With 2,000 gold lead. Hades is currently at level 7 as compared to the Yisun Shin, which is currently at level...
Oh, Lolsy.
7 as well, so that's fine. But here we have Lolsy opens up with the Glorious Pathway. Hades takes up the turtle down. Bear flies into the Oblivion, but it's just a little bit of a zoning tool. The members of Kingdom Esports, they are actually very close together, so this is going to be quite a bit of a problem. Christianity eats 3 shots of the Feathered Airstrike, and that's half HP.
Wow, Flash SG is just fending them off here. It's really difficult for Kingdom Esports to go for the contest. And now, look at his rotations once again. The same picture, same target. Grant is in trouble.
This guy is not gonna have an easy time at all. To make matters worse, Vanix has picked up a second kill for himself. This is actually what we would expect coming in from Flash.
Yes.
Very aggressive plays, and of course, they shove out the gold laners early.
Oh man, they know that the Harith really shines in the early stage of the game with his 2 deaths in a row. Going to stop his progression indeed.
Not again. All the way down bottom. Hades barely escaped from death. Almost picking up a kill on FMM, but that Feathered Airstrike clips onto FMM just by tad bit, but not enough damage from the lethal initiation.
Oh man, that was a missed opportunity indeed for the burst damage coming in from FMM. But look at this one, Invasion once again coming in from Flash SG. They have so much information. Yon this time around on that Yisen Shin didn't contribute so much. They have been punished here on the side lanes. 2 turtles in a row for Flash SG. And look at these rotations coming in from this team. They are now going to prioritize the top side this time around.
At this point, it's a surely but slowly kind of situation. Hades is at level 10, and so is Yon.
No
They're fine. But up in the top lane, we're starting to lose some of the sustenance of the standing objective. With the Blood Dragon form coming from Flash, gets a good amount of information. The AOG unfortunately wasted. But they are definitely shoving Kingdom Esports right underneath of their turret.
Indeed, and now Jay is still here, Cortese as well. Yon very low. Oh, they know how to die right now.
They are gonna do exactly that. Jay picks up a kill. Hades looking for an opportunity. That is gonna be a couple of those shots that will bring FMM down, but Hades picks up that kill.
Flash SG, perfect game, especially here in the early stages. Kingdom Esports here, become very reactive. Grant here having a hard time. He switched his lane on the top side, but then again, it's still gonna be Flash SG recognizing this one. And a perfect turtle takedown. Non-stop rotation from Flash SG. Kingdom Esports here being pushed against the wall. How will they be able to recover this one? They still have only 1 kill here, and that's Lolsy. It's not their core. It's not their gold laner. It's gonna be difficult for them to climb back here. But will it be possible though? They have so much kit when it comes to AoE. They have the Summon Force, they have the Glorious Pathway, but Flash SG's progression this time around, damage is just too much.
I think the main problem right now is the means of catch, right? They do have got a single target stun that they can see from the Hylos, but this is not instant gratification. He needs to run towards the enemies in order to realistically be able to do that. Breath of the Ocean is delayed. You have a front swing, right, or rather you have a back swing upon activation. It is a skill shot. And everyone else from the Southern Kingdom don't have much. Unless you want to count in Monochoker, that is also a skill shot.
Oh, man.
So they don't have anything that can actually feed FMM into winning in the early stages in order to have good enough impact onto Flash. The only thing that they can look out for is that Katisi, with the Feathered Airstrike, he is literally a stationary target for FMM to go in with the Ocean Oddity. However, we haven't really quite seen that with the Breath of the Ocean, Ocean Oddity, and all that kind of jazz just yet.
Yep.
So, main thing, we need an answer onto Katisi. And the only one to have the answer is actually FMM. He uses, he got Petrify, it's not Flicker, so he can't Flicker right into the face and just rough waves onto Katisi, right?
But
so
still,
he needs to be close enough.
Indeed, he's trying his best. As you can see, the positioning coming in from FMM, he's trying to go for the cheeky plays here, trying to hide himself on these bushes, but Flash SG is just difficult to catch Katisi, man. All of the positioning, the map information rather coming in from the Gatakacha is enough here to spot those one side.
Oh, bottom lane, that's the bushwhack that we want to see. But, FMM appeared. Okay, he showed himself. Never mind. Never mind.
Lord Dance is here, 50% health. Now the Black Dragon form has been committed as well. No contest whatsoever here. Free objective for Flash SG.
And information that has been gathered. The Lord now fights for Flash SG with a current score of 8-1, and we're looking at 7,900 gold lead. This is massive.
Massive indeed, especially under 10 minutes. Plus now they are going to put pressure on the bot side. Not even the Lord still walking here. No defense here coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports. Oh man. Kingdom Esports here. Being pushed again. Oh man, Jay is here as well. Trying to taunt their way in. They have no answers here, man.
They don't have any answers. In fact, the only answer is actually behind. So we're just gonna wait it out. Look for the opportunity.
Speaking of which,
waiting. Never mind.
Unfortunately here, now he's been spotted. Now this is going to be a push on the top side.
Feathered Airstrike, but unfortunately Kadita is a little bit too far away. This is more of a zoning 2 to kind of wave clear everything up to the top lane. They now have lost their inhibitor turret up to the top lane. While in the meantime, that rough wave did not do anything to Bear.
Nada.
He doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the items. As such, Kingdom Esports, they probably lost their hopes in this one. They have to drag this game out as much as possible. However, the problem is, the one with the power spike in the mid stages of the game is the Kadita.
Yep.
And now, because of the fact that he don't get the items that he needs, even his power spike has been delayed.
Oh, you're going to commit?
Wait, that's not what we expected.
Yep.
Kingdom Esports, they will usually be the one that wants to play past him and hide behind the turret and have a 6v5 fight. As to this point in time, we don't have the rough waves anymore. Bear pushes the rest of Kingdom Esports away. They take down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane. That's absolutely fruity.
Man, I'm not sure about that call, but Kingdom Esports was so desperate at that moment, trying to somehow test if they can burst down anyone against Flash SG. And now 2 inhibitor turrets gone here in the 12-minute mark. And the Lord will now spawn under 50 seconds here. Kingdom Esports cannot do anything about this one. Not only, of course, FMM with the burst damage, they are going to rely. Also here, the Harith, Grants, having difficult time as well. He's been picked off time and time again. He is actually the hope for the early stages for the side of Kingdom Esports, but the progression has been cut off. Also Yon here on his Yisen Shin. We haven't seen him also being cut off. Surprise! And it is going to be Yon here backing away this time around. Again, Jay is just everywhere here, providing information. I think this is really difficult here, Abstract, at this moment in time here, coming in from Kingdom Esports. I'm not sure if they'll be able to contest this Lord also here against Flash SG.
I don't think that they can. Even though Yawn is currently at level 15 and so is Hades, it is a 50-50 quite literally between these two. The only difference and the problem... Oh, man.
What?
Oh.
That's the burst.
Oh, man. That was not even an ultimate. Katizi did not use his ultimate. In fact, that is all the ultimates available from Team Flash. That is all of the battle spells that is currently available as well. Why is Katizi taking everything?
Even the Lord, indeed. Wow, man. Game 1 was so intense. Game 2 as well. This is kind of anticlimactic here we're seeing, Abstract.
It is. So all I can do is hope that this is not the final fizzle of Kingdom Esports, that they still have something that they're hiding behind the sleeves, or inside of their sleeves in this case. Is it a Ace of Spades?
Oh, more than 10k gold lead. And now last inhibitor turret. Look at Hades here, going to go for the flank.
Is it fair that I try to push just the rest of the members from Kingdom Esports away? This is just to open things up and allow them to take a free turret.
Oh,
what is that? Oh, Hades, yuck!
And they're going to wash their hands there, back into the fountain. Now going to go for the defense.
It is going to be the Feather Airstrike, or rather, it is going to be the Glorious Buffet, just going to be bouncing all the way down, but it doesn't seem like Yon will be able to survive from all of that. As Kurtz takes a double kill just that easily, with a little bit of Furious Dive onto Losey. He will go down. It even had it pop up when it comes down to Feather Airstrike, and that is Flash.
Flawless. In the game of 3. Ending it with fashion. Flash SG proceeds into the upper bracket semifinals tomorrow.
I have absolutely no idea what happened in that fight. That was a whole lot of skills drops here on, and so basically everything that Team Flash gotta have to throw, they needed to throw out right there and then. And they did it. They made it.
Yeah. But I'm questioning myself, that what happened? Kingdom Esports was so on fire. Game 1, even Game 2, even though they lost,
it was high ground. Ultimately, it is a high ground problem just from a single Farsa pick. And this is also a signature pick coming in from Kurtz. Let's not forget about that as well. And I've always looked at Kurtz and I always hailed him as one of the most consistent players in Team Flash. This time he pulled off his Farsa. That high ground is more than enough to be a menace to everyone else. We thought that the Khadija would have been a problem to a stationary target of Katizi. In theory, yes. However, when it's applied, it doesn't seem like FMM have any of that opportunity to get remotely close enough to Kurtz.
Exactly. And I was actually in doubt on how Kurtz be able to have a solid feathered airstrike, but man, he showed promise. I have also to take into consideration the double kill coming from Kurtz on the early game. Actually snowball his hero from there for the burst damage as well. Coming in from this hero, I believe he is going to be MVP if I'm not mistaken.
Without a doubt, right? Oh, we shall see. Yeah,
Kurtz, it is the MVP. Again, another mage.
Another mage. Today is a mage day.
Happy Halloween indeed. And now MVP of the game, Kurtz on the far side with a 508 KDA. Kill participation here skyrocket on the percentage with a 93%. Insane gameplay. Comfort pick. Looking forward for this player to always use this Farsa and very scary performance.
Well, you have kind of leaked out Farsa for the longest time. Everyone have been looking out for the utility of what Yves is able to bring out, especially since and Juiced, right? Mostly comes down to utility.
Yes.
Especially since, Glowing Wand actually creates a good amount of damage for all of these utility mages.
Yep.
But sometimes we gotta remember, when it comes down to these damage mages, they have their own win condition that they can apply, and they can pop off as early as level 2.
And we have seen that one. Curtis is specifically here on the far side, but look at this one, the progression coming in from Curtis. First item, Genius Wand, bro. And you know that
Wait,
yeah, I do believe he has the first item, Genius Wand, in this game. And Kingdom Esports here, it is going to be somehow struggle their way in. Especially we have highlighted FMM on the last pick on that Kadita. Unfortunately, it didn't go their way here. It's really tricky for FMM to pull through that the petrify, the burst damage that we have mentioned. Of course, the combo wombo from this Kadita, but it did not push through.
Ultimately, I do like the pick of Kadita. It answers for one thing, but doesn't answer for another, right? If you're unable to really just deal with the Farsa all the time, at least you need to match the pacing and match the impact of Hazard Airstrike with your own rough waves or perhaps Breath of the Ocean. In this case, we haven't really seen that kind of matching situation. And it makes me think, right? Kadita is not exactly a very easy hero to pilot, right? And if we want to look for simplicity and we want to look at press one button, get the problem solved, it has to be a Zetian. And I find it a little bit of a pity that because Zetian also do have decent nukes into her own kit, you expose everyone else, and let's not forget good amount or good crowd control at the touch of a finger.
Yeah, and now this is the highlights that we have witnessed on the game 1. That was intense. That was very intense between these two teams. Kingdom Esports secured this win against the side of Flash SG. It was incredible. Again, the Lord Dance was the call there. Kingdom Esports did their thing. I thought that was their stride. But here the game 2, this was also the game-ending play that Flash SG returned against Kingdom Esports. Another, of course, that was also another Lord Dance that we have witnessed so far. And Vanix, we had a doubt here on that Nathan, but Nathan pushed it through on this game. This was the game-ending play on the game 2.
Game 2 was kind of crazy. Right?
It is.
It was technically one-sided in favor for Kingdom Esports, but this one fight, they didn't lose anyone. It was I wouldn't even call it miraculous, but everything fell into place the way they wanted it to. That was the best case scenario, and it worked it out.
But here in the game 3, this is really a stomp. Flash SG secured here with a statement that they are still the reigning champions indeed. Wow, this is a total domination in the Game 3 series against Kingdom Esports.
Total domination. It hasn't been it's been a long time since I've seen zero turrets, 0 Lord, and 0 Turtle. And this is a game that spanned to 14 minutes. My oh my.
Wow, that was the day 1, Abstract.
That is day 1.
We survived.
That is day 1. We survived. Some didn't. So of course, we'll take this opportunity to thank, and of course, thank once again to the unfortunate fallen brethren. I gotta have to say, you know, we've got Ignite as well as Absolute Zero. We hope to see them again in the next season. And to all the other teams out there, we still will see you tomorrow. Alas, it will be casted by Churros and Jays. You know, we'll be back again very soon. My name's Abstract. With me here is Deadeye. We'll pass the time back over to Suki to round up the show.
All right, thank you boys for casting the crazy series just now. I'm here with Bear, the EXP laner for Flash SG. We've got a couple of questions. How are you feeling right now?
Mixed emotions, because it's against my ex-team and my teammates and friends. We might be friends outside the battlefield, but inside we're strangers, we're enemies. So hope y'all don't take it too hard.
Okay, you're not really strangers. You're just rivals for now, right, as we know. So, you know, that was actually a really close game, especially in game 2, where you almost lost, actually. You had, you know, all the momentum going against you, and it was only through that final fight that you managed to turn it around. What was your mentality going into that fight?
My mentality is just go in. They called for it, and we just follow through and just believe. Because after all, if we lose, we're going to the lower bracket. So no point hesitating. Just go with the play.
All right, and finally, do you have anything you want to say to your fans now that you're under Team Flash, which is a very storied organization in MPL SG?
I hope you guys keep supporting Team Flash, and I hope we can get the 5-peat champs. And to Kingdom. Hope y'all don't take it too hard.
All right, thank you so much, Bear. And you heard it here first. He wants to be the 5-peat with Flash SG. But before that can happen, we actually have to look at the brackets going into tomorrow. Okay, so looking at that, we can see Absolute Zero and Ignite have been eliminated already from today. So tomorrow we are going to see the lower bracket semis as well as the upper bracket finals, both of which are going to be best of 5s. And given that, this is going to be done here at Centrepoint in Singapore live, we can pop over to the schedule and see what time these matches are going to take place. So just for everyone at home, just so you know, there's so many things that's going on actually off stream. So do feel free to come down. There's so many prizes, a whole bunch of diamonds as well. And, tons of prizes. We've got IT, we've got a lot of other things happening. So yeah, do hop over to Centrepoint tomorrow. All right, so just want to say from everyone here at the team here, thank you so much to everyone for coming down, not just in person, but online as well, and joining us. Tomorrow, we've got a banger 2 best of 5s, which we're going to see one top dog get to the grand finals, and we're going to see one team, well, not having a great day because they will be leaving the competition tomorrow as well. So that's all from us today. Once again, a shout out to our presenting partner, IT. And we hope to see you guys here tomorrow at Centrepoint for much more epic Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So catch you all on the flip side.
MPL Singapore Season 10 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presented by IT, your homegrown bubble tea brand since 2011. Official gaming chair partner DX Racer, the pioneer of the world's first gaming chair. Our partner in esports, Future Living and Singapore Esports Association. Our official playoffs venue partner, the Centrepoint. And our official broadband partner, My Republic.